All right, here we are live in Cornelius, North Carolina at the H2 Public House. Live in the building is that Sports Podcast Network. We're back for day 2, ladies and gentlemen. As always, I'm your host, Dan Maynard, joined here with Christy Attlebrew and Brian Scott. We had a crazy first day last night. Thank you again to everybody here at the H2 Public House for hosting us. It was a great time. And hopefully we can give you more action again today. There's a lot to talk about after the first round. We're getting into all of that. We're getting the injury news. We're getting into what we're looking forward to in round 2, round 3, NFL analysis, fantasy football reaction, and of course, betting all the way through. So, guys, first off, crazy night, crazy day. Chris, a few words how to wrap up what we talked about yesterday, what we saw yesterday. What was your come away in the first round?
Quarterbacks, man. I think that's the biggest thing that came across. We had a record amount of quarterbacks go to 1983. We know all these guys aren't necessarily going to be stars, but we also saw guys kind of come off the board. The reporters didn't kind of expect that. Caleb Williams was according to plan. James Daniels was according to plan. Drake May as well. And then the curveball of Michael Penix. We saw Bo Nix go at 13. We saw McCarthy move at 10. So I think the big news is for us is after round 1 is the quarterbacks, and then what the hell happened to end of round 1.
Yeah, at the end of round 1 was interesting. There's a lot of guys there who went off the board who maybe we weren't as high on. So that's something we're going to get into in just a second. What's your big takeaway from day 1?
Yeah, I think you hit on the big ones. I mean, the quarterbacks, their landing spots, at the end of the round. I mean, and I know we're in Carolina, but man, trading up for Leggett, that hurts me. It's definitely not a move for me. Some of those receiver picks at the end of the round were definitely skipping some guys on my board. And I'm really curious, the fall of Cooper DeJean and the fall of Adonai Mitchell. Where are these guys going to land up? Because to me, they're immediately some of the higher guys on my board as we're going into day 2.
Put this in your ears and listen to that.
And Brian, when we cut to you, man, look, Michael Penix, he goes off the board at 8. That was a big shock of the draft. There's a lot of injury issues between both quarterbacks. We got Kirk Cousins, who is older, 35 years old, coming off of the Achilles injury. Michael Penix, we've talked about a number of times, 2 years removed from 2 back-to-back ACL injuries. When you look at it from a pure injury perspective, do you think that's maybe the reason why the Falcons did what they did? Was it really just for the future, or was it maybe a backup plan for Kirk Cousins? What was your takeaway there?
I tell you what, I told you guys earlier, the more I think about this pick, the more confused I am by it for a couple different reasons. Number one, you got Kirk Cousins, 36, nearly 37 years old, coming off Achilles late in his career. I don't know how many more years you get out of him. It almost seemed like he was on the cusp of folding anyway before that injury. He had many years in the league, had kind of done what he was going to do. I'm not sure how much he's got left in the tank just from a football point of view. And then you go and draft a guy, Michael Penix, who's a little older compared to his fellow classman at 24, with multiple ACL injuries to the same knee within a span of 2+ years. Fractured clavicle that caused some time as well throughout his college career. So he's not injured less, he's injured more. And, if you're going to get any type of long-term thing out of him, it's got to start now. And then you think about what he's going to get on the field, he probably won't even be 25, 26 till he actually steps on the field for any meaningful action. So that doesn't really help keep the joints lubricated and greased up and ready to go, so to speak. So a little confusing on that pick.
Yeah, everyone was shocked by it. No one was expecting Michael Penix to go at number 8. Is it all that shocking he went ahead of J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix? No, I don't think it was. We talked about why we thought that might be the case on this show, the Operation Domination, which you can check us out on YouTube and on social media. Before we go any further, though, just another quick shout out to H2 Public House here live in Cornelius, North Carolina. That Sports Podcast Network. You're watching live on our YouTube channel and on Facebook and Twitter alike. Make sure you subscribe and hit the bell notification to get notified when you have new content available to you. Okay, so from a fantasy standpoint, Chris and Adam, who's now your most excited guy to go ahead and draft in these upcoming rookie drafts that everyone's going to be having this week?
Well, I'll start off the obvious one, Dan. I think Caleb Williams is one of the guys that obviously jumps out to me. Adding Rome Odunze as their third option start off. You have plethora of weapons for Caleb Williams to kind of step into. You see they're going to be an aggressive offense. They have a lot of playmakers at all different levels, between tight ends and the running backs as well. So I think Caleb Williams solidified himself as one of those top options, especially in the dynasty.
Adam, how about you?
For me, as far as excitement, I feel like just kind of based on the reactions I'm starting to see that Rome Odunze is a guy who, for me, is a blue chip prospect, and I think in a lot of dynasty drafts he might fall to the mid first. And I'm going to eat that up every time, personally. I think I'm going to end up with quite a bit of Rome Odunze, and maybe I'll take the hit kind of in the short term there. But I think as soon as next year, if not the year after, a lot of people are going to regret having taken less talented players ahead of him just because of their short term, outlook.
Yeah, well, that's the key, right? Rome Odunze is going to be layered because a lot of people are looking at Marvin Harrison, big target share right off the bat because of his situation. Malik Neighbors, big target share right off the bat for him because of his situation. But we look at Rome Odunze, who is part of that elite tier 3. There's absolutely no question about it. Yes, maybe you're not going to get the big dividends year 1. Maybe you only have 1 season left to take, so you have to wait a year. Let's also take consideration Shane Waldron runs a 3-receiver set. So it's not like Rome Odunze is not going to be out there on the field with these guys. It's primarily 11 personnel they're going to be running out there. So it's a matter of, no, is he not looking at the big 22 to 25% target share for sure, like the Harrisons and like the Malik Neighbors of the world year 1? No, probably not. But is he looking at that plus more year 2? Absolutely. Is there a chance with Keenan Allen's injury history that we do see a payoff this year coming up? I mean, Brian, let's get to you. Keenan Allen's been somebody we've talked to quite frequently over the years.
Yeah, he's been a part of many of my weekly injury updates, hamstring injuries, ankle injuries, knee injuries, you name it. He's been on there and missed quite a bit of time. 2 years ago, missed several weeks for a pretty significant hamstring injury, then tweaked it again during the preseason. He's getting up there in age as well. And you're talking about skilled position players. You start getting in your 30s. It doesn't take much more to get injured and have to sit out some time. So,
as always, the big headlines are going to be about the quarterbacks. We had 6 quarterbacks, which tied a record in the first round yesterday. And we can talk about Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels and Drake May. We'll mention them quickly during this pregame show. But let's talk about the guys who went towards the back end. Let's talk about Bo Nix heading to the Denver Broncos. Just from a fantasy perspective, Chris, does Bo Nix bring anything to the table? I mean, we had the higher draft capital. A lot of us thought he wasn't going to go until the second round. He does go at pick number 12. There's a very good chance he starts year 1. But I don't know if I like what I'm seeing on Denver as far as his options go. This isn't a guy who's going to rip off a ton of your runs. He's not going to make big plays down the field. So we're really talking about somebody who's anything more than a QB2 at best.
Yeah, I don't think he's more than a QB2, Dan. I mean, this is where kind of the fantasy world and the real world kind of clash when it comes to football. Bo Nix, when we look at Denver's options, it doesn't seem very promising. Then we have to remind ourselves, Russell Wilson, I believe, was the top 5 fantasy quarterback last year. How that happened, I'm still not sure.
At different points, but yeah.
But yes, so I look at a guy who wound up having pretty good statistics, a guy that we know Sean Payton's going to try to limit the turnovers, so he's not going to get penalized for a lot of turns of Bo Nix, and he's going to let him kind of throw that short passing game. So I don't love the upside of Bo Nix, but he might be one of those safe floor options that you might be surprised to get some inside here or there.
Okay. Look, I don't know where you're going to get him. All right. And because he's picked 12, I think people are going to push him up their rookie boards, and Superflex leagues in particular. But keep in mind here, it takes a certain type of quarterback to be fantasy relevant. You need a guy who's a pocket passer. He's got to be able to throw at least 32-plus touchdowns in order to be relevant, or he's got to be able to rush for 500-plus yards. I don't think Bo Nix is somebody in Denver right now who we don't know what's going to happen with Cortland Sutton. They traded away Jerry Jeudy. They don't have a ton of weapons outside of that. I don't know if he's really set up to have that kind of success. Adam, let's move off of Bo Nix real quick. J.J. McCarthy goes to a more ideal landing spot. In fact, might have been the ideal landing spot heading into the draft. We had a quarterback involved with the Minnesota Vikings, Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, T.J. Hockenson when he comes back off his ACL injury, Kevin O'Connell, of course, being the head coach, and they even had Aaron Jones, so they upgraded the running back position. You look at J.J. McCarthy, you look at Sam Darnold, give me a prediction who you think's going to start come September, but then also McCarthy's long-term value. Where do you have him at now? And he landed in the sweet spot.
Yeah, I think as far as a dynasty perspective, mid to late first is kind of where I'd have him. I'd still definitely want May, Daniels, Caleb. I'd still want my top 3 receivers, but I think around the 107 is where 108 actually, because of Bowers, is where that conversation kind of begins for me as far as JJ. But look, I do think that he will not be the starter week 1, but I think he'll be working his way in there quickly. And I'd only give it a slight edge to Darnold. What I'll say is the coach, Kevin O'Connell, has done a really good job of preparing quarterbacks quickly into his offense. So I'd say it's close to a coin flip. Again, I'm going to slight lean towards Darnold week 1. But either way, I don't think we're going to look and have to watch a Sam Darnold for very long.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Let's hope that. Let's hope that keeps it that way. Okay, so now that we got that through, does anything change on the quarterback position so far as your rookie drafts, or rookie rankings, as far as where you have it going into this draft? Anybody?
I'll jump in there. I think slightly, Dan. Talk about Bo Nix. This is a guy that I was definitely hating on coming into the draft process, but now I look at a guy who's probably going to be starter week 1 versus some of the other quarterbacks, like Drake May, for example. Michael Penix is a guy I'm very high on. These guys are likely going to be sitting the bench possibly most of the entire season, if not the entire season. Jason McCarthy's another guy kind of throwing that mix. So suddenly a guy like Bo Nix is still going to be a guy that you're needing a quarterback option now. Might be something you're looking for. Maybe you make a little reach, Adam kind of alluded to. I don't think you want to push it too hard before, but it depends on how desperate you are, because you might not get a payout for some of these other quarterbacks, this year.
I'd say for me, I have Penix rated higher as a quarterback, but I think JJ may have jumped him for me in a dynasty setting. I'm just really concerned about the age, about the landing spot. I've talked on yesterday's show about my dynasty philosophy really being about a 3-year plan, and I don't feel like I have any guarantee that I'm going to see Penix at all in that 3 years. I think we're probably expecting to see him in his 3rd year, but I don't expect much out of those first 2.
Yeah. Good, Chris.
I was going to ask to that point, Adam or Dan, when you look at Michael Penix and then kind of being pushed down the board, but I think it's kind of a narrative for a lot of people, Adam. Does you look for maybe trying to get your hands on a quarterback like that could maybe pay off for you in 2 years, while everybody kind of has you down on his value right now?
Yeah, I think he got pushed down my board, but look, I liked him more than consensus, and as a result, he's someone that I wouldn't be shocked if I'm staring him in the face at the beginning of the 2nd round. And at that point, I think the talent just kind of wins out, and that I'm willing to wait on him, especially in a dynasty super flex where the quarterback position is so incredibly valuable. But it's got to be at the right cost. In the 1st round, I want someone that I can feel like at least by year 2 I'm getting a really good result. So 2nd round, I think he's on the table. I'm certainly taking him before I'm taking Bo Nix, for example. He's someone that, especially in a rebuild, could be nice.
Yeah, I think it just goes back to we just don't have much of a ceiling for Bo Nix. So even if you have to wait 2-3 years on a guy, I mean, the only thing I can think of is that you're incredibly desperate for a quarterback starter this year. Superflex leagues, you can't really ignore somebody who's starting right away, I guess. But with somebody who doesn't have that big of upside, I'd much rather just wait on a Penix. But I can't rank him ahead of J.J. McCarthy, who I had Penix ranked solely ahead of confidently going into this draft. So I can't do that now. I can't rank him. I can't take Drake May, who even if he doesn't start right away, whether it's year 1 or halfway through year 1, whatever the case may be, can't take him over that player because at least we'll be back starting year 2 for even a New England Patriots team. It doesn't have many weapons, so it does fall a little bit to that degree. With the wide receivers, let's talk about what happened in the back end of the 1st round last night. So we saw Xavier Worthy. Let's lead off with that. He goes to the Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah, that was big. That was huge. Now, I don't know how much of a dividend it's going to pay year 1, right? Because historically speaking, outside of Rasheed Rice in the second half of the season last year, rookie receivers don't go off. I mean, even Tyreek Hill wasn't necessarily fantasy relevant his first year. But the second year and after that was big. And then this year, remember, they have Marquise Hollywood Brown, Rasheed Rice. We are expecting a suspension, but it's not expected to be all season long. So what do you guys make of Xavier Worthy? Where does he fall now in your pecking order with the first-round capital on a Kansas City Chiefs team?
Well, let me ask you a question to that point, Dan, real quick. We looked at Tank Dell, what he was able to do and bring to the table last year. He was a smaller guy. We talked about usually rookies don't produce, but Tank Dell was quite a positive player to have on your fantasy team last year until he got injured, of course. For me, this is kind of a similar fit where you have a guy who's not going to necessarily see a top corner. He's going to have a lot of matchups. We don't maybe gets guys the ball. So I like him both in Dynasty and possibly in redraft because I think he could be that guy who would be a playoff winner for you and he blows up big games where he can actually win weeks for you.
Yeah, that's fair. Adam, you got anything to that?
Yeah, for me, it's definitely specifically Andy Reid receivers than it is rookie receivers to that point. I also think that there's a lot of overlap between him and Hollywood Brown. Having said all that, from Dynasty, I think, unless Adonai Mitchell does end up here at the top of the second round, end up in Buffalo, the Xavier Worthy has jumped up my board quite a bit. And he is someone that I'm looking at, is over Brian Thomas Jr. probably. So probably my wide receiver 4 unless Mitchell gets a really good landing spot.
Well, how about Brian Thomas Jr. landing with the Jacksonville Jaguars yesterday? Could presumably be one of I'm going to guess Gabe Davis is going to be the X receiver this year. And Brian Thomas, he's another one, kind of like Roman Dunsey, where it might be a 2-year scenario. But we know Jacksonville is desperate for that big play X wide receiver. So what do you guys think about the fit?
Yeah, I don't think it's a terrible fit, Dan. I do have some concerns about the production of what you're going to get statistically. The big play could be there, but then you look at Gabe Davis as a big play receiver. Look at who's trying to play close to the volume. That's probably going to Christian Kirk. We've seen, over the last 2 years, Trevor Lawrence loves to feature those slot receivers. So I have a little trepidation with Brian Thomas. I like the fit on NFL-wise, where it's somebody can stretch the field, somebody in terms of Trevor Lawrence can be aggressive with down the field. And Trevor Lawrence usually he misses high, so somebody can go up and get it for him. But I do have a little concern that maybe, we were all excited about Brian Thomas, what he could do. I'm kind of concerned that maybe he becomes a one-trick pony where he's only asked to kind of clear out defenses and have a big play here and there.
Yeah, that could easily be the case. Adam, when you look at this from a Trevor Lawrence perspective, is this maybe that key weapon to get him back over the top and back into our fantasy good graces in the top 10 quarterback range?
I think you've got part of it, and I do think he's the key weapon. I just don't think that a key weapon was the only thing holding him out of that top range. I think I need to see this O-line improve a little bit as well. That having been said, I think it's a step in the right direction. It comes down to Peterson, man, at this point. I like Lawrence. I like Brian Thomas Jr. I do think that they're going to be a little more vertical. You saw last year that they really wanted to be vertical and they just didn't have the players for it. So I think that they're going to make an attempt to get him the ball. Now I think it's going to be sporadic. I think, receivers outside of Kirk can be hard to trust on a week-to-week basis. But I do think Lawrence is going to see an uptick. But to join the true top tier, I think it'll be a QB1. But to get kind of into QB 8+, I think I'm going to need to see some more improvements throughout the rest of this draft.
Is it a put up or shut up here for him? Because now you got Brian Thomas. You brought in Gabe Davis to replace Calvin Ridley. You can look at that as, a bit of a downgrade. But Zay Jones is still intact. Christian Kirk should be back from his injury. Evan Ingram. They got Travis Etienne. I mean, is it time for Trevor Lawrence to show why we all thought he was the can't-miss prospect back in the day, or we think we still has a little bit more time?
I think it's obvious he has more time, and they're talking about his contract extension, what it's going to look like, what kind of $250 million deals he probably going to sign. So I think you look at Jacksonville and the history of that team. He's the best quarterback they've had. They're not really seeing anything in the draft coming. We've seen the price that they paid, and we look to get a top 10 pick. So maybe we're down Trevor Lawrence. I think he's not going anywhere anytime soon.
I'll say this. I'm going to throw this out here, especially in redraft leagues. I don't think, even with this move, I don't think Trevor Lawrence is somebody who's going to be higher than QB 14, QB 15-ish, that territory. So basically somebody in single quarterback leagues, in a redraft league, he's going double-digit rounds to flyer. I think he's worth that now.
Absolutely agree. I think he's definitely one of those guys we talked about, guys who can win the playoffs or win this, a game here or there for you. Trevor Lawrence does have upside. The guy also can still use his legs, so I like that, Dan. I think that's a guy that you might keep on your radar as maybe a backup 2 option that maybe can fill in. We saw how many quarterbacks got hurt last year, so having a high-tier guy it could be a nice pickup late in the draft.
It would be nice if Doug Peterson let him use his legs.
Amen.
All right, So let's move on to that conversation. Kind of morph into a whole thing here. At the back end, we saw San Francisco take Ricky Pearsall. And of course, there's now followed up with more questions, more rumors today about is Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk on the move. So far, of what we've seen, and most of the reporters that I've read said no, that the Bills and the Patriots, who are the most linked to Deebo Samuel, are unlikely to make that deal. So let's assume Ayuk and Deebo Samuel are not going anywhere for at least one more season. Where's Ricky Pearsall fit to this all? Does he hinder them in any kind of capacity? Is he on your radar from the Dynasty perspective after this season on the same token of a Brian Thomas or Xavier Worthy? We talked about receivers who might not be worth it until year 2 as far as paying back their ADP. What do we make of that?
Yeah, I'll jump in on that one. I think that's a tough one. Yeah, I think, all of them, Operation Domination, all Ricky Pearsall fans, but all of us were shocked to see him go in the first round. The fit has some tantalizing ideas. Could he be a Deebo Samuel replacement? The guy had 2 touchdowns rushing last year, was used in multiple ways through his college career. But not necessarily the biggest build, not a guy who makes runs through tackles cut the same way. I don't think he's going to take Brandon Ayuk or hurt him in any kind of way. So I don't think it hurts the receivers, but I also question how high of an upside Pearsall will have going forward. Will he always kind of be destined to be that second, maybe third option at best on the receiving? Because he's still going to have McCaffrey. You're still going to have one of those 2 receivers, if not both. And he definitely could be both of them this year, and he's still George Kittle. So we've seen kind of the 49ers be able to feed multiple mouths. They'd be really efficient at that. We haven't really seen them feed a slot receiver and have them be productive.
Yeah, again, San Francisco, right? This was the second least passing team last year. It's all about the efficiency. So we know the volume's not necessarily going to be there. He has to get this done through efficiency in order to be fantasy relevant. I mean, Brandon Ayuk himself was wide receiver 14 last year, having a career breakout year because, the targets simply weren't there, even though he's probably the most efficient receiver, you could argue, in all of the NFL last season. Deebo Samuel finished just ahead of him because of all the ways he gets the football in his own right. I like Ricky Pearsall, but yes, this is not him going to a good offense in this situation does not boost him into a place where I'm going to have to go after Ricky Pearsall necessarily in the first round of my rookie mock drafts. In fact, there's receivers that I think we're going to be talking about today that I'm still going to have rank ahead of Ricky Pearsall in spite of the fact that you got the first round draft capital. Adam, let's go to you. We're here. We're in North Carolina. We saw the Panthers last night, the last second. They traded up into the 32nd pick. They picked up Xavier Legette out of South Carolina to make that move. One spot. That's all they did. They made up one spot. So that's how much he was their guy. They wanted to make sure they got this particular player. What was your reaction to that?
Yeah, I was perplexed as to why they would trade up to do that. I have a hard time feeling that was the pick that Buffalo was going to make. So to switch spots with them to make them. I don't know if they had intel that someone else was talking to Buffalo to trade up or what went up. They just really wanted to make sure that they were, in the conversation on night 1, what have you. For me, I have Xavier Legette as my wide receiver 12. I'm not a fan. I don't think he was a first-round pick. I'm not even quite sure that I think he was a top 50 player. I think he would have been outside of mine. So a tough pick for me. Look, I do think that with the new kick return rules, he's going to be good there. So I'll give them that, I guess. But otherwise, I think he fits into a very similar archetype of receiver that we've seen a bunch of Carolina recently to very little success in Laviska, Chenault, and Jonathan Mingo. I do think he's better than those guys, but it's marginal at best.
Real quick with that, Dan, when you're looking at a Bryce Young and the people who got Bryce Young maybe as their first or second or third pick last year to Dynasty, what are you doing with Bryce Young? Hearing kind of the ideas that Adam's kind of putting out there of these receivers are kind of repetitive, and is this really an upgrade for him?
Well, I think the big thing is, do you believe Dave Canales is truly this generation's quarterback whisperer? Because we did see him bring Geno Smith, who's a journeyman quarterback, into fantasy reality. We saw him bring Baker Mayfield back to maybe some semblance of what we thought he could be as number 1 pick a couple of years ago. So he's done it with quarterbacks who have underwhelming resumes in the past, but he did it with elite tier wide receivers in both locations. DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, and then comes back with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. Godwin barely even got the ball, but that's besides the point. He did elite tier wide receivers. So are you going to tell me that Deontay Johnson, Xavier Legette, old man Adam Thielen are on the same echelon as those guys? I tend not to think so. It's not the worst receiving core in the NFL anymore, but it's still nothing to hang your hat on. And Bryce Young, to me, still has a lot he's got to prove as far as being an NFL quarterback. And so that's the big thing. So for me, no, he doesn't run enough. He's not a quarterback who is a candidate to get 32-plus touchdowns. Going to keep bringing up that number. That's what you need if you're going to be a pocket passing quarterback to be a top 10 play. He's not in that echelon, even with Dave Canales leading the way. So, no, Bryce Young to me is still a QB2. He's still going to be probably a lower-end QB2, ranked around QB 22, 23, somewhere in that territory. This doesn't move the needle for me at all. He's got a lot he's got to prove in his own right here in Carolina.
Are you dumping him in Dynasty, though?
Yeah, I think that there is a little bit more excitement around the league and around the media for Xavier Legette and such. Between adding Deontay Johnson, getting Xavier Legette, kind of to your point with Canales and the success he's had, that this might be the sell high moment for Bryce Young. If you ended up with him, especially if you're not the biggest Bryce Young fan in the world, of course, if you have some conviction about him as a really good quarterback, then maybe you hang on. But for me, if I had him, I think this is the time that I'm willing to move off of him. We've seen a lot of former first-round quarterbacks. You can have your first rookie year be bad, and you can hold a little bit of value. But if you suck in your second year, the price tanks. If you held on to Zach Wilson, for instance, after his second year, the price tanked. But that first summer, you could still get a decent little bit for him. And I think this is a similar situation, at least in my eyes.
Yeah, that's an excellent point by you, because right now there's hope, right? Again, I point out Dave Canales, he has the track record. You bring in new receivers. I think there's hope as of right now. So, yeah, if you can move off of Bryce Young, I would probably be trying to do that as much as we can. Here's what we're going to do. We take a quick break. We're going to get into what we're expecting a little bit coming up in the second round. Talk to Brian about some of the players that we expect to go today that are on our injury list. We still have bets for you before we kick off at 7 o'clock for the NFL Draft. Again, big shout out to H2 Public House live in Cornelius, North Carolina. We'll be back right after this.
In a world dominated by giants where media conglomerates cast colossal shadows over the airwaves, there exists a beacon of passion, determination, and unyielding spirit. That's Sports Podcast Network. We are not just another podcast network. We are the underdog striving to make our mark in a landscape dominated by big media entities. When you ask us who we are, we proudly declare, we are that Sports Podcast Network, and we are here. We are not defined by size or recognition. We are defined by the relentless pursuit of our dreams, the love for sports, and the burning desire to bring you authentic, unfiltered sports commentary. In a world where the loud roar of major networks may drown out the voices of the little guys, we stand tall, fueled by the passion that resides within each member of our team. We understand the struggles, the challenges, and the countless late nights spent perfecting our craft. We are the embodiment of the underdog spirit, the belief that hard work, dedication, and authenticity can overcome the odds stacked against us. When you choose to listen to us, you're not just supporting a podcast. You're joining a community of individuals who refuse to be confined by the limitations set by others. You become a part of a movement that celebrates the passion for sports and the belief that every voice, no matter how small, deserves to be heard. At that Sports Podcast Network, we are not afraid to be bold, to challenge the status quo, and to prove that size does not dictate impact. We may not have the resources of the giants, but what we lack in size, we make up for in heart, authenticity, and an unwavering commitment to delivering content that resonates with the true sports enthusiasts. So the next time you're searching for a sports podcast that goes beyond the mainstream, tune into that Sports Podcast Network. Embrace the underdog spirit, join the movement, and let our passion for sports inspire you to reach for your own dreams, no matter how big or small. We are not just a podcast network. We are that Sports Podcast Network, and we invite you to be a part of our journey.
All right, we're back here live in Cornelius, North Carolina. The H2 Public House hosting us for the second night of this draft palooza. Day 2 here we got going on. So thank you to our hosts. A bunch of local businesses pitched into. We got a bunch of giveaways we're going to be giving out throughout today's show. Can't wait for that. It's a great time and a great welcome that we've had here in North Carolina. So we are talking about day 2. We are on That Sports Podcast Network live on our YouTube channel. Make sure you go ahead and check it out. Subscribe. Check out Operation Domination on social media at OP Domination FF. You can also see me at Dan Mater FF2. We'll have some new announcements coming up for you guys in the next few weeks. But let's get back into it. So we want to cash you guys tickets along with talking about some NFL and fantasy football. And
weren't too bad yesterday, Dan.
No, well, we won more than we lost, so that's always the key there. We have a couple of picks in for today. And when I say that, we're talking about, Trey Benson, first running back off the board. We talked about that yesterday. You can still place those bets in now. Trey Benson sitting at plus 150 to be the first running back off the board, minus 190 for Jonathan Brooks. So what do you guys think there? Who do you think we're going to see? Because we're actually going to see some running backs finally come off after a long first round.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. Do you take the guy calling off the injury? We've heard a lot of talk about Dallas, how much they love what they are in Brooks, which is kind of weird because usually teams will talk about a guy they really target. So I kind of feel that that's almost a smoke screen, Dan, and I think this is where your Benson, maybe even a Lloyd might jump on the board here. Even a Wright could be somebody, picking your preference looking for explosive running back. So I think there's some different options that we look outside of the consensus guy and look at some of the guys who may hit the ground running.
I like that because I do want to throw a few shekels on Marshawn Lloyd, who's plus 1,000 right now. So you do like those odds. Blake Coleman at plus 850, and even maybe like a quarter of a unit on a Jalen Wright. Maybe somebody falls in love with him and his speed and what he brings to the table as far as outside zone teams go. We've seen a lot of that in the NFL, especially with the Dolphins and 49ers teams kind of taking over the league from an offensive coordinator standpoint. So he's at plus 2,800. Not bad there, but my money is on Trey Benson after I believe he showed that he has a 3-down skill set and the combine routine that he had put out there, the 4.39 40, showing he has explosiveness that maybe not necessarily everybody was sure that he had. We saw Brock Bowers come off yesterday. It's not a strong tight end class. We may not even see one taken until the 3rd round, but right now we got a neck-and-neck tie between Theo Johnson at plus 140 and Jatavian Sanders at plus 140. Which one do you like more there, Adam?
I would slightly lean towards Jatavian Sanders between the two. He's ever so slightly higher on my board, both of them premier 3rd-round grades, and we're talking, neck and neck there. For me, I think Sanders is the more finished product, and as a result, I think teams are going to be maybe a little more willing to get him here on day 2. Theo Johnson is someone who, we've talked about tight end being a position that's heavily reliant on athleticism, so I can very well see a team falling in love with a great combine tester, but for me, he's someone who great straight line speed, but doesn't seem to have quite grown into his body yet as far as lateral movement. I think there's an opportunity where he could develop into a better route runner, but for right now, he looks like a battleship out there when he tries to turn. So I would say he's someone that teams shouldn't expect to return on in the next year or two outside of some red zone looks and some blocking. Whereas Sanders is someone who's a little bit closer to plug and play. But, as you mentioned, this tight end class is not particularly strong.
Yeah, real quick, one of the guys who is getting some hype is Ben Stannett. Do you have any opinion of the throw a couple seconds on that possibility?
Yeah, it's not out of the question. Again, we're talking about with Ben Sano. He is somebody that is going to be more of an H-back type, movable type piece. And there's not teams out there who really utilize that kind of player as much anymore. And my money, and he's plus 250, so it's not a bad bet there. But my money is on Theo Johnson just because I hark back to the idea that there's not many tight ends in this class that have the prototype size to just plug and play as an inline tight end. He is that guy. And after he performed in the combine the way that he did with his athleticism at 6'6", 259 size with a 4.57 40, Theo Johnson at plus 140, I think makes the most sense to me because teams don't have to necessarily get creative on how they want to use it. We just play you. Come on.
And I asked you there, is that still the prototypical size? This is a genuine question. Just with Laporta, with Kincaid, with Bowers, with a lot of these guys, the tight ends going higher are not. They're 6'4" and below, not really getting those taller guys. You're seeing those taller guys kind of fall further and further year after year. I agree. Those are the guys that I typically prefer, but it just has not felt recently like the league has agreed with that observation.
The key to those players you just mentioned, Brock Bowers, Sam Laporta, they're crazy athletic. So if you are going to be undersized, you have to be crazy athletic. I don't think a Jatavian Sanders, a Ben Snow, any of these guys that we're talking about are insanely athletic, which is where I think it negates that, especially when you get into the later rounds, where teams want to find somebody who they can actually project and block as well. But and also to that point, quarterbacks, people still think there's a prototype size of quarterback, even though we haven't seen one at 6'3", 6'4" for forever either.
Would you say that Sanders is a similar athlete to an Isaiah Likely who went a few years ago?
Isaiah Likely had a lot more bend in his hips when it comes to his route running, a lot more quickness side to side. But is he a vertical seam stretcher? Yes, 100%. He is kind of in that mold, which will get some team's attention. I expect that he will get drafted at some point today. Let's have a little fun here because we do have some verses. Adonai Mitchell versus Ladd McConkey. Now, Adonai Mitchell is heavily favored to go ahead of Ladd McConkey, but I think it's kind of interesting that Mitchell at minus 190 is on the board with Ladd McConkey sitting at plus 150. You think there's any chance that it gets flip-flop here?
I think so.
Give me why.
The more and more that I've thought about it, and I don't know if you have anything to think about this, but he does have diabetes, I believe. And that is something where Texas has noted when those low effort times for him have in some instances been, hey, my blood sugar is a little low today. Like, I don't know if that's going to be a problem, especially with what we saw with Traylon Burks a few years ago, where I don't think that's the reason Traylon Burks has struggled in the NFL. But there's certainly, instances where things aren't necessarily the root cause, but do bring up concerns for teams. So I am curious if that brings up a red flag for him, especially with effort and consistency being like the biggest knocks on him. Because when he's on his A game, I think I would, if I only got the A game of Adonai Mitchell, I would have him above Brian Thomas. That's the level of talent on his best day that he has. It's all the weird inconsistencies that kind of put him into this day two conversation for me.
Yeah, look, I think it's a preference pick. It's a preference on the scheme. And because it's a preference on the scheme, that's why I'm going to take the change here at plus 150. But I do want to switch some gears.
Dan, let me chime in there because that being a diabetic is a big deal. Most likely he's a type 1, which means he's insulin dependent. We see that in a lot of athletes, believe it or not. In fact, Capo Caco, who plays for the New York Rangers, is a type 1 diabetic. I've worked with many athletes throughout my career who are type 1 diabetics. It's challenging, and it requires the athlete to be all in on their overall health care, not just conditioning, strength training, and sports performance, but just overall general health, diet, fitness, the whole nine. They have to be in peak health in order to maintain their sugars, keep their diabetes from getting out of control. Oftentimes, those athletes get special treatment on the sidelines with special foods to keep them going, nutritional packets and things like that to keep their blood sugar at a pristine and ideal level. But it can be taxing mentally, physically on the athlete. And I definitely think that factors into the decision that these teams are looking at of one of the factors, whether they're not going to draft this guy, because not only does the athlete have to be in, but the team has to be all in too. It requires special attention. And at the NFL level, there's no reason why they can't do that, and they don't do that. But it definitely requires extra level of care that you wouldn't normally see for a guy who's otherwise healthy.
Yeah, and Brian, just keeping with you real quick. So I expect there to be running backs coming off the board here, day 2, second round, third round. And there's some guys here on your list. I know we talked about some of these yesterday, but just in case everybody's joining the stream here on That Sports Podcast Network, on our YouTube channel, and on social media right now for the first time, why don't you talk to us a little bit about Jonathan Brooks, who is expected to be the first running back, but is also coming off of an ACL injury.
Yeah, so we talked about this a little bit yesterday. And where I think this is very similar to is the situation with Breece Hall when he came into the league. Now, Breece Hall got injured during the season, not in college, but Brooks is at about the same timetable almost. He had surgery in November. He's not going to quite be cleared probably heading into training camp, although the timeline kind of does work in his favor. I think they're just going to bring him along really slowly, a la Brees Hall in year 2. So I think that's probably going to actually work to his advantage. It'll give him time to ramp up his performance and get used to, that surgically reconstructed knee. And again, as I always say, heading into year 2 is the ideal kind of time frame. The closer you get to that second year outside your reconstructive surgery, the better you perform, the closer to 100% you are, the better you feel. And that's, subjective, but it's true based on all the literature. So I think that any team that picks him is looking toward the future. They're looking to have him probably ride the bench, learn the NFL, the ways of the NFL, the playbook, and then kind of gradually ease him into activity and gradually ease him into the lineup.
Yeah, Brian, I have a 2-point question for you on this. We talk about Brooks and coming back from the ACL injury. Is there a timeline where you can expect to actually see the peak version of him? I kind of asked that because another running back I like a lot is Blake Corum, who we all kind of didn't look the same on tape, didn't have the same kind of burst, wasn't the same amount of tackles. But a guy, a lot of times I see their second year, they seem to get that second a little bit burst back with his feedback. So is there kind of a timeline where you can kind of expect the guy to be back in peak performance, so to speak?
Yeah, so usually subjectively and objectively, it's usually closer to that 2-year mark, anywhere between 18 months and 24 months. So most guys physiologically by 9 months, it's safe for them to go back to more sports-specific training and activity. But the body is still healing even at that phase. And usually you're looking at about 18 months to 24 months before subjectively athletes will report. And objectively, their statistics, their sprint times, agility times, on objective measures will show that that's usually when they're at peak compared to their pre-injury levels.
What about Blake Corum here?
So the big difference with Blake Corum is that he had a meniscus injury that required some type of surgical treatment, whether repaired or just debrided, I don't know. But that is a common injury you see with ACL injuries more often than not. And so that can certainly delay the rehab. It can prolong things. It can also cause more trauma to the knee, which can cause more long-term issues. The benefit for a guy like Brees Hall, and from what I've read along with Jonathan Brooks, is that they had isolated clean ACL injuries with no major meniscal damage and no major internal damage to the knee joint. So that is ideal if you're going to have an ACL injury, is you don't want that meniscus to also be tore up or injured significantly, because that really casts a shadow long-term.
So just talk about Blake Corum, guys, real quick, because we got some odds on who's going to take him. The Chargers are at plus 125, Dallas plus 500, Giants at plus 800. I got to tell you, especially after the Chargers signed J.K. Dobbins, kind of itching a little bit towards the Giants at plus 800, frankly, with a little shekels on that. I could see him being a Brian Daboll type guy, but who would you select out of that group? Because after that, it gets kind of crazy. We got Minnesota plus 1,000, the Panthers plus 1,200, Bengals plus 1,200. So let's stick to the Cowboys, Giants, Chargers. Who do you think is the most likely between those 3 teams to take that draft pick?
Yeah, I think it's a tough one, Dan. I mean, I like the odds for the Giants. I'm going to throw a couple of shekels on that. I think the odds on favor is probably the Chargers. That's been the rumors. That's been the connection. Even to coming into today, we still hear a lot about Jim Harbaugh being very keen on his hands on Blake Corum. So I think that's somebody considered the Chargers probably is the odds on favor. But I like the idea that maybe somebody else jumps in, because as I talk about the Brooks thing, it's kind of weird for guys that would be obvious who they want to get their hands on, particularly in the middle of second, third, and fourth round.
And I want to say I'm a Giant fan, and I actually hope they steer away from the running backs this next 2 rounds. Honestly, I've got a ton of them on my list here. They all have had major injuries, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 significant injuries, and not just one. A lot of them, sometimes more than one. So I think they can do fine with what they've got. I think they could probably even work the free agent market, or maybe even look into the practice squad before they take a gamble on any of these guys using the top draft pick.
No, and they have a lot of needs. So that's fair as well. Coming from a Giants fan, what about let's get Marshawn Lloyd in here real quick.
Yeah, so another running back, as we just mentioned, the ACL injury his freshman year while at South Carolina, then transferred to USC and had a bounce-back season. But they've questioned his durability because he missed some time at the end of both 22 and 23 from not any major injuries, though, when I could find in my research. So, perhaps they're just being cautious because of the prior ACL injury. But he's far enough removed from that now where it shouldn't really factor in, and you should know what you're going to get with him.
Yeah, it's far enough removed now. I mean, that's one of the guys I've liked a lot. I comped him to DeAndre Swift. I think he's just as explosive and might have the same kind of deficiencies as far as his physicality between on the goal line, early downs, stuff of that nature. But this running back class, we're looking for an explosive guy. I think he might be the most explosive guy.
Well, I think he's one of our explosive guys, Dan, and that good fit. And running backs in general, one of the teams you didn't mention, think about the Raiders and what they might do to running back this year, this offseason.
Yeah, that's a good one as well. All right, so here's what I want to do. Take one more quick break. When we come back on the other side, the Buffalo Bills will be on the clock on the official start of day 2, live from Cornelius, North Carolina. The H2 Public House. We'll be back right after this.
What could make this even better? How about free money, up to $100 using our exclusive promo code? Go online now and use the promo code InjuredList to double your deposit up to $100. You tell them Gingerbread sent you. Good girl.
Operation Domination is underway. The ultimate game plan to dominate your NFL experience. With your hosts, Dan Mader,
Last but not least, on Sunday
Chase
night.
Thornton,
Yeah, I mean, I got him at
Chris Dowhouse,
Get him, Chase. Get him, Chase.
and Adam LaRue.
No, not necessarily, but it's again the same.
Don't hope to win. Be great and dominate.
Welcome to the Injured List podcast, where sports meet science. Are you a sports fanatic or a fantasy sports enthusiast? If so, you're in the right place. At the Injured List podcast, we dive deep into the world of sports injuries, from the latest news to in-depth breakdowns. We keep you informed about your favorite athlete's health and its impact on the game. But it's not just about injuries. We go beyond the sidelines with exclusive interviews. Hear directly from the pros, gain insights into their recovery journeys, and learn about the cutting-edge techniques from experts in sports medicine. Calling all fantasy sports enthusiasts. We know how crucial injury updates are for your fantasy team. Get the edge with our expert advice and stay ahead in your leagues. Don't miss out on the action. Subscribe now to the Injured List podcast. Stay informed, stay ahead, follow us on social media, and join the conversation. Your journey into the intersection of sports and science starts here.
And we're back live here at H2 Public House, live at Cornelius, North Carolina. We're here for the day 2 drafts. Oh, man, big things to talk about. I'm your host, Dan Mader, joined here with Chris Dowhower, Adam LaRue. Well, Brian Scott with us in just a moment. All right, fellas, guess what? The Buffalo Bills are now on the clock. They traded back not once, but twice last night to get this pick. They've been accruing more picks in the meantime. So what do we think the Buffalo Bills, what's their main goal here? Why trade back twice? Are they still that confident that whoever they have on their board is going to be there for them? And I'm hearing that they might trade back again. So what do you think about the Buffalo Bills moves right now?
Yeah, Dan, we talk about some off-air. I look at the Buffalo Bills, and it's obvious to me they have somebody or have a bunch of guys on their board that they're very confident is going to fall to them. They keep moving back. They move back to some of the teams they're contending with, such as the Chiefs. Will they regret letting the Chiefs get Xavier Worthy? But they have somebody on their board. They feel very confident that they keep moving back, and that player's still going to be there. I threw this out as a possibility. I look at Coleman as an option. We know a lot of times, what didn't run a great 40. Some people seem to are down on him. But he's a guy that you can kind of just push down. But if you like him, then he's going to be sitting there and you keep adding draft capital.
Who do you think they should take, Adam?
I mean, for me, it's pick your preference between Adonai Mitchell and Ladd McConkey. I think there's some other guys that I like and have grades similarly. But those are the two that I think are, especially for them, are the most interesting. But kind of to the point, like, I think there are teams interested in moving up for, say, a Cooper DeJean or one of these other guys that is, super highly rated. And if you have Adonai Mitchell, you have Ladd McConkey graded similarly. Say you have a Keon Coleman graded kind of in that tier. Troy Franklin, someone that very well could be graded in that tier. Jermaine Burton, I think on tape, I have in that tier, outside of his off the field issues. So if you're looking for a receiver in that tier and you see some of these other guys falling, it's reasonable to keep just moving down if you're targeting one of these guys and just kind of wait until, you're picking at the end of the tier rather than up front.
Yeah, I see that's the reason. So now we get the New England Patriots. They have the second pick in the second round. They, of course, got their quarterback of the future, Drake May. I guess the question now is, New England, do they stay on the offensive side of the ball, knowing that they need weapons, right? That's the big thing. We saw the Bears do this. They draft Caleb Williams. They added Roman Dunsey. They already had guys like DJ Moore, Keenan Allen in place. Jaden Daniels enters a scenario where he has Terry McLaurin, Jahan Dotson. He has some weapons in place. They got a new offensive coordinator. Do the Patriots carry on that trend of loading their rookie with receivers, unlike what they did with Mac Jones? They learned from that mistake, or do you think the Patriots go to the other side of the ball because Gerard Mayo is now the head coach?
I mean, unless they draft receiver the rest of the way out, they're not loading him with receiver.
Well, I don't know if they're loading a receiver, Adam, but I also think that when you look at what the Patriots are doing, there was a lot of interest in Deebo Samuel. We know the offseason and free agency, they were very interested in Calvin Ridley adding another receiver. So they've been trying to get their hands on the receiver. And I think as this board kind of falls, I can't help but think Lad McConkey is going to wind up being a New England Patriot.
It just feels right. The white guy on the New England Patriots, that feels about right. Always aim for the white guy.
He certainly fits me, by the way.
He certainly fits that mold, right? I mean, compared to all the other guys they've had come before him.
Slot receiver, rookie white guy. Yeah, absolutely 100%. But they need weapons. And I love Lad McConkey a lot. I think he's not just your Julian Edelman type. He's not just your Wes Welker type. He is a guy who can actually stretch the field. We saw that with the 4.394 that he was able to put up back in March. And he could be more of a Puka Nacua type, who's great after the catch, who's a great route runner. So, no, it would be a great fit. My thing would be, does New England learn that they need to actually help the rookie quarterback in getting weapons as soon as possible? That's what I'm going to be mostly interested to see when their pick is up at pick number 2. But look at this. So the books have pretty much closed now because round 2, round 3 is wide open. It's crazy. It's insane. So nobody can make money, not even the books, and that's why we can't bet on it. But what we can bet on is offensive rookie of the year. And most likely that would be a first round. Doesn't have to be. We saw Puka Nacua light it up. But most likely it would be a first round pick. Caleb Williams at plus 200, Marvin Harrison Jr. at plus 600, Jaden Daniels at plus 650. Yeah, do we think is it? What do you got over there?
I like Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, you like that?
I do.
More than Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I do.
Okay.
Kyler Murray, 2 years out from his ACL. He looked pretty good last season. Bouncing back. I think he's going to have a bounce back year this year.
That's fair. Marvin Harrison could have a hell of a year. And Caleb, being a rookie quarterback, he does have a lot of weapons, but we have to wait and kind of see a little bit. With that could be a longer learning curve than wide receivers have. Absolutely. And Harrison's going to have a hell of a target share. And I like the value, of course, more for Marvin Harrison at plus 650. I throw a few shekels on both, though. If you're going to give me more than even money for Caleb Williams, who should be by far the lead candidate, it's still worth a bet, I think, at plus 200 too. But are we shunning J.M. Daniels in all of that?
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to shun him. I think he's definitely a guy that we all agree that he's going to have some decent numbers. I didn't think concern with Washington offensive line. We talked about a lot of J. Daniels running around and him kind of being reckless with his running and how many hits he takes. That's just not going to be the problem for him. Standing outside the pocket is also going to be a problem for him, possibly in the pocket, unless he does some specific upgrading as next to the pick that Washington has in the second round, third round. But I do have some concerns. I think J. Daniels has got it. If you go through some checkos on, I don't think it's a bad option to throw out. But I would look at maybe some of these other players. The receivers, I think, is kind of deep, and I think that's where you might see some, like you talk about Puka Nacua kind of coming out of nowhere. That's where I would kind of look for is there's value of a receiver that we're not thinking of right now.
All right, so Adam, we're in the second round. Who's the top player on your board right now?
It's Cooper DeJean by a wide margin. Then I think we're talking about some of those receivers I mentioned earlier. There's some other talent at cornerback available. But for me, Cooper DeJean is the certified high-end, first-round pick. I have him in my top 15. So definitely, the player that I would like to see move off the board sooner rather than later. Unless he falls, to say 46, give or take, then I think I'm okay with him falling a little bit more.
Dan, I don't usually chime in for these, but I couldn't agree more. This dude is a stud athlete. His injury was not that bad. It was fixed. He should have no ill effects from this long term. Him and Kool-Aid McKinstry kind of in the same boat. They both had these kind of fractures, but they're really not terrible fractures when you consider the body part and the nature of the fracture. So both made full recoveries. Both should be ready to go come training camp. Both are super athletic, and I don't see these injuries factoring into any of their long-term health and performance. I can't understand why nobody picked them up just yet, but I expect them not to stay around too much longer.
Yeah, well, certainly threw us for a loop when at one point we thought the 49ers had, but there was some faulty reporting, and the rest is history, of course. So the Buffalo Bills are still on the clock here. Second round, day 2. We get 2 rounds here today, 2 and 3. The clock is going to move fast, 5-minute clock. And now we're just going to sit back and kind of ride the wave here a bit. So, again, if the Bills stick, it's likely going to be a wide receiver. We'll see what they do. We know Josh Allen's got to be desperate for one. He needs that weapon. No Stephon Diggs. Right now, the top weapon will be Dalton Kincaid. They signed Curtis Samuel in the offseason for $10 million a year. They have guys like Khalil Shakir. Gabe Davis walked. James Cook, is James Cook now going to be the leading weapon here in this offense? I don't think so. They do not when you have Josh Allen under center. Let me ask you this before they make this pick. Has this at all deterred either one of you guys, Chris and Adam, from Josh Allen being a top 3 fantasy quarterback this year, not having that upper echelon wide receiver weapon?
No, not for me. I think if anything, he's gonna be put in a position to rely on his legs a little bit more. He's gonna be the guy in the red zone that's running it in. If they don't trust someone to throw to, so he actually may benefit from it. A little bit there, just in the sense of his body might not benefit from it, but fantasy points of rushing might be up a little bit. And look, there's still going to be a team. This identity is built around Josh Allen, the quarterback, regardless of who the receivers are. I'm not too concerned about it. Me personally, I still think he's going to be up there amongst the high end guys.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you, Adam. I'm not going to push him down too far down my board, Dan, but I do think it does maybe take him out my top 3 where I don't trust necessarily the consistency. I agree with Adam. I think it's actually has his rushing numbers. When I see some of the big games, without having a pass touchdown option, it's going to kind of fall back on. That sometimes makes you kind of streaky, and that's where I don't necessarily love you, the top 3 quarterbacks. So it might push him down slightly down my board as a result of it.
Well, I think it's interesting to bring up. Ultimately, I think it'll be fine because of his rushing, but the last time Josh Allen didn't have Stephon Diggs on his roster, he was outside the top 10 as a fantasy football quarterback. So I think it does stand to reason to some degree. Now, he was also a younger quarterback. He wasn't as good of a thrower. He wasn't as good as college. There's a lot of things that go into that. And like I said, ultimately, he will be fine because he's going to probably get you 8 rushing touchdowns, probably 600-plus rushing yards, maybe even more than that. We know his ability there. But I think it does stand to reason. If he's not able to get a go-to weapon outside of Dalton Kincaid, then he might have to take a little bit of a hit. And even if Dalton Kincaid, if you want to say Kansas City Chiefs, because that's what we hear all the time. Patrick Mahomes, he could do it with Travis Kelce.
But Patrick Mahomes took a hit.
He did, exactly. Patrick Mahomes did take a hit last year. He wasn't a top quarterback. He didn't give you back the ADP. And quarterbacks in general, I think, need to come down. We have a lot of depth at quarterback now. We saw guys like C.J. Stroud and Brock Purdy finish inside the top 5, Tua Tagovailoa top 12. We have to think guys like Patrick Mahomes are going to bounce back to some degree. We have extra quarterbacks. Caleb Williams is going to be on my list because of his setup and what he has. Take a shot there. So quarterback value in general, I think we're going to see come back to a couple years ago when the consensus was don't take a quarterback early. Take them later on. Okay.
No, I 100% agree. I think that you're making a great point. I think that, last year we kind of overreacted to what happened previously with the quarterbacks and how well they did. Now I think we're going to see a correction with that. And to your point, get back to the norm. Now, I'm looking at the point of valuing the quarterback more so than using the consensus is. So I don't want to see too high on that, but I do agree with you. We're going to see more reasonable value spread.
So it is the wide receiver, and it is Keon Coleman going to the Buffalo Bills. Yeah, so Chris, take this away because you were calling this all day long today. You thought the Bills would be making this pick.
Yes, I alluded to earlier. I looked at a guy who, after he ran his 40, a lot of people questioned his speed. They automatically knocked him. But it's the guy who's a great athlete who likes to hit the ball. And that's what I like about Keon Coleman the best. Is how all the guy receivers we're seeing probably has the strongest hands, Dan. This guy absolutely snatches the ball, catches it not with his body, with his hands. When you have Josh Allen, who, Well, you think Josh Allen or not, I think we all kind of admit doesn't throw with the greatest anticipation. He throws the spots hard. Why not have a big guy who can box you out? And Michael Thomas is really good with that kind of role. Why can't Keon Coleman fill that role for Buffalo Bills?
Adam, what's your reaction to Keon Coleman? I mean, now he comes in. Where does he rank amongst the wide receivers that have already been taken off the board in your mind?
I think I'd still have him above Leggett and still have him above Ricky Pearsall. But that's about it for me personally. I'm not, nearly as high on Keon Coleman. And I don't think that, he's someone that I think in the right situation would be really good. I think Josh Allen, that part of it is the right situation. But I'm torn on the Joe Brady part of it all in the sense that he has used some big slot guys in the past. But I don't know that he's going to be super creative, or at least be able to maintain both Kincaid and Keon Coleman as some big slot guys. And I think if you put him on the outside, there's anyone that can gun it into tight areas, it's Josh Allen. But you don't see much separation with Keon Coleman, and we haven't seen anyone be consistently successful with his separation profile ever, at least in the last 20, 30 years. On the outside, we've seen some guys on the inside with his separation profile be successful, but I struggle with him. I post Joe Brady, I think it could work out because of Josh Allen, because of the special quarterback. But Joe Brady, I struggle with.
Let me throw a name at you real quick. And this is why I also call it King Coleman or Cam Newton. A lot of people compare Cam Newton and Josh Allen's physical skill set together. Could this be in the sense what they're looking for as a replacement, or looking for like Cal Bettman, who did a lot of separation coming out of college, also to Florida State as well. But the guy who can get up and jump up and tack the ball, is this something maybe they're looking to kind of replicate?
I do think they're similar, but I also don't think Kelvin Benjamin was consistently successful in the NFL.
He did. Yeah, he only had the 2 good years. Here's where Coleman is different. He's a way better route runner than Kelvin Benjamin ever was. That's first and foremost. The 4.6 140. Some people had him run a 4.53 his pro day. I mean, that's still comparable to what you're going to have here.
Great in a drill zone game as well, though.
Yeah. But with Keon Coleman, he's a guy who's proven time and time again, one, you throw it anywhere in his area, he's going to catch the ball. That's the number one thing. With Josh Allen, who's going to throw those one-on-ones, throw those high-point attempts, he's going to fit well with that. So I like this move here. Is he the number one receiver on my board? No. It would have been a Donnie Mitchell or a Ladd McConkey. So I am going to knock them a little bit in the sense of I don't think you're taking the best receiver with the most upside available to you at this pick. But do I think this is a bad fit? No. Do I think Keon Coleman is better than what he necessarily tested at as an athlete in the combine? Yeah, because this is a guy that when you see him with the ball in his hands, he doesn't get hawked from behind. He does run people over. He is a yards after catch guy. And usually, speaking out of your point, guys with that kind of player profile typically aren't yards after the catch guy. Keon Coleman's proven that to be, and proven to be a red zone threat. So ultimately, I think this is still a good weapon that helps out Josh Allen. And for me, I will have a question as far as who I have ranked ahead, Keon Coleman or Xavier Worthy. I do think I put him ahead of Brian Thomas because we don't know when Brian Thomas is going to get his target share. It may be a couple of years from now. Coleman walks to a situation right away where he's the number one day one. And that's why I'm going to have the conversation with him and Xavier Worthy. I like Worthy a lot moving forward because Marquise Brown 1 year. So after this first year, who do you have valued more? I think I still lean towards Xavier Worthy slightly. But if I go outside the top 3, I think I'm looking at Keon Coleman as of now as my wide receiver 5 in rookie drafts. What do you guys think?
Well, here's some good news, Dan and guys. Most of the receivers in this class are freaking healthy. As opposed to some years past in which I've had guys like Jackson Smith-Jigba, Jameson Williams, Jalen Waddle, Brandon Ayuk. They were all on my list with injuries coming in out of college. And so this year, very few wide receivers are hurt or coming in with the injury history, which is good news.
But that is good news. The Chargers just made a trade with the New England Patriots, so the Chargers are now on the clock here. And most likely, the trade was the Patriots gave up the 34th pick and the 137th. The Chargers gave up the 37th pick and the 110th. So the Patriots are going to move up in the 4th round, but basically a pretty even trade all in all for the Chargers to go get whoever their guy's going to be. Chris, you said receiver. Tell me why.
Yeah, I think similar we saw yesterday with Carolina and Buffalo. We moved a couple spots up in a later round because maybe I had this guy higher on my board. You're not just as high on him, but you have a guy that would make sure you're getting your hands on. Let's flip spots.
They raced up and they go and draft Ladd McConkey, goes to the Los Angeles Chargers. So this is going to be the number one receiver for Justin Herbert, if not this year, at least by next year. I'm going to say probably by this year because I don't think Josh Palmer is going to hold him off. They did lose Keon Allen. Mike Williams went to the New York Jets. And the way it look, usually speaking, I would be super excited about this. I normally would be very excited about this. You get a Justin Herbert quarterback, an obvious number one landing spot where you could be getting a 22-25% target share, which is the goal I'm looking for these rookie wide receivers coming out. How well can they perform in their first year? But I also know you have Greg Roman and Jim Harbaugh calling up the offense. So is Ladd McConkey, can he be Zay Flowers plus? Can he be Marquise Brown plus? I think that's the question you have to ask yourselves within that Greg Roman offense. If he can be what they are plus, then you're looking at a solid wide receiver too, I think, at minimum in your dynasty league. So let me get your guys' reaction here to Ladd McConkey.
I absolutely love it, Dan. And I'll throw one more name at you. Michael Crabtree of the 49ers. Michael Crabtree was the featured receiver of that team. I see a lot of similarities in the ability to run routes. The guys can separate, guys can play inside, outside. I think Justin Herbert's going to love throwing Ladd McConkey. Now, I understand the volume probably have concerns about, but I think he's going to be the alpha in this passing attack. So usually the target share is high enough. It doesn't really matter if the rest of the guys are getting targets as long as you're getting yours. I love Ladd McConkey here.
Adam, what's your reaction here?
Yeah, I think for me, you mentioned, Keon Coleman kind of jumping some of those guys that got picked at the end of the first round. For me, it's going to be Ladd McConkey. I think he, is the guy that I'm going to prefer over a Keon Coleman, maybe over a Brian Thomas even, definitely over Leggett, definitely over, Ricky Pearsall. I like Ladd McConkey a lot. And look, I'm hesitant, and the volume's definitely going to be less passing than the Chargers have been in the past, but I would also be surprised if this isn't the most passing of a Greg Roman offense, of a Harbaugh offense to date, because I don't think, I love Lamar Jackson, noted long-term Lamar Jackson person. I don't think that we've seen Greg Roman or Jim Harbaugh with a pass quite to Justin Herbert's pedigree.
No, and that's fair. We haven't. So do they adjust it at least enough to where we see a little bit of an increase in what we're used to seeing out of that coaching staff? I still think ultimately it's going to have to be efficient, which is why this is still okay, because Ladd McConkey is an efficient wide receiver.
Let me clarify. I think we're talking a balanced team, not a pass first team, just so we're clear.
Well,
we might move from run first to balance. We're not going all the way.
instead of 90% of the run, maybe they get it to like 75%. Maybe they could have done a little bit. No, but that's a good point. I think now just kind of quick reacting to this, Ladd McConkey is somebody who would probably be neck and neck with Keon Coleman for me and with Xavier Worthy. He's going to be right there in that tier with those three as of this moment. Both those guys may be getting a little bit of a push just because we're going to see some stuff here in wide receiver one territory.
And just to point out real quick, we saw Justin Herbert and Keenan Allen have quite a comfort zone with one another. Ladd McConkey brings a lot of things similar that Keenan Allen brought to the table.
Yeah, no, that's fair too. We got a question coming in here from Fantasy Football Mad Science Lab. Where are you guys' location? We are at Cornelius, North Carolina, H2 Public House, baby. Hosted us for the second night in a row, having a great time as we talk about the NFL drafts. All of your bets.
They've been awesome. They've been a great host, too. Take care of us.
O'Brien, to that point, actually, we had a lot of in-town sponsors. Do you want to give us a shout-out to some of those guys?
Yeah, so they've given us some cool promotional giveaways. Concetto's Fine Italian Ice, which is right across the way over here, gave us a couple of gift cards and some merchandise.
Sorry,
Trade alert.
We got a trade, and it is the Atlanta Falcons are now on the clock. They just traded up with the Arizona Cardinals. So the Falcons took Michael Penix.
Spencer Rattler.
Just double down. I actually wanted to get to that question earlier about whether we think the next quarterback is going to be taken off the board. We'll save that for a little bit here. Brian, finish up. I want Mike finish up shouting out to those sponsors.
Yeah,
and
so
we'll
we mentioned Concetto's Fine Italian Ice. They gave us promotional gift cards to give away and some merchandise. We got local merch, gave us some merchandise to give away along with some coupons. The Injured List podcast, my podcast, along with Concetto's Fine Italian Ice, partnered up. We got some Stanley thermoses that were given away with some decals on them. And then Purify IV Charlotte, which is right around the way over here, who's actually hosting a draft party for a UNC linebacker who shall remain nameless like now, who maybe we can get for an interview later. We'll have to see if we can work that a little better. But Purify IV gave us an IV treatment for $150, and then we got Massage Heights right across the way as well over here. All local businesses to Cornelius. They gave us a massage treatment, 60 minutes at $180 value, and they also gave us a facial treatment at $160 value. So a ton of cool stuff. If you're in the area, stop by, sign up with the QR code we have at the table in front here, or just sign up to Injured List Podcast or That Sports Podcast Network, and you can enter yourself for one of these free prizes.
So it is the defensive tackle, Ruke Ohorahora. He is the pick here. That's why the Atlanta Falcons moved up. So clearly a Dan Quinn pick. And just to give you guys the trade, the Falcons traded their 43rd pick and 79th pick to Arizona for the 35th and 186. Raheem Morris, sorry, yeah. Tomato, whatever. Defensive guys. What are you going to do? But yeah, so Raheem Morris pick. So when we look at Ruke Ohorahora, how does he fit into this defensive scheme now?
Yeah, I didn't like him very much. He was not my cup of tea. I know we're potentially a little bit lower on Johnny Newton than consensus, but I definitely have a Johnny Newton, for example, above Ruka Rororo. Definitely Tamondre Sweat above Ruka Rororo. Definitely a Braden Fisk above Ruka Rororo. So for me, a bit of a reach. I think he's kind of one of those tweener guys. Not quite the strength in the middle that I want to see at defensive tackle, but not quite the quickness off the edge that I want to see as an edge. I don't know. He's definitely not my cup of tea.
Yeah, I'm with you, Adam. The only thing I can kind of maybe give Atlanta is he's a similar build to Cleese Campbell. Maybe you're just trying to replace the guy or have a guy you can rotate Cleese Campbell. To me, Dan, this guy's a game changer. Now, one of the things I do have to give him some respect for is he's pretty good at setting the edge. We talked about how few guys there are in this draft and in general in the pros that set the edge and that defensive attack, defensive end guy. So I think that's something he can bring to the table.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. I think the reason he goes over those guys, and Adam, I'm with you. I don't have him as high on my list as he would have gone here. But I think the reason he goes here is because he's looked at somebody who will play edge along with defensive tackle. And this is not a strong edge class. We saw all the premier guys go yesterday's draft. No one really fell out of it. So if you're looking for an edge player who can also play a 3 technique, I can see why they would want to go in that direction for that purpose. But I'm with you. This is a little bit of a reach for me. The guy that I don't know if we really have to trade up for, and that's always the big key. We don't know, right? You have no clue at any point in time who's going to take who. This is the NFL draft. So I get it. But from another standpoint is you don't want to be shedding out extra value. You don't want to shed out. And when we see drafts like this, where you take players who many people did not have in the early second rounds, take those picks. So you ask the question of, was that worth it? And I think it's not even just about you like the player, do you like the fit, but now that you give up too much for it. But, you never necessarily know. But in this case, I think they did give up a little bit too much for it. But we'll see how it works out for the Atlanta Falcons. So they go back with quarterback, and then they turn around and take their defensive edge front. And I think we're all kind of left a little bit wanting. Right now on the clock, the Washington Commanders are going to be on the clock here in just a few moments. What do you want the Commanders to do?
I think offensive line jumps out to me, Adam. How about yourself?
Yeah, I think offensive line, there's some good guys left, especially on the interior. Some project tackles as well, but there's a lot of options still on the offensive line. You can also just anything you can do, I think. It was a general statement to help make the lives of these young quarterbacks easier, I think is the right thing to do. We can kind of worry about the defense later, as we build towards kind of taking advantage of the rookie contract.
Yeah, I'll throw a name out to you to consider. Would you pick Donnie Mitchell possibly here in the pairing with those other 2 receivers?
I mean, would I? Yeah, it absolutely would. But I'm also a fantasy football junkie, so I don't think it's necessarily going to happen here in this standpoint. With a team that, again, they got their quarterback. It is Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn is actually the head coach of this team, or the Washington Commanders. I got to think with a team like that who has a need at every defensive position, he's going to want to start building out who the core of his defense is going to be. So I think it's going to actually wind up being a defensive pick, if not an offensive line guy. It's quite possible. A BB comes to mind. Somebody with some versatility would make a lot of sense here for the Washington Commanders. That's why I have the highest on. But Brian, I want to kick this to you real quick as you take a sip of your beer and choke on it. One of the things going on here is, Rui Orahoro, who goes ahead of who many people have rated as the top tackle in Jerison Newton. So what's going on with his foot issue? His medicals maybe don't look so good. What is your outlook on him?
Again, I think this was one of those Jones fractures that we hear a lot about, where it probably was there for a while and not really bothered.
Hold on, you're going to be able to talk about. Because that's the direction the Commanders just went in. They just took Newton here, so they go their defensive player like I thought they were going to. So go ahead.
There's no reason to shy away from him with that particular injury. It was surgically repaired, I think, in January, which by now it's actually probably fully healed. And he shouldn't have any restrictions really going forward at this point. Usually by the 3-month mark, if everything looks good and you're healed up from that surgery, you're good to go. And clean bill of health should not cause any long-term issues.
Yeah. Okay. So what we have up next, we got the New England Patriots are going to be up here on the clock in just a second. So they move back down. We're still waiting for the Patriots to take that second pick.
Real quick, do you get that Washington pick?
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
They invested a lot of capital in defensive tackle the last 3-4 years now.
Yeah, but a lot of capital that's moved on. I mean, Montez Sweat.
They did sign Payne, that defensive tackle. I'm not saying.
Yeah, I get that, but what I'm saying to you is that Payne fits the mold of what he wants as far as his run stopper goes. You bring in a Newton to kind of be a penetrator. He's probably looking at him as somebody he can also play inside, outside as well. This is Dan Quinn that we're talking about. And this is supposed to be one of the bigger penetrators left here on the board. It doesn't shock me. Well, would I have done it? No, but it doesn't shock me that Dan Quinn would want to go in this direction.
I mean, do you think that he thinks of him kind of similar to a Grady Jarrett type of profile?
Are you asking me that, Adam?
Yeah.
I don't personally.
But do you think that he thinks that?
I think that's kind of an odd thing. Possibly, I have to think that to draft him, I'm guessing. Because they also have Allen, who's quite good and has similar role you're trying to talk about. Is it penetrating defensive tackle? Is the guy they have Parapete? They have a lot of depth to cycle. So I think this guy's going to play a lot at the end. But they really don't have an established rusher to kind of take attention from him. So I'm really curious with it.
Yeah, we'll have to see exactly that. Okay, so New England Patriots back on the clock. The guy we thought maybe they would take, Lavin Conkey, that's gone. So what do we think we do there now?
I think it's still going to be receiver. They must have had somebody else they like, similar to Buffalo did. Maybe they like Mitchell. Maybe they have a different preference of what they're looking for in a receiver. But I think that's where they're still going to go.
Okay. We'll have to see here in just a second. Any other direction you think they would go in, Adam?
Yeah, that's tough.
Cooper DeJean?
Who?
Cooper DeJean?
Yeah, I mean, again, any of these teams, I think that's going to be a good pick at this point because, for me at least, he's the last first-round grade I have on the board. So taking the sliding talent's going to be an instant A for me on the pick grading here.
Do you guys like any offensive line options since this offensive line was also terrible at?
Well, it is wide receiver, but not somebody who we thought it would have been. They go Jalen Polk is what the Patriots decided to do. He is an outside wide receiver from Washington. He had a nice year last year, 100%. But this is somebody who I can come to a guy like a Michael Gallup. Very much a jump ball type wide receiver. Doesn't necessarily take the top off, doesn't explode off. It was at high quality in a championship run for Washington, Michael Penix for sure. But I mean, I don't have him ahead of Donnie Mitchell or a number of these guys are still Troy Franklin. A number of these guys are still on the board here. So what do we make of this now? You're going to pair up long-term. You're hoping Drake May and with Jalen Polk. How do we feel about this one?
I don't think the fit, relative to what they already have in this group is that bad. I definitely think it's a reach. don't have it twisted. There's multiple receivers I have, above him kind of moving forward. But I do think, for me, I think he's much more like poor man's Chris Godwin. I do think there's a little more wiggle. I do think, not just a contested catch type of guy. There's some things he does well. Having said all that, I agree with you. Adonai Mitchell is way higher on my board, and even some other outside guys as well. Yeah, I think he complements kind of what they have in the room to this point.
Could he be their Jacoby Myers replacement, Dan?
He's not the same type of receiver, so no. And plus, they had Jacoby Myers playing slot receiver. That's already going to be Curtis Samuel. He's meant to come in here and try to be their number one X. He's meant to take the place of a Devontae Parker. I like the player. I just don't like the fit here with what they needed and what was still left on the board. He's not explosive enough. He's the quality wide receiver had in a third round break, essentially. When you have a deep wide receiver class, to reach on a receiver doesn't make much sense. But you know what? It's New England Patriots, and what it tells me is that nothing over there's changed. You might as well just have Bill Belichick still run the show, frankly, just taking the guys that they like, regardless of value when it comes to these drafts. So very disappointing, honestly, to see the New England Patriots here taking a Jalen Polk. So now we got the Tennessee Titans are up on the board.
So Polk had a pretty nasty injury back in 2021. He had a clavicle dislocation, which usually means that where the clavicle kind of intersects with the sternum, it actually popped out of place. Usually if it goes toward the back, that's a potentially serious injury with potential serious consequences. He had to have emergency surgery, missed 9 games that year. But obviously, that was a few years ago, played after that. So there's no reason to think that that's a long-term issue, but very serious injury with potential serious consequences. And luckily he avoided it.
Yeah, so the Tennessee Titans are on the clock. They went with J.C. Latham as their first-round pick. They went offensive line. So what do we think we need to do to address? They could continue to go in that direction. You could make the argument they need 5 new offensive linemen, frankly. So it's not like they couldn't go back in that direction. Do we think they address the other side of the football instead?
I think offensive line would be really smart to go back to the well. There's a lot of could be decent options on the board, especially filling the interior part of the offensive line. They did a good job of adding some tackles. They added sports last year. They added late as we talked about this year. I think on the defensive side, you're looking at an edge rush need, but they don't really have a lot of edge rushers probably on the board right now. I throw a name out there. He probably won't go this high, but I think the guy that would benefit from having is Devontae Sweat. They need somebody who can run, shut down that running attack from the other teams and kind of lock down the middle.
Adam, what do you think?
Yeah, I think those are some good points. Again, I at this point in the draft, no one's going to hurt their team by picking a Cooper DeJean, even if he's not necessarily the ideal scheme fit. You can find a way for him to help your team at this point. I think someone like a Cooper Beebe would be a very good pick for them as well, and to help out their interior. Definitely multiple things that, as a Colts fan, can make me a little unhappy.
Yeah, so definitely not definitely not the fantasy overwhelming draft we were having yesterday. We're getting a little bit of mix of offense and defense to start off the second round so far, but interesting picks nonetheless.
Do you think they could possibly add another receiver? They don't have a true X receiver on this team either.
The Tennessee Titans, they absolutely do have true X receivers called DeAndre Hopkins, and you also sign Calvin Ridley. I mean, if you don't think you have your perimeter wide receivers, then you have a problem with the GM as far as the resources are spent there. I think they could, and you also have Treylon Burks. Let's not forget who they got to see what they have out of him. So that's why I don't think it'd be a wide receiver here. It's not going to be a weapon. There's not a tight end good enough for them to bring in. They spent the resources on a Tony Pollard, and they still have Tajay Spears. So that's why, unless it's offensive line, it would make the most sense to me. They're either trading down or going defense in this situation. But just to give you guys a quick heads up, we are at Cornelius, North Carolina, in H2 Public House. Carolina Panthers are going to be on the clock soon, so we'll see if the crowd gets crazy in just a minute as we wait for these picks to come in. They could use quite a few things, too. They picked up the contract extension on J.C. Horn this morning and get the 5 years deal, but they could probably continue with that going back into the secondary. I mean, they could go with a number of different things, so we'll see exactly what they decide to do. Reaction so far this second round. I mean, I think we're all a little bit taken back by some of these picks.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of wacky picks outside of Ladd McConkey. This has been a lot of weird selections to me. I know you guys like Keon Coleman, and I think that one makes some sense and definitely isn't nearly as weird as these other ones, even if I am a little lower on him. It's a much better pick than, say, a Polk or, some of these other guys, Luke Rukaro. I would say outside of Johnny Newton, which kind of makes sense, at least from a value perspective, maybe not fit, but a value perspective. I think this is where a lot of people have him. But those three are the only ones that are kind of guys I had targeted to, maybe see go at the beginning of day two.
So the pick is in, and is Tavondre Sweat is the pick that the Titans decide to go with. So the big run stopper, 6'4", 366, ran a pretty good 40 too, 524, can move for his size. Really tested well at the combine, and a defensive tackle type that we don't get to see very often in today's day and age as a pure nose tackle guy. So, Chris, your reaction to Tavondre Sweat going this high? I don't think many people have this high.
I just mentioned a couple seconds ago to be a great fit. I think it's a spectacular draft pick. Look, I'm biased towards those traditional defensive tackles we talk about at the end, but I don't think this is a guy, as you alluded to, who's just big. This is a big, strong guy who can penetrate, is athletic. And we talked about this off air, can slide his feet at him. I like his ability to be able to go down the line of scrimmage. I don't think he's going to be a guy who's ever going to be, a 10-sack guy. But we've seen today, we've seen different guys be able to dominate the interior. And when you can do that, like a Vita Bay, Tampa Bay, that brings a huge piece to your defense. I really like what Tennessee's doing, kind of balancing their athleticism and their speed with big, strong dudes, both the offensive line and defensive line now.
On the clock as we're here live in Cornelius, North Carolina, H2 Public House. Great crowd noise by you. That's great crowd noise by you there, Ryan. So what do the Panthers do? We were talking about it a little bit, but we didn't get to go into it too much.
I don't think they can do wrong. Just pick a player.
You would think. But it's the Panthers. They did pick a player yesterday, and they reached on Xavier Legette after trading up. So I don't know if that's necessarily true. If you go back and watch our stream from yesterday, I'm sure we'll have some clips on you guys soon.
Almost anyone can help, though.
Yeah.
Can't get much worse here in Charlotte.
You would think. What would you guys do? Adam, let me ask you that. What would you do for the Carolina Panthers here?
You can ask me that until Cooper DeJean is off the board, and that will continue to be my answer. Once again, I think he's 30 picks late at this
just
point.
wave that Cooper DeJean flag. Just wave it all over.
Do you guys like Ty Conroy coming here anyway?
I would not be shocked.
Just pair up all of the yards after catch guys all in one thing. Just let them go at it.
Let Bryce throw bubble screens exclusively.
It's crazy. I got 2 quarterbacks on my list. I got 0 linebackers, and not a single one almost has gone, right? Like, what was Wiggins and Clemson guy went, and that was about it.
Quarterback, yeah. Him and Kenyon Mitchell.
Yeah, that's it.
That's all. Yeah,
crazy.
That's all we see. What always a position that's been treasured in the NFL.
Yeah.
It also kind of shows you this class maybe was not as deep, and teams did not like what they saw at the top necessarily. So it'll be curious to see as we move on.
A lot of offensive head coaches now.
A lot of offensive coaches. I mean, look, that's the NFL now. The NFL is an offensive game. It's great for fantasy, but it also portrays into what we're talking about here, where it's going to be more offensive players taken off the board to get that side of the ball solidified. Let's face it, Chris. If you're an offensive coach, head coach in particular, and you don't have a good offense, not only are you likely to lose your current job, but it's unlikely that you get another job, unless you're Matt Nagy and you have 9 lives. But I mean, what do you make of it?
No, I agree, and I also think that we're in Charlotte right now, and Carolina is a great example of that. You see an owner who wants to obviously have a quarterback and wants to have receivers, and he's prioritizing that. And as a result, they've been having a lot of reaches, and it's might cost them because they don't necessarily have guys who are balancing it up. But he keeps hiring offensive guys. And last year, bringing them out. So you're seeing that trend where we want to hire offensive guys and the companies for the job. And the thing usually gets held against me is I don't have enough weapons for my quarterback, so he's trying to add weapons for their quarterbacks.
All right. Well, we had the Los Angeles Rams are now on the clock. It is not the Carolina Panthers anymore. So the Rams making a big move up. Who are they going after?
I think it's Cooper DeJean. Like they needed a replacement for Jalen Ramsey in that star position. They could use another secondary player that's a safety corner. I just think that he's really the great fit for this Rams defense.
Of course, Adam's in agreement. We know that.
But to that point, I think of comparing him all kind of offseason to a four-man Jalen Ramsey type of player, just in terms of versatility. He doesn't have nearly the hips and ability to be left alone on an island as Jalen Ramsey does. In terms of versatility, in terms of being a good tackler, in terms of, being able to be corner, one snap, nickel the next, and then safety the next. Yeah, he is kind of a similar player in those aspects.
For crying out loud, he's the next coming of Jason Sehorn.
I like
and I'm a Giant fan.
I like it.
He's been the closest thing to Jason Sehorn that we've seen. And he's coming off a very innocent injury. Yeah, it required surgery, but as far as ankle injuries go, it's much less than some of these other guys that were in the draft. So, man, what a steal at this juncture. Whoever gets him.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the details here. So it looks like the Rams, of course, traded their 52nd selection and their 5th round pick and a Pittsburgh choice pick from round 2 next year. And that's what they gave up to move up 13 spots for the Carolina Panthers here. Any chance we think this is a weapon? I mean, they may need a Cooper Kupp and replacement.
Quarterback.
I don't think it's quarterback. If it's Spencer Rattler, that would make no sense to me.
That's been the link that I've heard quite often.
I don't think you need to move up 13 spots to go get a Spencer Rattler. Now, we've seen teams move up for guys that didn't make sense to us before, but this is also a team that's in a position where they're trying to compete now. This might be Matthew Stafford's last year. Are you going to spend the resources? Rams, by the way, not a team that's had a ton of draft picks, don't have a ton of resources, need to get that depth from their guys. Are you really going to spend all of that to move up for a quarterback who's a project and you're hoping turns into something in a couple of years?
We just watched a similar coaching staff just draft Michael Penix again.
That's fair. And I knew you were going to say that. That's absolutely fair. But that is not the pick. Braden Fisk is the pick for. So one of the big penetrators, and this is more what I thought they would do. I like the Cooper DeJean idea, but this is a team that just lost Aaron Donald. They're desperate to find another penetrator because they don't have much of a pass rush outside of Aaron Donald. So this is their way to address that. And I like Braden Fisk a lot. I believe he ran like a 4.73 or at his 40 time, and he's like about 295 pounds. So he is that guy, plays a 3 technique and get up the middle, some penetration. So your guys' reaction to Braden Fisk now as a Los Angeles Ram?
Yeah, he's a great D lineman. He's got, I think, of the defensive linemen, even compared to some of the edge rushers, to be honest, one of the best first steps of the D linemen in this class. I like him a lot in that regard. Great athlete. The one concern that I've had with him is he's got like sub 1% arms, some of the shortest arms what we've seen of a defensive tackle professionally, not just a guy to go in the second round, but professionally, which is a little bit of a concern. But again, for a guy as quick as he is at that size, I think he compensates pretty well. I think this is a really good pick for the Rams, and one that I don't think this is a bad one to trade up for. I like him a lot.
And just real quick to that point, Adam, he does have shorter arms, but he does a good job of keeping people off his body.
Exactly.
That's usually the key to why you want to have longer arms to defensive tackle.
Yeah, so I want to make sure I mention the concern, but I'm not particularly concerned about it, just given his skill set. He's someone that can penetrate extremely quickly. If he catches you off guard even a little bit, he's behind you.
All right, we have another trade.
0.3 percentile, or 3rd percentile.
Really? I wonder if that's like I gotta look at. Is that a birth defect? Is that like an anomaly? I never heard that description before.
Why don't you figure out the stem cell research over there? We can get that wired
This is
out.
why the combine is so important. Damn it! This is where this stuff gets found out. See?
By the way, the Philadelphia Eagles just traded with the Washington Commanders to move up for this pick. Yeah, Chris, your reaction.
I mean, look, I want to be an Eagle hater, but Howie Roseman just does an incredible job. I know people are getting tired of anointing him every time he makes a great move, but I just feel like he sees the board.
I'm gonna go ahead and just cut you. It is who we thought it was. It is Cooper DeJean going to the. So they get Quinion Mitchell. They now trade back up with the Commanders. They take Cooper DeJean, who we talked about this whole time. The biggest need, the Achilles heel of the Philadelphia Eagles last year, was the secondary. Now you just replace that with the most athletic top corner on the outside in Quinion Mitchell in round 1. And now in round 2, you get the hybrid safety guy who can still play corner himself to now replace the aging Bradbury, replace the aging Darius Slay, and just now looking pretty strong for the future and what was their biggest weakness. And you can make the argument outside of linebacker might have been their only other weakness on that team.
As a Giants fan, this pains me.
And a great fit for Vic Fangio, Dan. I think we both agree with that. The corners they added to this team and the versatility these guys have are perfect players for that defense.
Adam, you talk about your boy, man. You've been talking about him all day.
Yeah, they got the 2 top corners on my board, and not just the 2 top corners, but my number 2 and my number 3 defensive players in this draft between Quinion Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. So kind of like I was almost going to tell you, like, all right, chill out, let him make the pick before he, we've seen enough of the talking about teams making good moves before they, screw it up. But how he did it, how he made a fantastic move. I don't think there's going to be a better pick here in day 2 than, trading up for Cooper DeJean, finally stopping the fall, getting a first-round talent in the second round. Great work from Howie Roseman.
As a 49ers fan, Dan, are you nervous?
Yeah, sure. The only, at this point now, I think, as for the entire NFC, I think the only saving grace is that you watch them crumble to their toes because Nick Sirianni's an idiot. And that the fact that they didn't fire Nick Sirianni is confusing to me. They bring in Kellen Moore, they bring in Vic Fangio. I think the idea is that the coordinators are going to be doing a lot more of the work, and Sirianni's more of the face on top and not much more. We'll see if that works out. I've also seen a ton of situations where teams have tried to do that and it blows up in their face just as much. Once you lose the locker room, you lose the locker room. But if that's not an issue heading into this year, then the Eagles are set up pretty to make a substantial comeback. I mean, I think the only other weakness now you can point to would be they haven't replaced Jason Kelce yet on the offensive line, but this team should be ready to rock. And I don't see why, at the very least, they're not an NFC East divisional winner.
And they can always slide Jerkins in the center. So they did draft a guy a couple of years ago that they were kind of keeping Kelsey's retirement in mind. But yeah, I look at this team as absolutely loaded. We heard, Dallas, we mock it now about being all in. Eagles seem to be all in. And I know everybody keeps talking about last year's collapse. But Dan, I think the coaching staff changes are a big part. We saw the coaching staff's assistant, offensive coordinator, so also get coaching jobs last year. And how that kind of hurt them. Being replaced by Brian Johnson obviously wasn't ready for the job. And then I think we all agree when you fire a guy and you bring in Matt Patricia to replace him, you're grabbing at straws. So I think Vic Fangio is definitely a significant upgrade.
Just to give you guys a quick update, so that trade, the Eagles traded their 50th pick, 53rd pick, and 161 for the Commanders' 40th and 78th. And we just had another trade. So now these NFC South teams are being active. The Saints just traded up with the Green Bay Packers here to try to move up and get whoever the highest guy on their board is. We're going to see that in just a second. So, Adam, your quick reaction now. Saints moving up to come get this pick. Who do you think they have in mind?
That's a tough one. This is a team that, for me, should be trading down more than trading up. Trying to infuse their team with talent. Offensive line is kind of, the top couple guys on my board, especially in the interior. And they've dealt with a lot of injuries and a lot of leaving players at a lot of their offensive line positions. So that's kind of where I would think. But I'm not quite sure. This is not a team that I've agreed with the decision-making on recently.
Yeah, we're going to have to see. So this trade, the Packers only gave up their 41st pick. The Saints gave up their 45th, 168th, and 190th. To move up these 4 spots here. So we'll see exactly what that's going to equate to. We had a question coming in from the audience, Adonai Mitchell, why is he still sliding? I think Adonai Mitchell, I wouldn't roll it out. This is a team that needs weapons. You need Derek Carr to work because you're still contractually obligated to him anyway. They brought in Kubiak, who's used to working with multiple wide receivers. To have Adonai Mitchell on the other side of Chris Olave, I think would be a great fit. Now, I'm not saying that's going to be the pick here, but I am saying that I think that would be a good idea, and I, even from a fan's perspective, would actually be interested in that too. What do you guys think about that?
No, I think it makes a lot of sense. I think I'd be kind of surprised.
Never mind. This move. So they came back with Kool-Aid McKinstry. That's what the Saints traded up for. They did have a big need at defensive back position. We saw last year Marshawn Lattimore, when he was not necessarily active and good to go, how much they were hurting at the perimeter wide receiver. So Kool-Aid McKinstry comes in, and somebody we like a lot, Chris, playing the zone defense, a guy who likes to cover a lot of ground, especially keep the ball in front of him, makes good plays on the ball, makes the tackles, can be a bit of a ball hawk, somebody who wasn't thrown at a lot in Alabama because teams respected him so much. So what do you think about Kool-Aid McKinstry here going to the New Orleans Saints?
I think it's a fantastic, move. You talked about Lattimore, and a lot of people compare Terry Arnold to Lattimore. I actually think McKinstry is much more like Lattimore as a team, overall game. And I think Brian mentioned this about before. The guy had a little bit of ankle injury or kind of a football, so he had some explosiveness possibly in the season. People are kind of down on him because he had a bad game versus Texas. But the rest of this, year he's been really good. And last year he was spectacular. So I think this is a guy that we have heard a lot of hype about. Maybe didn't necessarily live up to this year, but maybe that wasn't his fault. Maybe he had a little here or there. The guy, I think, has a lot of talent.
Yeah, he had a Jones fracture discovered during the medical portion of the combine. Probably played through it, which is not unusual, believe it or not, and had it fixed. That's not going to slow him down at all. This is a great pickup at this stage of the game. Highly touted corner. For the most part, aside from that injury, healthy.
Yeah, it's excellent. So just so you guys know, for now anyway, because we've had trade after trade after trade, a stark contrast from what we saw yesterday. But right now, the Houston Texans are the team on the clock. Chris, what do you make of this? We have all these trades in the second round after not seeing anything happen really in the first round. Why do you think that is? Why are teams being aggressive now?
I was actually just thinking about that, Dan. I'm thinking to myself, are we in the third round already? Because usually this is what we see in the third round when you have your preference picks. But it seems since the end of the first round, that's become maybe the go-ahead or green light. Just go get your guy that you have highest on your board. Screw the rest of the evaluations. Just go to the guys that you like, which usually we see happen in the third or fourth round. But it's starting early. Like I said, at the end of the first round, we start seeing guys prioritizing guys on the board that we necessarily agree with.
So here's a pick that I didn't have this guy going until maybe third, fourth round. Kamari Lassiter, cornerback out of Georgia. He's going to go down to the Houston Texans. I didn't really feel like they need a backside corner, but this is somebody who had more as an early day 3 pick, not necessarily an early day 2 pick. So what's your guys' reaction here, Lassiter?
Yeah, just basically what I said. This seems to me like a preference. You have certain corners maybe you like. This is a guy who's more physical. Dan, you talked about, you saw him lose Stevie Nelson. It reminds me a little bit of skill set Stevie Nelson kind of brings to the table. Isn't a high upside guy. Isn't a guy who can run turnovers, but a guy who can tackle, a guy who can play, turn into the first zone, the guys in front of him. So I think this is a preference pick over maybe a talent pick. How about you, Adam?
Yeah, for me, he was, I think I'm a little bit higher than you, Dan, but definitely not by much. I expected to be talking about him, 3 hours from now. I definitely considered him like a late third round kind of guy. The athleticism definitely isn't there. He's an all-around, I think, okay guy. Can come up and tackle. I think his technique in man is good, but he just doesn't have the athleticism to keep up with guys. He can get burnt deep. He's not necessarily a guy that's super great in press, just because he has shorter arms. And he does get kind of, beaten to the punch, there. But he's versatile. He's a jack of all trades, master of none type of corner. Definitely more of a complementary piece. I have a handful of guys higher on my board. So for me, it's a bit of a luxury to grab him here, but I don't hate the pick. It's more of like a, C- D+ type of pick for me.
Well, I guess my thing is beyond scheme and beyond team need. The other thing that I look at is complementary football with these teams. And when I look at Lassiter, your Houston Texans team, you're built to put up a ton of offensive points. That's what you're built to do. Lassiter, to your point, had a 16.9 average depth of target. Teams are not afraid to throw deep on him. Plain and simple.
You can get behind him for sure.
And when you're a team that's built to be up a couple scores on offense, the other offense looks to get those big plays, get those chunk plays back. I don't think this is a complimentary player for this team the way they're built to function, which is why I'm not a big fan of the pick here myself.
I think they're going to have to, they drafted a corner pretty high semi-recently. You're just going to have your safety kind of over on the Lassiter side and, leave your other corner on an island, and that's just kind of what it's going to have to be, at least in my opinion, especially kind of to your point when you're up a little bit and expecting teams to go deep on you.
Just to get back to the trade that we had between the Packers and Saints again, it was 41st for the Packers, and the Saints gave up the 45th, 168th, and 190th. So 3 picks for the price of 1 to move up those 13 spots as we try to get caught up here on all the trade action that's been going on, a ton of it as of right now. So again, we go back to the Arizona Cardinals are back on the clock. They traded down earlier, so we're still waiting for them to make that third selection. A team that needs to go in a lot of directions. A team that, frankly, while their record doesn't show it, I thought played inspired football last year for what the talent they had, because I think we all expected the Cardinals to be the worst team in the NFL. Didn't wind up being the case, close to it, but I think those games were more competitive than I think anybody was anticipating. So was to change your guys' tune at all on Jonathan Gannon, because we took a lot of shots on Jonathan Gannon on our show last year. So that team's tuning anybody.
His team definitely played for him. I mean, look, kind of to your point, that was one of the least talented rosters, in the NFL. They traded for their, backup quarterback a week before the season, a couple weeks before the season. Everything was pointing poorly to the Arizona Cardinals, and they were able to get a couple wins on the board before Kyler even got back, and they were competitive in a lot of games. They didn't actually win a lot of games, but they were competitive all throughout. I have not loved their moves so far in this draft. Having said that, though, outside of Harrison Jr., obviously, but otherwise have not loved what they've done in this draft. But yeah, I got to give the coaching staff credit. They've got all of their guys kind of in positions to succeed as best as they can.
Here's the reaction for you. Oh, wait, hold on. These little bums. This is one of my favorite players, Max Melton, who I've been shooting for. I wanted the 49ers to take him hopefully late in this round. The Arizona Cardinals just took Max Melton out of Rutgers. One of my favorite corners because he is the perfect blend of a guy who can not only has the speed, athleticism, and hips to cover anything you ask him to, but also makes tackles and plays on the football pretty consistently. He's especially great in zone coverage where he can keep the guy in front of you and then close it down in distance in the football. And he's going to be a ball hawk at the next level.
Dan, when I was younger, I played a lot of backyard football, and I used to be stellar in zone coverage. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
Brian's like, just give me a range. That's it. Just give me an area. Tell me where to go.
Give me a box, and I got it covered.
But this fits a lot what Jonathan Gannon likes to do. He runs that cover 3 system. This is going to fit perfectly with what a Max Melton wants to do. The Raiders are now on the clock. So your guys' reaction to Max Melton now going to the Arizona Cardinals with the other 2 picks that they made, Marvin Harrison, and then they made the defensive tackle pick later in the first round.
Yeah, we talked about Lassiter moments ago, and I want to hear what you have to say about it. But I'll just say I had Melton much higher than Lassiter personally.
No, by far, not even close.
Yeah, I had him closer to actually above Kool-Aid McKinstry personally. I think they're similar skill sets, but I preferred Melton.
Yeah, and I'll just comment real quick on both the coaching staff and their fit. So the coaching staff, Dan, I think that they played hard last year. I want to see this team compete when they actually have talent. I think it's kind of easy to coach guys when they're just trying to get in the league or stay in the league. I want to see past that, can you actually do that with talented players? And right now they got themselves a talented player. I think it's one of the better corners on the board. Guy that we've talked about a lot off here that we like a lot. And to your point, one of the things I like about him is the upside potential for turnovers. This guy's got a great step when it comes to driving on the ball. So I think it's got a big asset to this defense that needs to be able to create some kind of turnovers because they were really poor at that to getting sacks last year. So they need to start making some game-changing plays so they get the ball back into Kyler Murray's hands.
Yeah, and that's been the key. So we talked about how corners were not being taken in the first round. Now we get here in the second round, and we're starting to see a run go. So who's the top guys left really on your board, because I think we're starting to get down to a tier where I have maybe a lot of early day 3 guys, late day 2 guys, and maybe teams start to reach because now we're getting that drop off. So what do you guys think who that next corner might be?
I mean, I'll say on my board, I was really high on against consensus on Kyrie Jackson, but past that, kind of to your point, we're getting into guys who I have more as, late third round, early day 3 kind of guys.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Adam. Like, I'm a Kyrie Jackson fan, but I think this is a guy that, I wouldn't take higher than the 4th round. I think a lot of these guys right now, I'm not super high on, so I don't know, Dan, because I think there's a lot of guys kind of like talked about earlier. It's picking your preference in the matchup. So who they kind of think next corner is for these preferences the coaching staff's coming in.
Well, I think the key is going to be fit, because the top corners I have left on my board are predominantly slot corners, so I wouldn't have necessarily going here. But guys like TJ Tampa, DJ James, Nehemiah Pritchett, the next perimeter corners I have is Drain and Cam Hart at Notre Dame. But again, these were guys that I had rated in kind of day 3. So maybe we kind of see this put an end to the cornerback run. We'll have to see. But again, right now the Raiders are on the clock. They made their pick yesterday for Brock Bowers. This was the team I was going to say, if they take Spencer Rattler in the 2nd round, would it be all that surprising? Of course, that's the known point. I do like this pick a lot. So the Raiders go Jackson Powers Johnson. I think he was the top rated offensive lineman on our boards pretty much across.
Top player left on my board.
Yeah, top player. A good argument. Top player left on the board. I think I still had Donnie Mitchell rated ahead of him. But, yeah, top offensive lineman on the board, definitely. A center, a powerful center, which is something that you don't get to see a lot of, who can actually move. So he's not just going to be limited to gap blocking control. He can play zone. And because of that, with his size, he's going to open up some rushing lanes. I love this. I love this for the Raiders and their identity.
I absolutely love it, too. I think both their picks have given them kind of their identity, as you talked about, Dan. This is going to be a physical team. And while other teams prioritize positions, we don't have any high prioritizing tight end position or center position. We're seeing maybe this is, in my opinion, this isn't the way to go. Get the guys who are special at the positions that everybody else doesn't have one, and see what you can do. When you have a guy who's 330 at center, I think that's a great advantage to have. Look at Frank Ragnall, look at Corey Dickerson in Kansas City. So when you have those centers, or kind of Humphrey in Kansas City, look at these guys that you got. They're bigger centers, and this guy can play 10, 12, 15 years and be a stud all the time.
Yeah, I think they got really good value here. He's a guy who I had not quite a first-round grade on, but a top 30 for sure. Someone who I would have expected to go kind of in the mid to late 20s yesterday. So I think they got great value. Then I want to give a lot of credit to the Raiders, because to be honest with you, when you bring in a guy like a Getsy, I was like, red flag. I'm a little bit concerned about your decision-making, your front office, what's going on. But, man, I think both of their draft picks, they've just been straight ahead. We've got a lot of holes. Let's just go best player available. I think their team's gotten a lot better. I think whenever they get their quarterback of the future, I mentioned this yesterday with Bowers, but when they get their quarterback of the future, they're going to be in a position for that player to succeed. Whenever that guy, shows up, they're going to be in a position to succeed.
So that point real quick, Adam, I think they have an identity to build for that quarterback now. They're
absolutely
a physical team.
Yeah, that's what Antonio Pierce wants to be. So the Green Bay Packers ran up to the podium, and they take the first linebacker off the board, Edgerrin Cooper. One of the top outside linebackers, definitely replacement value for Devondre Campbell, who went to the San Francisco 49ers, and gives them somewhat of a pass rush. Remember, they were switching up their defense to be more of a 4-3. So I thought Cooper would want it more than a 3-4 schematic defense, but maybe we'll see the Packers go to more of a hybrid approach. What's your guys' reaction here to Cooper and yet another defensive player going to the Green Bay Packers?
I mean, first of all, doesn't it seem so Packers that they got a linebacker and a corner? Like, doesn't that every year, whether it's free agency or the draft, that's what they tend to do. But in this case, Dan, they're actually getting a good one. I love this pick. We saw what Drake Greenlaw walked to the 49ers, and his impact was. This guy is, if not the best off-ball linebacker, is definitely arguably the best linebacker in this draft. He's explosive. He closes. He's able to go sideline to sideline. He can drop back in coverage. I think this is a home run pick. I think it's one of the things Green Bay just sat there, kept pushing back down the board. I was kind of surprised what they were doing, but I think this pick made it worth it.
Yeah, with someone like him, I'm not particularly concerned with the scheme fit. It may not be what he's the most comfortable in day one, but I think he's plenty versatile, plenty athlete to get accustomed rather quickly to whatever scheme they kind of throw at him. I don't think he's, again, comfort-wise, sure, maybe not ideal, but he'll pick it up pretty quick and be a really good player for them. I think this is a good pick for Green Bay.
And different defense. We have that guy coming from Boston College, bringing in a Brixton scheme. He prioritized these linebackers moving around his chess pieces. So I think this is a great fit. As you put up about the end, he could be an edge rusher as well at some points.
So the Colts just traded out of their pick, and the Carolina Panthers, remind you, we're live here in Cornelius, North Carolina at the H2 Public House. The Carolina Panthers just traded up to get themselves on the clock with the Colts going down there. So, Adam, go ahead, give your reaction. Your team just decided not to pull the carpet out from under you.
Yeah, I was almost concerned that I would go a draft without Chris Ballard trading back, but thankfully, he's continued the trend of trading back every draft, which I personally like. I'm someone that, if you can just keep accumulating picks for free, especially respectfully to the great crowd here in Cornelius, North Carolina, I'm not really worried about a great player coming off the board right now.
So here's what the trade was. Yeah, the Colts traded their 46th pick, obviously, for the Panthers' 52nd, 142nd, and 155th. So they picked up 2 extra picks in the 5th round here to move back about 6 spots.
Panthers are like FM picks, man.
Oh, I know. They moved up multiple picks to move up 1 spot. We saw that last night. Now they're moving up multiple picks again to move up 6 spots, a little bit of a deeper slope, but getting back to a range where there's got to be somebody they were targeting who they were worried was not going to be on the board anymore after they initially traded back the first time.
And I don't know about you guys, but at least on my board, I had a ton of day 2 grades this year. So I'm just not particularly worried about a team going to get my guy. So I'm kind of struggling with all these teams wanting to trade up right now, just because there's so many guys that are so similar skill level wise.
This is hilarious. So they traded back up to go get Jonathan Brooks. So the Carolina Panthers, the newest member of the Carolina Panthers, is running back Jonathan Brooks, who we talked about. Oh, that screwed up my bet. I really did not think he would be the first running back taken off the board. I definitely didn't think the Carolina Panthers would
thought
trade
a
up.
lot of people had him going as the number 1 running back. I just didn't think Carolina was going to pick him up.
Yeah, that's exactly my point. I didn't think they would trade up 7 spots to go get him after you had decent seasons at Trooper Hubbard, a team that has a ton of needs.
Yeah.
So now you get Jonathan Brooks. So just one more time, Brian, recap Jonathan Brooks for us right now.
I really think that we're going to see this play out the way Breece Hall played out after his ACL injury. We're probably going to see him gradually get introduced to the NFL training camp and into the regular season. I don't think we're going to see him immediately step on the field and make a big impact. You're probably not going to see him really have any impactful moments probably till mid-season. And you're probably not going to really see him have any breakout performances probably toward the latter half of the season. So
I think they were worried about the Giants taking him. That's why they felt like they had to move up.
I'm sure they were probably worried about a lot of other teams taking him ahead of them, which is probably why they moved up. And to be honest, like we said, if it's a clean ACL injury with no other major mechanical issues or structural damage there, then there's no reason to think that he can't have a good bounce back year or two here going forward, a la Breece Hall.
Yeah. Okay. So we see Jonathan Brooks go. That's our first fantasy pick we can kind of talk about. Rookie draft wise, is this a fit for Jonathan Brooks to be the number 1 rookie running back this upcoming week for you guys?
For me, I had him. I know you guys were definitely different here, but I had him in a tier of his own, kind of as the RB1 in this rookie group. I still had him, outside of my top 50 as a player, so certainly not someone I'm trading up to go grab here. But nonetheless, I think this is a good situation for him because they have some backs that you can play, but not necessarily backs who are going to keep Brooks off the field when he's ready. So as soon, you can have these other backs get the ball, but as soon as Brooks is ready, it's going to be his backfield. I think this is the type of scheme fit that I would look for him. I think he fits, the system that Canales kind of has here. So I like it.
Yeah, Chris.
Yeah, I hate it, Dan. This isn't necessarily a knock on Brooks' talent, but this is more a knock on the fit. And we talked about him going to be in his backfield. I think this means that he's going to be platooning with somebody. You've seen a lot of the guys, Kenneth Walker, for example, in Seattle. What happened last year? They added Zach Charbonnet in the second, third round. Yeah. So they look to have a pairing of backs. So I think it ensures that he will never be the back unless there's a possibility.
Well, here's what I'll push back on that. Some people look at Jonathan Brooks as one of the best pass-protecting running backs of this class, and that he can be a three-down skill set. And we did see Dave Canales with Tampa Bay last year ride the hell out of Rashad White.
He had no choice.
That could be fair. But even Brooks coming off the ACL injury, pairing him up with a Chuba Hubbard may be beneficial. I'm with you. This is not a scenario. Whoever gets drafted by Dallas, I think is going to be my number one running back, assuming it's somebody with a three-down skill set. So I'm with you. I don't think this changes that. But I also don't think at the same time it changes Brooks from being outside my top three rookie running backs this year either.
It does for me because he might be making some pass protection. I don't know how much he can be featured in the passing attack. As Brian talked about, I don't know how active he's going to be early on in the season. And then as the season progresses, maybe you start getting more featured. But by that time, it could be a complete shit show in Carolina, man. So I have really struggled with the idea of Brooks being somebody that we're looking at as having value next year. Now, dynasty-wise, you can maybe argue that for me. But right now, for next year, rookie-wise, he's not going to be on my pick.
So the Giants took a safety, Tyler Nubin. Let's get the Giants fan reaction there. You can finally get a safety on the board.
Well, they just lost McKinley. Is it McKinley?
Yep.
I mean, and they drafted him pretty high up just a couple of years ago. So I guess they're just filling another need.
Just plugging those holes as the ship comes sinking down. Like everything. That's what that sounded like from the Giants. Like, we're going down anyway. We're just trying to plug holes along the meantime and see if we can stay afloat a little bit. But Tyler Nubin was rated as one of the top safeties of this class. I think this is a good value pick. If nothing else, it's definitely not a reach here. It does address an area of need. Does it move the needle a ton for me? No, but it is a solid pick.
Yeah, I think he's someone that a lot of people had a first-round grade on kind of before the combine went horrifically wrong for Nubin. He was one of the worst testers, one of the biggest combine fallers. Man. But no, he's someone that the film was great. And again, was being looked at as a top 30 guy. And when it comes to safety, certainly, athleticism helps. But if you're a smart player, you're a sound tackler, it's not the end all be all. You have a lot of space to kind of get yourself in position without being a 4-4 guy.
That's what I was getting at. Yeah, exactly.
And Adam, didn't he run in 4.5s?
Sure, but he was a 37th percentile overall combine. Definitely a poor tester. Definitely one of the worst combines.
I just wanted to make sure that it's not like a 4.8 out there.
It was just the overall cumulative combine that was poor. He's not,
Listen, if a receiver's getting behind the safety,
right? A lot of people have had issues.
There's got to be something to be said. Like the team makes a solid pick, and we're just like, yeah, we don't care either way. We're not going to knock you, but we're also not going to praise you.
It's the Giants.
I'll praise it. I'm not a Giants necessarily fan, but I think this is a good pick. You talk about the value. People don't necessarily value safety. Tyler Nubin can pretty much do everything, and he can play in the box for you. He can play center field for you. He does have good ball instincts. A guy you talked about, Adam Newman, a great athlete on testing wise. But you see him on the field, he attacks the ball. He doesn't hesitate. He doesn't have a drive. So as a guy, I think fills a lot of needs and is a good cleanup guy to have in the secondary.
Well, here, very good about it then.
Here's a reach for you because I don't even have a graphic for this guy. Mason Smith, defensive tackle at LSU, just went to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Somebody had squarely as a 5th, 6th round grade. Did not think anybody was going to come up to get him. 6'6", 315. Ran a decent 40 for his size. It was a 5-second flat. But this is the guy who just wasn't overly productive in his time at LSU. And he's looked at as potentially being a penetrator. At 6'3", 315, you think, maybe you got a run stuffer here? No, he graded out like 55 percentile. It was not a good grade at all. He was slightly above average in his pass rushing grade. But this is the guy who doesn't move the needle for me at all on a team that needs some playmakers, so they want to take the next step up. Now with the Colts, joining, obviously the Texans rising. Yeah, so I don't like this pick at all. I think there's a huge reach here by the Jacksonville Jaguars. And true, Jacksonville Jaguar fashion. I mean, this is organizational speaking here. Trent Baalke at his best.
Yeah, this is definitely a bulky pick in the sense of a super raw guy who there are some, traits that you like. He's got massive arms. Overall, he tested well, but this is a complete project pick, and I don't know that I'm in the business of projects in the middle of the second round.
Chris, your reaction?
I agree with Adam. Like at the end, I'm with you. The guy has a physical skill set. Maybe you hope he has a similar build to Calais Campbell. You watched him come a couple of years ago, looking to replace that build in Falcons off defense. But I think this is definitely a reach. A guy who definitely probably needs to season his game up and become a full-time starter. I think this is kind of a pick that Jacksonville really couldn't afford to make.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. The Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock, and nope, not even anymore. You gotta love the rapid fire. So the Bengals jump up there. They go and take Chris Jenkins, a penetrator. Another guy, I think, I mean, I'll speak for myself here. I had him kind of teetering, maybe late 2 thirds. So this isn't too much of a reach for me. A little bit, but not too much. Chris Jenkins, obviously, is the son of Chris Jenkins Sr., who we all know is a terrific defensive tackle.
Former Panther.
From the Carolina Panthers. Yep, 100%. I think so. Here's my thing about Jenkins, unlike what we were talking about with Mason Smith. You're projecting Mason Smith to give you what Chris Jenkins already does, which is to be an actual penetrator. I think he would grade it out in the 90th percentile as far as pass rush grade goes. His rushing grade is also slightly above average. It's somebody who knows the game. He grew up in the game. He knows what it takes to be in the NFL. He's going to have that work ethic that already kind of comes with that. So you kind of get a level of maturity. Was one of the lead defensive players for that Michigan championship team. And the Bengals need more penetrators. And when Atkins isn't playing his best, that defense kind of goes down the hole. So this is somebody to kind of give you a insurance policy for that. So ultimately, is it a little bit higher than I would have gone? Yes, but I like the fit and the player's potential here.
Yeah, he's actually a combination of traits and already doing some things well. I don't think you're drafting him here assuming he's at his ceiling. But as a guy who there's a couple ways he can get on the field early, but then also has incredibly long arms, overall good tester, one of the better first steps. I think he's pretty smart in his read and react. I'd like him to be a little bit better with said long arms. But hey, I can get you on the field early as a penetrator and kind of see where things take you, kind of moving forward. I'd like to see him get a little bit stronger in that lower body, but on the whole, I think it's at least a much better pick than Mason Smith.
I think we're seeing the influence of the runs that happen, where we're seeing a defensive tackle run right now, where guys are getting their preferences, trying to grab one real quick.
We saw the corner run earlier. I will say this though, gotta love the second round when we get out the first round because this is rapid fire picks, so just keep it going. Although we need to get back to some fantasy relevant picks here because I'm tired of these defense guys. I know you gotta get all good in the trenches, whatever. I want to talk about some of the flash, the pizzazz. That's what we got going on here. After Jonathan Brooks going to Carolina, I got a little dumper in my thumper here. So let's try to pick this thing up, shall we? Just compliment to you, NFL. Right now on the clock is the Washington Commanders, their second round pick. So they went defense last pick. Do they give it back to the offense here? Dan Quinn just going to keep loading up.
I mean, the guy who's picking should be a great pick for Cooper Beebe right here. I think they talk about the need they have in the offensive line, whether it's interior, exterior. The guy played all 5 positions in college. Had only got 1 sack in the past 3 seasons. So, I mean, to me, that's who I would be looking at, but they couldn't look at a defensive player.
How about giveth and taketh there, Giants fan down at the corner? Darren Waller officially retiring. We just got that news alert just a second ago.
Yeah, that makes me feel sick and nauseous, to be honest with you, Dan. I'm not happy about it. I actually would like to call Darren Waller some names, but I'm going to hold back and refrain because I'm bigger than that, Dan. I'm bigger than that. But, whatever, dude. Like, he didn't do much when he was there, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Most Giants fans probably are not. Are there any tight ends worth drafting? I don't even know.
I mean, in the round coming up, I guess. Look, Brian Dable. Knowing Brian Dable's history, A Jadavian Sanders probably makes some sense. He usually likes some smaller, more athletic guys. I could see that being the case there. It's definitely become a huge position of need. I think it already was. I think most of us thought Darren Waller was going to retire anyway, just the way he was talking about it earlier this offseason. So it's not really
when I tell you something, I know this because I used to be an athletic trainer. I spent a lot of time in the locker rooms and stuff. When a guy starts talking retirement, it's darn near close if it's not going to happen immediately. I mean, it's something that athletes don't consider lightly, and so if the conversation is even broached, there's a strong likelihood that it's going to happen more than not.
Yeah, I think one of the players said once. I think it's what was the guy from Mike and Mike Golick used to say, like, once you're as a player, once you start thinking about it, it's already
I mean, listen, these guys have dedicated a lifetime worth of time and energy, and just like anything else in life, at some point it starts to lose its fun. It starts to become monotonous, and you start looking for other things to do and have other interests that you want to pursue. And in the NFL and professional sports in general, you can't do that unless you're done and retired. So, kudos to him on a good career, but stay la vie. We'll move on and forward and try and find some replacement.
And one of those things, Brian, one of those things, Brian, I really like you talking about. And Darren Waller was a guy who probably, got tired of being injured or recovering from injury.
Right.
I think that we do a great job of breaking down the injury, but also the mental part that kind of bears on players.
Oh, yeah, it's huge. I mean, can you imagine, not being able to do your job and having to sit on the sideline every day and kind of watching your peers do their thing and then kind of looking over at you and saying, like, what the hell, questioning whether, toughness, both physically and mentally, and then trying to, deal with that and bounce back from that and then have to prove yourself all over again on the field to play. It's a really tough, challenging thing to do, not just physically, but mentally as well. It takes a toll on athletes. It takes a toll on any individual, no matter what field they're in. And that was interesting. We just got interrupted by a guy who decided to jump in front of the camera.
What the hell we're doing here?
Right? But he wanted to know what the hell we're doing here. And Dan told him.
That's right. We're covering the draft here in Cornelius, North Carolina, at H2 Public House. What else would we be doing here?
We're in the South now.
With That Sports Podcast Network. Make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel. Hit us up on social media. Hit up Operation Domination, OP Domination FF. Anywhere you follow and listen to us on your favorite podcast app, because we come out with episodes every single week to get you ready for your fantasy football and NFL betting seasons. Guys, it's coming up. I mean, we're in April. This pretty much just launches our whole spring ball. We go into May. We get rookie mini camps in a couple of weeks. Then July, it comes fast. We're going to hit a little bit of a lull here, but we're kind of like, we're just sitting there in the last quarter way to go. How excited are we about, what about this draft has made you guys excited about the upcoming NFL season?
I mean, for myself, it's seeing some of these quarterbacks get weapons that they could really utilize. When you pair Caleb Williams with a Rome Odunze, it's a match made in heaven, in my opinion. But you also have at the end of the draft where you see a Patrick Mahomes getting Xavier Worthy and getting that speed back he's been missing for the last few years. And by the way, not speed, but guys can actually catch the ball with that speed. So I think that's what excited me, Dan. I think this might be something the quarterbacks might have the same value as they were getting so high last year. But I think the quarterback's stats overall look like they have a shot going back up, which we saw that dip last year.
So we saw back-to-back Michigan players come off the board here. Mike Sanderstill, cornerback out of Michigan. He goes to the Washington Commanders. So they attack the defensive line, and now they're attacking the secondary here. Another guy who I kind of had rated in the fourth round, not necessarily a day 3 or day 2, I should say day 2 pick, but a decent fit in a Dan Quinn offense. I don't hate it.
I was going to say, this could be the top slot corner on the board right now. Yeah. That's something he's definitely been known for. Reminds me a lot of Brian Callahan. Or Bryce Callahan, I should say. So I think this is a guy that you're going to see. He's only a slot corner, but is a very feisty. Has pretty good numbers overall. Adam, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I think he's a good player, good athlete. Nothing special, maybe a little bit earlier than I would have expected. Yeah, I think he's a good fit. I mean, we talk about it with some of these other corners. He's a willing tackler. So I think that kind of, is going to be really important in a defense like this one, in a division like this one.
Yeah, I think that's the big key here is that the fact that he is a tackler. He's a sound fundamental tackler to kind of bring in, especially at nickel position today's age where defenses are playing so much nickel. that you kind of have to be able to stop the run because you're playing nickel on first and second down now. So you need guys who can actually be able to tackle. He's one of those guys. Ran an okay 40, 4.4, 7. You don't need to be the fastest guy if you're not going to be a perimeter corner anyway. But I did like his 3-cone drill at 6.99, so he has the quickness to be able to keep up with those guys on the inside.
Dan, I once ran a 4-cone drill in 4.2. Just throwing that out there.
A 4-cone drill?
Yeah.
What do you mean? You fall flat on your face?
Something like that. I don't want to get into too much detail, but just know that it was a 4-cone drill. It was pretty darn close to that 3-cone drill.
Just spread an angel wings there. That's all I was doing here. Let's circle back to the Panthers real quick. We're in Panthers country anyway. So these are the additions the Panthers have made on the offensive side of the ball. They go after Robert Hunt as a guard, Damian Lewis. They bring in Yash Ninjaman to be an offensive tackle. Deontay Johnson, they added Xavier Leggett last night, and now Jonathan Brooks. Do we feel like that's a major upgrade over what they had last season? I mean, they're definitely addressing that side of the football.
I mean, I think I commented on this before. I say no. Deontay Johnson was a great move. That's definitely a upgrade from what they had last year. But it's almost like they have the same playbook. They went out and got a running back last year. They signed Miles Sanders, correct? They added a receiver and Jonathan Mingo. They added Adam Thielen. So I'm kind of confused. Did they not realize last year was going to work out so well for them and they're just going to double up with that? Or is it something that, maybe I'm missing out?
I just have one thing to say about that, Dan. Being that I live here in Charlotte now, although I'm not a fan, is who? Who did they add?
I wouldn't say it's all that no name. And Robert Hunt, you paid him $100 million to be a guard. But, yeah, it's on the outside of Deontay Johnson, it's a lot of you got to prove it. Adam, go ahead.
I was just going to say it's an upgrade, but I think it says more about what they did last offseason than it does about what they said this offseason because I think they got better. But this is still, we're talking like a C-, D+ type of offseason. To your point, outside of Deontay Johnson, they did anything tremendous.
The Steelers continue to attack the offensive line. They now drafted Zach Frazier here as a center position. So they've addressed the tackle position in the draft the last couple of years. Now they're going to address the interior. He was the top-rated center I had left on my board. So, again, it's supposed to be a preference thing. Would I have taken the second round? Probably not. But if you're looking to go that direction, was the top center here on the board out of Iowa, or West Virginia, excuse me. So what's your guys' reaction here to now what the Steelers are trying to put together in the trenches in the mold of what Arthur Smith is going to want to do, which is be physical on the offensive side of the ball, to match Tomlin's physicality on the defensive side of the ball?
I absolutely love it. I mean, I know you might not have this high grade of Zach Frazier, but as you said, he's a top center left on your board. As I alluded to earlier, I'm a big proponent of the center position. And if you have a guy who I think is a big drop-off after this at center position, I think this is a great pick by them. And you've solidified your interior. You've got a guard who I think is going to be an all-pro for the next 10 to 12 years. Now you have a center who I think can be there for a really good player for the next 8 to 10 years. I love what Pittsburgh's doing together on the offensive line.
Yeah, I definitely think, look, I had him closer to a third-round guy, but, it's a position of need. I think there's some things he does well. And I think for them specifically, he kind of fits what you want to do because I do think he's a guy, he can pass block as well, but I liked him more as a physical guy.
I'm getting very analytical here tonight, Dan. I'm stepping out of my box, stepping out of my injury box here.
How many beers has he had?
Enough. The point, I haven't had that many. The point is, you can never fault teams for picking O-line or D-line. I mean, the game is won in the trenches. So if you get guys that have good raw talent and you can develop them in the trenches, you can't fault the team for doing that. Because there's a big drop-off at those positions when you get from first round, second round, third round, and so on. So if you can grab guys at this stage of the game and you don't have a need anywhere else, or you don't see another guy in the draft that fills a need somewhere else, then you can't fault them for going O-line, D-line. I'd be happy if my Giants did that.
And just real quick on that, it also stops you from overpaying some of these positions. They had signed Mason Cole a couple years ago to a 5-year, $25 million to play center. And obviously that didn't work so well for them. So now you're actually getting a guy who prioritized is a really good player, and you're not going to pay him nearly what the other guys are paying. As talked about the Carolina Panthers, and when they pay Robert Hunt, these different guards, you have a guard you added to this team, a center you added to this team, you're not paying him $10, $12 million now.
Adam, I have a gift for you. The Indianapolis Colts just took Adonai Mitchell, so the Mitchell slide finally comes to an end. The Colts address the wide receiver position. He'll now come paired up with Michael Pittman and Josh Downs. Alec Pierce also there, but presumably Adonai Mitchell would be taking over for him. So now Shane Steichen with Richardson has all the weapons he could ever want in the world, I would think. This is a great fit, in my opinion. Real excited. Let me get your reaction.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a stereotypical Ballard pick, right? People have often joked about him, effectively just looking at the combine, getting the guys with the highest relative athletic scores. Adonai Mitchell is at a 9.99, for his relative athletic score, one of the top combine testers at the wide receiver position we've seen. I think he separates well. I think he's a good route runner. He's definitely someone with consistency issues, but to be coached by a former, all-pro, hopefully, in my opinion, future Hall of Fame wide receiver in Reggie Wayne, I think it's a good fit for him because the sky is the limit with him. And, we've kind of talked about Michael Pittman maybe not being someone that we always want to see as that X, someone, you don't want to be your only primary target. Maybe someone who can be a 1B, but someone who you want a 1A to pair with. And I think at his ceiling, Adonai Mitchell is that type of player. He is definitely the number one remaining receiver on my board, or was obviously until he was just taken. I think he does a lot of things well, has really good feet, really good hips. He can move. I would have liked to see a better route tree out of this Texas offense, but I think he's capable of running, whatever they throw at him. I'm really excited about his future. We just need to get him more consistent, kind of what we were talking about earlier. You have to have a plan in place. It seems pretty clear to me, based on these first two picks for Indianapolis, they have a lot of faith in their medical staff.
Yeah, go ahead, Brian. Take that away.
I don't know.
You have faith in that medical staff?
In Indianapolis?
Yeah.
So Indianapolis has a very world-renowned orthopedic institute that works very closely with a lot of Indy race car drivers out of the Indy 500 teams and in Indianapolis. So Indy Ortho is what it's called, and it's actually one of the better, more highly regarded orthopedic centers in the nation. So yeah, I do, because they probably have them at their beck and call. And so, yeah, and, historically speaking, look at what they've done for Peyton Manning. They basically kept his career alive with a pretty significant neck injury and issue before he went to Denver. So, yeah, I think they, and historically speaking, the Colts have always had really good, never really lost a tremendous amount of players to major injuries and always kept guys healthy on the field. So, yeah.
Okay. So, while a Colts fan would be excited about Adonai Mitchell, I'm not overly thrilled about this from a fantasy football perspective, because now he does slide to maybe my wide receiver 7. I think if I'm thinking about this off the top of my head at the moment, wide receiver 8 potentially, definitely behind a Keon Coleman, definitely behind an Xavier Worthy. I would even say behind Brian Thomas, because Michael Pittman just got locked in, and the big problem really being Anthony Richardson as the quarterback. Anthony Richardson's a great fantasy player, but we have to see it. Can he really be a quarterback who can distribute the ball to let his receivers eat? And Michael Pittman's still going to be the number one target there. Don't forget about Josh Downs, who's going to get his target share. And, of course, we know they're going to be physical with Jonathan Taylor. So Adonai Mitchell now, to me, is solely a late second-round rookie wide receiver, in my opinion, after this. What do you guys think about that, Chris?
Yeah, I definitely understand your take, Stan, and I'm not going to be, too high on Adonai Mitchell. But where I will say I think there's a good fit for him is I'm with Richardson's not going to be a guy who will have a lot of volume, but this is a guy who does have a strong arm and can throw the ball down the field. So we know Adonai Mitchell has speed. We know he can go up and get it. We know he can make people miss every catch of the ball. So as a counter or a complement to Pittman, I think he fits really well. My concern, as you're alluding to, is now you had a hard time kind of featuring and utilizing Josh Downs in this offense. Where are we going to do when we have 3 mouths to feed and maybe more, depending on what happens the rest of this draft? it's going to be really interesting because when we saw Dallas have its better games, it was actually Gardner Minshew was playing the quarterback position. So I just have, definitely have limited upside of Mitchell this year. But moving forward, I think this is a really good fit for Anthony Richardson because it's going to be something you need to have a receiver who can go up and get and do all the things Donnie Mitchell brings to the table.
Yeah, I just think it's a very best ball situation that we're going to have on our hands now with Donnie Mitchell. I don't doesn't really move the needle for me too much on Michael Pittman because I think Anthony Richardson's going to lock one of his number one read, and that's always going to kind of be a thing. So I'm not really coming off of Pittman, who you're not depending on for big plays. You're not depending on for touchdowns. You're just making sure he gets his correct volume. I don't think this changes that. Alex Pierce, I believe, had a 16%, between 16 and 17% target share with Anthony Richardson last year. Donnie Mitchell could walk into that, and it wouldn't affect Michael Pittman at all. I don't know if it would be much different than that. So, Adam, what do you think? Does this affect Pittman at all?
No, I don't think so. Look, I think this is an offense that you're probably going to see a raise in efficiency kind of overall because, look, well, whether you're, high on Richardson specifically or not, you've got now a good coach, 3 pretty solid receivers, a good running back, a good offensive line. I mean, even if you don't necessarily love the quarterback, I just think the math is not going to work out for many defenses, especially, for the games that he's healthy. You have to deal with Richardson's legs as well. I just think the reads are going to be made incredibly easy for Anthony Richardson. So I do think you can see quite a bit of efficiency, and I think Pittman is going to be that number one target still.
Adam, because it's not like you had prioritized receivers. With the last 2 years, we've actually seen that prioritization, come into effect. And it's not Ashton Doolin that we're looking at being a primary playmaker in his offense. So that's exciting.
To be fair, he did swing on Pearson the year before that as well. So it didn't hit, but at the very least, he has swung on receiver, I believe, the last 4 years in the second round because Pittman would have been before that.
Well, the Commanders just ruined my second tight end pick. They go Ben Sano here. This makes no sense. This makes zero sense. So for those of you who don't really know, Ben Sano, his background is going to be more of an H-back type. He can play fullback or tight end. He is a willing blocker, not a decent athlete, not an over exciting athlete. I believe I had him comp to a poor man's Dalton Schultz in my pre-draft process.
How about a poor man Zach Ertz?
Poor man Zach Ertz. Either way, it's not exciting. No matter how
I just say that because he's talking to Washington now, and that's who they signed this offseason, Zach Ertz. So I feel like it's a very similar player that they're looking to add.
Yeah, I think this doesn't cross my radar at all from a fantasy perspective. I know that you're going to go back to the history of Cliff Kingsbury, got Zach Ertz involved to get the tight ends going and everything like that, but Vincent is not a value type of athlete, and he doesn't even have the prototype size to play in line all the time. So you're going to have to get a little bit creative in how you use him. He's going to have to be kind of a almost off the ball second tight end, either becomes a starting guy. I don't know. I'm just not excited about this.
Well, I'm not excited. I'm more my excitement comes that I kind of called this coming, but I think this is a guy that I think a lot of the people in the league are fans of, and I bring the Zach Ertz purpose to it because I think when you have a competent, then you have a guy that you want in the order, looking to have a guy who maybe does similar things. I think that's what they're trying to do. I don't agree with it at all. I'm with you. I'm not going to take you, but I'm trying to rationalize for
He's in a tier for me. I had a bunch of these guys kind of in a third round grade. We talked about my preferences being Sanders and All and Theo, but I had them all pretty similar, including Sanat. I do think if the flavor you're looking for is the guy with lateral movement, and you're afraid of All's injury history, and you don't like the testing of Sanders, everyone else I think is strictly a seam or strictly a straight line guy. He's the only one that I think moves particularly well. I wasn't super impressed by the hands, but I'll give it to him that he did have one of the better yards per route runs in the group, which is typically a pretty sticky stat. So this is a reach for me. I wasn't particularly in love with him. He was towards the bottom of this tier for me. But again, I think it's a passing grade. Not great, but it's a C's get degrees pick for me.
It doesn't move the needle on the team. Is still again,
Agreed.
He's a lot of playmakers.
It does not move the needle. He's
more of a vertical seam stretcher and a 4.68 40. He doesn't get a lot of separation from side to side. He's just a bowling ball out there, and that's we're talking about tight ends in Dynasty. The situation he lands in and his skill set is something that, at best case scenario, I don't think pays off for another 3 to 4 years. So maybe if you need a tight end at the bottom end of your dynasty drafts, he might be on your radar to some degree. But honestly, I think he's going to be. There'll be a new coaching staff before we see Ben Snow make his debut here. The Cleveland Browns are on the clock for the first time today. So with a team with limited resources, if you're the Cleveland Browns, what are you trying to attack here?
I think you're looking to add something, whether your offensive line, you got really banged up last year, and they have to go offensive linemen, but they need some more depth. I think you look at that. And then you maybe look at running back situation. I mean, Nick Chubb's coming. I know they re-signed him. They kind of redid his deal, but we don't know how healthy he's going to be. They didn't seem super healthy, gung-ho with Jerome Ford last year. They don't seem to have pair strong. So I would think a running back could be something looking at, and never underestimate the defense. This team had good defense last year, but we use up another playmaker, especially in that linebacker position.
They didn't waste much time. They go with Michael Hall, junior defensive tackle out of Ohio State, one of the other penetrators of this class here. So we're seeing a bowl. I mean, this is what was available. A lot of penetrating defensive tackles, but teams are going after those guys who can get pressure from the middle to try to close those pockets up. Now, he's a complete liability in the running game. So this is going to be somebody who I think comes in and he plays specifically on third downs until he's able to maybe bulk up a little bit. Again, 6'2", 290. But he did win consistently at 18.3% pass rush win rate. That's very high for a guy coming from the inside. So I do give him credit there. And something, you know what, the Browns, they need certain pieces of, right? They're unlike the Commanders. They don't necessarily need more impact players. They need guys who are situational players who can come in and give them sparks. I think this is one of those guys. So I don't hate the pick here for the Cleveland Browns. What's your guys' reaction?
I think he fits Schwartz's defense, to your point, Dan. I think that's what you're looking for is a guy who can be versatile up in the middle, can get that penetration. I personally think he's only a pass rushing guy that you can rotate in, but not the best, not a bad situation for them. That's what he's looking for. They have the guys who can stop the run. That's what they would expect their draft capital and their free agency money on last year. Now they need somebody to kind of penetrate in the backfield.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think he's a really good athlete with a really good first step. My one concern was that, kind of to your guys' point, he was definitely a liability against the run. And just given the sheer talent on this Ohio State D-line, he wasn't necessarily someone that teams were scheming against. But having said that, again, good penetrator, really good first step, really good overall combine tester, and someone who has a skill set on those pass rushing downs, would be a liability or a luxury pick rather for most teams, I think. But for Cleveland specifically, I do think it makes a good amount of sense. They're a good team. I think it helps their defense.
I was going to say real quick, he's a good stunter. And I think that's where Schwartz is a good fit for his defense.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. So the Miami Dolphins are now back on the clock. We think the direction they go in after they address the defensive side of the ball yesterday with an edge rusher, Chop Robinson. Do they continue there, or we see an offensive lineman here? Cooper Beebe. I was like, Cooper Beebe makes a lot of sense here. Checks a lot of boxes, versatility, inside player. They need a replacement for Rob Hunt. That would make a lot of sense to me. Is there anybody else you can see going in this direction, Adam?
I definitely think we're looking at interior offensive line. I wouldn't be surprised if they had one of the more, zone type guys. Obviously, Beebe can kind of be both, but he's definitely a thicker guy. I think Beebe should be the pick, but I wouldn't be particularly surprised if they went the direction of like a Pooney or a Suamatia or just, a more athletic, quick guy.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you there. Just like this is a team that has to get physical. I talked about this a little bit yesterday, but got cut off. If they want to start winning in December, they want to start winning in January, they have to be able to find a way to be as physical as the other teams that they're taking on, especially in the AFC East with the Buffalo Bills, the style of play that they typically are going to come with. The New York Jets, assuming Aaron Rodgers can stay on the field, that's a physical team that will beat you up. So those are things I'm looking at with the offense. If they want to win late, they got to find a way to get more physical and get more girth up there on the offensive line. Definitely one of the biggest needs. We'll see what direction they go in. All right, so we're a little more than halfway through the second round. What's been our favorite pick so far in the second round here?
Cooper
Najarn. That was their home run.
The fact that he fell that far and fell into like the perfect spot for him with the Philadelphia Eagles. Yeah, that's a lot right there. All right, what I want to do right now is I'm going to take a quick break. We'll come back on the other side. We got more NFL draft coverage for you here live from Cornelius, North Carolina, the H2 Public House. More to come with That Sports Podcast Network. Don't go anywhere.
In a world dominated by giants where media conglomerates cast colossal shadows over the airwaves, there exists a beacon of passion, determination, and unyielding spirit. That's Sports Podcast Network. We are not just another podcast network. We are the underdog striving to make our mark in a landscape dominated by big media entities. When you ask us who we are, we proudly declare, we are That Sports Podcast Network, and we are here. We are not defined by size or recognition. We are defined by the relentless pursuit of our dreams, the love for sports, and the burning desire to bring you authentic, unfiltered sports commentary. In a world where the loud roar of major networks may drown out the voices of the little guys, we stand tall, fueled by the passion that resides within each member of our team. We understand the struggles, the challenges, and the countless late nights spent perfecting our craft. We are the embodiment of the underdog spirit, the belief that hard work, dedication, and authenticity can overcome the odds stacked against us. When you choose to listen to us, you're not just supporting a podcast. You're joining a community of individuals who refuse to be confined by the limitations set by others. You become a part of a movement that celebrates the passion for sports and the belief that every voice, no matter how small, deserves to be heard. At That Sports Podcast Network, we are not afraid to be bold, to challenge the status quo, and to prove that size does not dictate impact. We may not have the resources of the giants, but what we lack in size, we make up for in heart, authenticity, and an unwavering commitment to delivering content that resonates with the true sports enthusiasts. So the next time you're searching for a sports podcast that goes beyond the mainstream, tune into That Sports Podcast Network. Embrace the underdog spirit, join the movement, and let our passion for sports inspire you to reach for your own dreams, no matter how big or small. We are not just a podcast network. We are That Sports Podcast Network, and we invite you to be a part of our journey.
And we're back in Cornelius, North Carolina, live from the H2 Public House here, having a great time. Day 2 of our NFL draft coverage with That Sports Podcast Network, live on YouTube and on social media. Make sure you give it a follow at That Sports Podcast Network. And of course, you can follow Operation Domination, where myself, Dan Mader, Christy, and Edlin Rue are from, on the social media at OP Domination FF, and of course on YouTube. So we are back trying to get our orders here in the building, but we did have a pick while we were away. So the Dolphins go offensive tackle. They take Patrick Paul, one of the bigger ogres of this class when it comes to offensive tackle. I believe he's sitting at 6'8", 330 or 6'7", 331 right now. So one of the bigger guys. Chris, I'm going to say this, and I'll kick this to you in a second. He doesn't have the best feet in the world. He's not he's a big ogreish guy, not necessarily super nimble. I think he projects better as a right tackle as a result to that, maybe even a guard. But I don't see him as a left tackle on this team. Although, regardless, what I just talked about, the Dolphins need to get more girth. They need to be able to be more physical. This will help them do that and keep that running game alive when the temperature does turn. So overall, not a bad pick. What's your reaction to Patrick Paul?
I think it's a great pick, Dan. I mean, number one, he plays right tackle to his lefty, so he's still protecting his blind side. But I think what you saw from Paul, the only knock I can kind of put against him was he's not great. The ogre you talked about, he's not really a great run blocker, but he is a fantastic pass blocker. Now, it's not about his feet, it's about his arms. He does a good job of kind of keeping his arms on people. He's one of the best ball reaches in the draft for the ball amongst linemen. He does a good job of getting hand placement on those guys. He knows how to drive you around the quarterback. And we know that this offense does a really good job getting the ball quickly. So we need a guy who's a good pass protector, knows how to kind of keep pass rushers at bay. I think this is a great fit for the Dolphins.
Yeah, I agree. It's a great fit, and it's kind of exactly what you just said, and that they get the ball out quickly. He's someone who, I agree with you, Dan, I really don't like what he does with his feet, but it's going to take you a while to get around the outside of him. This is a big guy, kind of what you were saying, long arms, 97th percentile in those arms. They're massive. So if you're getting the ball out quickly, you're never really going to deal with someone getting past him. And he also tested really well. So as far as I am concerned about the feet, I don't think he moves them well. Actually, I graded him the worst in the guys that I watched in that department. But what I will say is that he has the ability. I think it's more so growing into his size, because kind of to all of us, this is a massive human. So I think he can kind of get that under control. When he does, he can be a really, really good offensive lineman. I think he has one of the higher ceilings of this tackle group, and I think he fits immediately being able to play here. I actually think this is one of the better fits for him in particular.
Yeah, and true pass set grade, which is when you're in passing situations, he's in the 90th percentile in that grade. So it does show you that he can be a good pass checking tackle there. Good.
I was going to say, I knocked the feet. I want to specify his initial kick step is pretty decent. It's the feet after the fact. He kind of gets into that spot and then doesn't move as much as I would particularly like.
He's not dancing with anybody, Adam.
Right. But that initial step is good. So I do want to clarify that much and give him a little bit of credit there.
He is not a dancing bear.
I've been told that I have a kick step that actually is comparable to a lot of thoroughbred horses.
Is that the 4-cone drill you were doing?
Similar, yeah. That's kind of where I developed my skills.
The Dallas Cowboys are finally on the clock. A team has been trading back pretty consistently. What the hell are the Cowboys going to do?
Well, it's not going to be Brooks. So what are they going to do, Dan?
Well, I mean, I would like it to be Trey Benson. You know, that would be nice. Although it would have been nice. It would have been nicer if he was the first running back taken, so my bet would have friggin' hit.
This would have been a decent quorum spot as well, I think.
Warren was somebody who was at plus 500, did throw a few shekels on that. But it does feel like at this point, with the run that we've seen in the trenches on both the offensive and defensive side of the line, we saw the top linebacker come off already. Unless they were to go a Peyton Willis, middle linebacker type, I do feel like this needs to be a running back. I mean, that's a glaring need.
How about center
on this team?
While I'm not high on the running backs in this draft because of the injury history, I mean, like, that's the Cowboys. Is there any other team that probably needs a running back more than them?
No, not right now. They need they need an actual starter. Yeah. Chris, your thing about the center position, like, it goes back to my point of the run that we saw in the trenches on both sides of the line. The next best center right now will be Cedric Van Pran, and this is somebody who's he's pushing 5th round at best. I don't know if they're going to address the center position.
Does that matter right now, Dan?
It may not. It may not. But I don't think this is the direction that they will go as of this moment. But we will see. Now, if Trey Benson were to go there, does that bolt him ahead of Jonathan Brooks after seeing him go to Carolina as far as fantasy purposes are concerned?
I mean, certainly in the short term, there's no question about that. I'm probably the biggest Jonathan Brooks fanboy, up here on this panel, but even I'll admit that in redraft, it jumps him for sure. I think you might see it in Dynasty as well. It's hard for me to confidently say that, but look, when it comes to the running back position, unless you're a truly special player, you need to be on an efficient offense. And I don't think that any of us are projecting Carolina to be that anytime soon. Now, I think Brooks is going to get volume probably next year and moving forward. But until then, I believe we have a pick, so I'll let you go.
Yeah, it's all on the point of it. So they go defensive edge. They go with Marshawn Nealon. They're trying to shore up the edge rusher. Somebody who maybe be on the opposite side of Micah Parsons. He's a more all-around defensive end, 267. So somebody kind of want to be that bookend on the other side and maybe give Micah Parsons more one-on-ones if he's able to actually hold his own on the other side of the football. This is not a bad pick for what they have. They need to get more explosive, I believe, defensively. This helps them do that, if nothing else, because I think it helps boost Mika Parsons get more one-on-ones. What's your guys' reaction to this pick?
I'll just jump in real quick. I think it helps their books too, Dan. We know with the CD Lamb, Dak Prescott, different things. Lawrence is a guy they pay quite a bit of money to be on the other side of Mika Parsons. I think this could be the sign that he's not going to be their long-term future moving forward.
Really?
I do. I think he might last this year, but I think what you're seeing right now is Dallas is getting guys that they're trying to prepare to lose other guys because they're going to sign their big three.
If they don't sign Mika Parsons, I mean, what's the whole point of Dallas keeping their guys?
I haven't seen he's replacing Mika Parsons. I said Lawrence.
Lawrence, okay. Okay, Lawrence I can see. I was thinking, for some reason, I was thinking you were saying Mika Parsons. No, Lawrence makes a lot of sense, yes. That you were probably moving on from him. He's an older player anyway.
Making about $20 million.
And making about $20 million. So
Jerry Jones is all in, though. Let's not forget that. He's all in.
He's all in every single year.
All in watching the Eagles continue to win.
Yeah. All in coming in second and third place on a very, very consistent basis. Adam, your reaction to this pick?
Yeah, I think it's good. I had him closer to a third round grade, but what I will say is he does fit as a complementary guy with Mika Parsons already being there. And what I really like about him, he's someone that you root for because I don't know about you guys, but for me, sure, I want to see the hand fighting, and obviously that's why I like Latu. And sure, I want to see certain skill sets. But what makes me really love an edge rusher, and maybe not move them crazy high up my board, but fall in love with the player and want to watch them and root for them, is when you've got a dude that's just relentless, a dude with a high motor. And that definitely is something that Marshawn Nealand is. He had a pretty low pressure rate in college, but his speed to power is phenomenal. He has a crazy high motor. I think he's a smart player for a guy who is that size and is someone more powerful than finesse. He has decent bend. I think you can really grow him into something here.
So that you think he's a Mike Zimmer player, because that's what it seems like to me. Like I think you're describing to me, it seems like a perfect player for Mike Zimmer's defense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we're seeing another run on edge rushers, guys. Chris Braswell just went to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers here. So they're going back to the defense side of the ball. This makes a lot of sense to me, too. You're going to take a top edge rusher. That's something they absolutely need. They lost some of their best defensive players this past year, Des White, Lavonte David. So to see them go ahead and go get somebody that can be an actual pass rush, that's the big key here, I think, for Tampa Bay. So I like the pick here, and now it's getting real dicey on that edge for those teams who want those. So we might see another run here just to kind of close this whole thing out as far as the edge rushers are concerned a little bit early here in the second round. But that tends to happen. This is a premium position. So solid pick here, I think, for them. And the Texans are on the clock. What's your guys' reaction to Chris Braswell and Tampa Bay?
I'll just jump in real quick. I think this is a guy that, anything you say about Cleveland, this guy's an effort guy. Maybe he doesn't have the prettiest stats, maybe doesn't have the prettiest athleticism, but he is a good pass rusher. He's got multiple moves, and he has a no-stop, motor. So I think this is as Dan kind of talked about, this is a need fit, but also a culture fit I see in Tampa Bay for him and his defense.
Yeah, he's someone who I think this is a great fit for Tampa Bay in particular because, to me, his weakness was against the run. I think he can get pushed around a little bit, but he gets off the ball really well. I think he's smart with his hands, and I think he's smart at keeping an eye in the backfield and kind of, look, I think he gets pushed around in the run, but I think he does a good job of seeing where the ball is and trying to find an angle if he's not getting kind of, blocked off there. So I think for Tampa Bay, they need pass rush, but they can kind of handle a liability on the run side because of the absolute gravitational pull that Vita Vea does have there in the middle. So I think this is a good pick for Tampa Bay, but an even better landing spot for what Chris Braswell does bring to the table, where he can kind of hide his deficiencies, and they need someone like him.
The Green Bay Packers didn't walk. They ran to the podium to take Javon Bullard, just attacking the secondary. The Packers are just attacking the defense constantly 24/7. That's the biggest need, right? They have the receivers in place. They have their running backs in Josh Jacobs. You have your quarterback in Jordan Love. You have a decent offensive line. And now you're just trying to attack the secondary on that defense side of the ball under a new defensive coordinator this year. So Javon Bullard, safety. One of the safeties I did like. I think he does have some ball skills. Kind of a solid. He reminds me of a Packer safety. He's just like he's a little bit solid, a little bit of everything. And now they get this guy here in the second round. What's your guys' reaction here for Javon Bullard out of Georgia?
I'll just say that, like you say, reminds me of Packer safety. It means he'll be replaced in 2 years.
Just like the other SEC defensive backs that they've gotten over the years. But I will say for me, when I watched Lassiter, he was someone that stood out as like, I mentioned earlier, maybe needing a safety to help out Lassiter. I think Bullard was that for him, and I think he's a solid player. This obviously isn't the best safety class in the world, but I think it's a good fit for Green Bay. I don't think he's necessarily as bad as some of those other safeties that they've had. I think he's solid.
He's more of a center fielder. He's definitely more of a free safety. This is not a big guy, 5'10", 198. He's not coming in to make a bunch of plays in the box. It's not what he's there to do. So kind of what a
Take Cole Bishop.
take Cole Bishop. So Javon Bullard was not the highest guy on your board. Why is that?
I think everything you kind of alluded to, Dan. I see nothing that jumps out to me. I see a dude. I think a guy who's going to probably have his most impact on special teams, to be honest. I think he's going to blow any plays up for you. He's not going to be a guy who gets burnt constantly, but he's going to be a guy that can bring in game-changing change. I think Green Bay, what they need to find in that defense, when they try to go back to the well over and over again, is they get very few game changers when they draft defensive guys. And to me, it's not a guy who's not really going to bring much difference to the table.
We're running out of offensive tackles here. So the Houston Texans come up and they take Blake Fisher out of Notre Dame. And again, another position of need. They need to continue bolstering the edge of that offensive line. Blake Fisher is somebody I kind of had more as a day 3 pick here. So second round, a bit of a reach, but at the same time, we're at that tier of offensive tackle where you're either desperate because of a need or you're reaching. And that's kind of where we're at, I think, at the offensive tackle position. So what is it that you guys saw in Blake Fisher this year? Adam.
Blake Fisher is one of the lower-end athletes at the tackle position, but he was highly recruited kind of coming into Notre Dame. I think that's something that held on for a lot of teams. For me, he's someone that I wasn't particularly impressed with, and definitely not someone who I want to kind of keep out as a tackle, to be honest with you.
So for me, one of the things that stood out is, Adam talked about it. This is a 5-star recruit that never kind of lived up to that billing. That's why we saw Joe Alt kind of have his, jump up in the way he did. But one of the things he does have is he has talent, man. And I think this is of the tackles left on the board right now, he probably has the most upside. So while I don't love the move, I see that you're looking at a Texas team making sure they have insurance. They got really banged up last year going to the line. They've done a great job of coaching up the guys they had. So this is the guy that coached up correctly. He'll have the upside to be a starter in this league.
Yeah, has the traits, but just didn't have the productivity because he rated average in both rushing and passing grades here. So just nothing to ride home about as far as overall production goes, but at 6'6", 310, and he did have a decent enough combine, ran a 5'2", 40, a 182, 10-yard split, 7.76 3-cone drill. Pretty good numbers for a player of his size. You're hoping he's able to put that maybe together with some more coaching here in the NFL. But ultimately, again, I go back to if you need an offensive tackle in the draft class, you pretty much have to pick one and take them now, even if it is going to be a reach, even if it is going to be a little bit of a project with Blake Fisher. And Houston Texans, because of what they did this free agency, this is a team that doesn't have a whole hell of a lot of needs either. So this is a team that can afford, I think, to make a move like this. What do you guys think about the Houston Texans, what they're going to do this year?
I'm not sure about the Houston Texans. They're a really good team. That offense is really good. I'm concerned about the defense to a degree, but as a Colts fan, they're definitely the scariest team in the division. I'll tell you that much. That offense is terrifying.
So, Dan, I'm torn with him as well, as where I want to kind of think there's going to be maybe a drop-off. They caught a lot of teams off guard last year, and we were expecting Texas to be good, so usually when that kind of happens, the teams get adjusted to you and be stepping back into reality. Something that happened to the Giants last year, for example. But then I think to myself, this looks a lot like Cincinnati when we're getting themselves going. And
with a better defense.
a better defense, but that you talk about a no-name defense yesterday with Cincinnati. That defense started putting pieces together that first year with Joe Burrow. That's when they started kind of getting that identity where defense wasn't going to be Achilles' heel. It was going to be something that actually could rely on in periods of time. So having a really high-octane offense with a solid defense is the way to kind of be a playoff team in today's football. So I think there's something that I think they're putting together a team that's going to be a playoff contender, and I think it can actually be a contending team moving forward.
Well, like I said earlier in this broadcast, it's about complementary football. You have Will Anderson, you brought in Daniil Hunter, so now you got your two great pass rushers on the edge here. You're built to play with a lead. You added Stephon Diggs. You already have Tank Dell and Nico Collins. So this is a team, and they added Joe Mixon. This is a team that's meant to put up points and play with a lead. It's perfect complementary football in an AFC that, frankly, outside the Kansas City Chiefs and the Baltimore Ravens, doesn't have very good defenses.
And they're playing fourth-string linemen a good portion of last season as well.
Yeah, so the Houston Texans are going to be a scary, dangerous team next year, especially if C.J. Stroud does not have that sophomore slump. And he's able to either be the same or even take his game to a whole other level. I mean, this is a team that could be competing with the Buffalo Bills, maybe even to some degree to Kansas City Chiefs. D'Amico Ryan just has them right in the right direction. They got a lot of talent going around them to do it on top of it. The Buffalo Bills are just waiting for their pick to come in. They are back on the clock. Be curious to see what they do. Now, looking around here, what are some of your guys' top prospects in your mind that are left on your board at this point?
I'm going to let Adam jump on most of them. I'm going to say the same name, Cooper Beebe. I just can't believe this guy's still in the board.
At this point, we finally equalized, and he is now also my answer.
Well, just to be a little bit different here, this is the territory of which I am looking at a Troy Franklin. I think he's a good possession wide receiver. It'd be a nice compliment to somebody. So I have him up there. BB would be one of them. You guys are kind of stealing my thunder with that one. Trey Benson is another one, but I don't think the Buffalo Bills would go in that direction. And at cornerback, there's
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I will throw one more out. Peyton Wilson, they lost their middle linebacker last year to Evans. They don't have one right now. I think that'd be a fantastic pick by Buffalo as well.
Yeah, that would be. They need a middle linebacker. They need a run stopper.
And I have him very high on my board.
Has there been a linebacker taken yet?
Yeah, Edgerrin James.
Just one.
I keep calling him Edgerrin James. Edgerrin Cooper.
Just one, though, right?
Just one. Just one linebacker so far.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so we're waiting for the Bills. When the Bills, after the Bills pick here, we'll have the Detroit Lions on the clock after that. So getting towards the end of the second round. Oh, we do have the Bills pick in. It is Cole Bishop. So they go with the ball hawking safety. Chris, this was your guy. So why don't you break this down now? He's joining the Buffalo Bills in a Sean McDermott defense.
Yeah, this was a guy that, going into the combine, people were like, I love his tape. I love how he's able to track the ball. But I'm not really sure how he's going to do athletically. And then tested really well at the combine. To me, he checked off all the boxes. I think he's a true center field safety, a guy who's a ball hawk, a guy who can fill in the boxes needed, but primarily is a guy who's going to bring a lot of Bates type of characteristics to your team. A guy who I think can bring turnovers. And I think he's great.
Adam, what do you got here with Cole Bishop?
Yeah, to your point, most of yesterday and kind of leading off, secondary was kind of an under-the-radar massive need for the Buffalo Bills, coming into this offseason. They let a lot of guys go in their secondary, and we were talking about, wide receivers, Ben. Everyone's talking about Bills are going to get a wide receiver, Bills are going to get a wide receiver. Obviously, they did, but secondary was one of those things that needed to be in that conversation as well, and I think people were super locked in on wide receiver and not necessarily talking about how bad they were at the defensive back. He was, kind of to your point, one of, if not the best tester at the safety position. I think really helped to stop there. Already had some pretty good tape out there. I definitely think he's going to help out this Buffalo Bills team, and they definitely needed to improve in the secondary.
Well, and I don't think he's just a free safety. He's 6'2", 206. He rated just as well of a run stuffer and a tackler as he did as a ball hawk guy. So he's got to kind of play a tweener position. It reminds me a bit of a Micah Hyde, who can play a little bit of both there. Sean McDermott really enjoyed having him on there. But now we got the pick in for the Detroit Lions. So Ennis Rakestraw Jr., cornerback is now going to be a Detroit Lions, or they're just pounding secondary. They went Terry Arnold in the first round. Then they go Enix Rakestraw Jr. to say that name 5 times fast for you. Chris, you're shaking your head. Missouri corner here going to the Lions. What are you shaking your head about?
I'm not a big fan in first place. I know a lot of scouts who are big on him. I don't see the explosiveness. I don't see the athleticism. I see a guy that you're going to beat deep quite often, which Detroit really struggled with. But why I'm shaking my head the most, Dan, is you can't keep doing this. It's something with Green Bay in a sense. Detroit just keeps taking point to point. They traded for Carlton Davis offseason. You have a third rounder to do that. So basically, you spent your first 3 picks on corners. And while that's an important position, that's not the only thing that you have a hole in Detroit. You're not that good that you can just keep hoping that you're going to have a 4th, 5th string corner deep. I don't think that's the answer for you right now.
Well, and when you look at Rakestraw, do you think maybe he's just going to be there? I think they're drafting him to try to be the slot corner.
I think that's branch is really well for you, hybrid safety corner. So I don't really see that being a great role for him either.
I tend to agree with you, but it's kind of a little crazy. I think that's where he needs to fit at. And I don't know if he gets an opportunity here in Detroit.
I can say Ian Sutton's pretty good in the slot, so I'm not a big fan of him in the slot.
To your point, this guy got toasted constantly here. Rated 620th in average depth of target.
And not only that, the worst or the highest passer rating, as in worst, what he was giving up of any of the guys that I watched, at least.
Meaning quarterbacks are fantastic.
Right. It was like, I don't have the number in front of me, but I believe it was 80 plus, maybe even into the 90s. Like, he was giving up touchdowns, giving up yards like crazy. A guy who you can't even really bet on the athleticism. His overall combine wasn't particularly good. He's got long arms, but outside of that, I don't really know what trait you're looking for. I don't know what production you see. I agree. Outside of playing him nickel, I don't know what you're going to do when you have so many good options there already. I don't know where the fit is.
Well, the nail in the coffin is he made my list. If you make the injured list, you're in trouble, buddy.
Go ahead, buddy.
He tore his ACL in 2021, had a core muscle injury and required surgery. Missed the Senior Bowl as a result, and then tweaked his groin during the combine. So has to bring in some durability questions there. I mean, he's far enough removed from his ACL injury that shouldn't factor in. But you pull up those stats and then you see the injury history. You kind of wonder if the two don't go hand in hand.
We got a pick in for the Baltimore Ravens. I did say we hit the point in the draft where if you want an offensive tackle, you might just have to reach. But I don't even have a graphic for this guy. Roger Rosengarten goes to the Baltimore Ravens here at the offensive tackle, the guy out of Washington. So a lot of hype on him after they went to the national championship, of course, protecting Michael Penix's side. We got to see a lot of him on national television. Chris, your reaction to Roger Rosengarten now on the Baltimore Ravens?
Yeah, I personally not a huge fan, but I do think he's got a second or third round grade, so this isn't a huge reach by them. This is a guy that's pretty good at pass protection, does a little bit of everything, is a solid player. So I don't think he's going to be a guy that you're going to look at as athleticism. He tested really well athletically. I didn't really see that necessarily on tape, but a guy who is going to probably be a solid tackle. Not a guy who I think is going to dominate the position, but a guy who's not going to embarrass himself either. What do you think, Adam?
Yeah, he wasn't someone I was a big fan of either. But what I will say is I think it seems like had a really good pre-draft process in the sense of, played late into the season. People liked him from the national championship run. And then he went to, one of the bowl games, did well, combine did well. And I must have interviewed well because to me, the tape didn't support this. But I do know that people, really liked his process, the last few months overall.
Yeah, I have 4 tackles so great ahead of them now. So that's where it's kind of a tough swallow for me. And what makes it tougher is that's 2 picks now in a row. The Ravens, I've questioned quite a bit. We watched them take Nate Wiggins in round 1. Now they're taking a little bit even extra reach than maybe they needed to in the offensive tackle position. I mean, are the days of the Ravens just getting the best guy to fall into their lap over?
It could be. I was add real quick, though. This guy can play a little bit of guard, I think, possibly. It reminds me of Makari that they have on their team already. That versatility might be what they're looking for.
Okay.
Help me out, guys. I have a tackle on my list, Zach Zinter out of Michigan, who made my list, but hasn't really pulled up. I mean, we're talking about a first-team All-American, first-team All-Big Ten, a guy who had a tibia and a fibula fracture, pretty nasty looking injury. But as far as injuries go, pretty clean cut. Didn't involve the joints. Mid shaft, ideal injury if you're going to have a fracture of that nature. Shouldn't affect his long-term durability or progress in the NFL. How is this guy not being drafted ahead of some of these other tackles and offensive guards we're talking about here?
It's all about part of the process, part of the preference here with some of these guys. But we do have a trade. As a 49ers fan, I'm not happy about this because we just traded with the Kansas City Chiefs. Of all the teams I don't want to see them trading with, the Kansas City Chiefs are definitely that team. But who do we think the Chiefs just traded one pick for? Because remember, they would have been picking next year, so they've been wanting to move up one slot with the 49ers to move up in the second round pick. So what do we think? We had any guesses here of who that might be?
I feel like it has to be defense, Dan. We know we're defensive coordinator 49ers. They were concerned about having a similar guy you're trying to steal from them. So I feel like it's a defensive guy possibly here.
It would make sense. They already got Xavier Worthy and traded up for him. This is twice now the Chiefs have traded up in the first 2 rounds. Not that they're Super Bowl winners. They don't necessarily need a lot of things, but definitely interesting for a team that also needs those cheap picks. That's the thing when you get to these Super Bowl teams. You need these cheap value guys in the draft to bolster out the rest of your lineup. So when you spend away your resources like this, yes, you don't have a ton of needs, but it does get to an interesting philosophy.
You could find a Pacheco or something like that, like we're talking about.
Yeah. At 100%. And the 49ers moving back one spot, so whoever they're after is somebody they're not worried about on their board. I'm still trying to get the details of the actual trade to see what else the Chiefs gave up to move up one spot.
Real quick, though, you were asked about Bryant. I love Center. I think, I was going to defer to you, definitely the injury guy, but I feel like could it be his being the offensive lineman and having these injuries in your legs? Is that something that people are kind of pushing down and concerned about?
No, usually that injury occurs just a wrong place, wrong time kind of thing. It's kind of a freak thing, just got rolled up on the wrong way at the wrong time. I mean, it's not something that usually is like you could predict. It's not something related to conditioning or training or body type or anatomy. It's just purely bad luck.
Well, this is a little annoying because now the Chiefs took a player of need for the 49ers, but offensive tackle Kingsley Suamatia goes from BYU. He goes here. Solid pick here. One of the guys had a better pass rushing grade coming into this draft class for the guys who would be available in this territory at the offensive tackle position, and now he becomes a Kansas City Chief. It's a good pick. You can never be wrong in protecting Patrick Mahomes as much as humanly possible.
Yeah, a good athlete, good fit for a zone blocking defense or a zone blocking offense, like I should say. A guy that I think that when we look at the Chiefs, one of their Achilles heels could be their offensive line. We saw that kind of bite them in the butt a couple of years ago. So I think this is a good move. Whether he's the starter this year, I'm not necessarily sure, but I think he's a guy making sure that you have long-term with an athletic guy, and we know athletic tackles can be a boom down the road.
Yeah, he was definitely one of my favorite project tackles kind of in this class. Look, there's a lot that I want to work on with the hand usage, but I will say he's a guy that blocks to the whistle, really good athlete, moves his feet pretty well. It's just fixing up that hand usage, and I think they've got the coaching staff to do it. I think it's a really good pick.
Yeah, he's just, to your point, he's going to need some development. This is somebody, he had an above-average pass blocking grade at 82%, but in true pass set, which is measuring you when you're actually in passing situations, very below average is 69%. So this is somebody who has a lot of work to do when we know what the offense is going to be able to do. And he's not a great run blocker either.
Yeah.
He's a big liability as a run blocker. Even at 6'5".
The zone thing.
Yeah, 6'5", 326. This is somebody, to me, with his standpoint and the fact that he ran a 5.0440, so he has some movement, Chris, to your point, could play guard. I think for this team is somebody.
I also think he's someone who can do really well kind of in the scramble drill, trying to keep in front of guys, not one of those, big uglies who when the quarterback starts running around and just walking around, someone who can actually keep in front and mirror guys. Again, I really need to see him improve with his hands. That wasn't a strength for him at all in my perspective, but I thought the feet were good and, someone they can develop here.
Just to get the trade details real quick, they obviously swapped second-round picks. The 49ers gave up their 211th, and the Chiefs gave them their 173rd in return. So the 49ers essentially move up from 211 to 173rd later on in tomorrow's part of day 3 draft here. Go ahead, Chris.
I was going to say, also a good screen blocker. I mean, that's one thing the Chiefs do a lot of, the 49ers do a lot of. He's one of those guys who can get outside, kick out.
Absolutely.
All right, so still waiting. So the 49ers are back on the clock. We'll see what they do as they move back one spot. Maybe they'll look to move back yet again, but waiting for that pick to come in. So we're about to close out the second round, guys. How we feel so far the first 2 rounds?
Wow, Chiefs and Eagles.
So those are your 2 big winners. Adam, who's your 2 big? Well, just give me your big winners in general, actually.
I would definitely agree with Chiefs and Eagles. Between the 2, I would lean Eagles. I'll say I'm pretty surprised to be as excited as I am for my Colts draft. Obviously, it's a homer pick, and I do have it behind those 2 teams. But Latu is someone who Ballard definitely went outside of his comfort zone for, and Adonai Mitchell, a really good pick as well.
Chime in here is because I'm shocked to see that guy go as high as he did, given that neck history, neck injury, surgery, the fact that multiple specialists were telling him to retire and he didn't. It's shocking that he would go that high when you have guys with other less significant injuries that were probably passed up on because of them. So, yeah, kind of shocking in my book.
Yeah. San Francisco, the second round is over. They took cornerback out of Florida State, Bernardo Green. Not a fan. Let's put it that way. Not a fan. This is definitely a mid-day 3 talent pick. A lot of other corner stuff on the board. Now, we made this point earlier that if you wanted a perimeter corner, it was kind of fall in the same category as you offensive tackles. You were going to start reaching for a guy preference because that tier had already kind of fallen off. So you're looking for a particular type of corner. It meant you're likely going to have to reach. But Bernardo Green is a guy who had a lot of inconsistent play in Florida State. Now, he gets to play with zone defense, which can take away some of his issues, which is turning his hips because he can't play with his back to the ball to save his life. But you're going to be asked to play more of a zone type, more of a hybrid type in this defense. That's going to be Bernardo Green here. So your guys' reaction to close out the second round for San Francisco taking Bernardo Green.
Yeah, you talked about, him kind of being like this zone pick and he can't turn his hips. His best, attribute was that he's a pretty good end man. He was terrible in zone. So I'm really, really curious to see how that kind of fit goes with the 49er defense. Isn't a great tackler either. Only 5'11", about 180 pounds. So this is kind of an interesting move by them where maybe they're going to play more man with a new defensive coordinator. I see some of the things you would like in a Chiefs corner in a sense where that's what we're kind of copying some styles of. Like I said, he can play good man. He's pretty good in short intermediate routes. But as you alluded to, Dan, he can't turn his hips deep. So that's where I'm really curious how it's going to fit.
Well, and that's where he's going to have to get better at the zone aspect of the game. Because if you can't turn your hips, you can't play man-to-man in the NFL. You just can't do it. You get beat deep too much. He's not going to be asked to do that a lot in the same. I don't think because Nick Sorensen, who's been in this defensive scheme for forever, is going to suddenly have to switch into man-to-man a ton. I don't think there's going to be a huge shift there from that. In fact, Wilkes had that team playing more man last year than they were used to in years before. If anything, we're going to see them go back to playing even more zone. But to that point, you have a guy who's got to be able to keep everything in front of him and be a decent – he's not a decent tackler, to your point. So, and at 5'11", 180, you almost want to play nickel, but that's where Lenoir needs to play in order to be his best.
I heard he reminds me of.
Yeah, and that's where he needs. So maybe what this is really is not a fill-in need because you need an outside corner. Maybe what this is, they pick that we're not going to pay Lenoir because his contract's going to be coming up soon. You want to find a replacement for him. That's what this might be. Either way, it's a huge reach in the second round. Good job, 49ers, 2 reaches in a row. I hate you all. Go ahead.
No, I'll keep it short and sweet. I can see why they were willing to trade back.
Yeah, there was no need otherwise. So that is the end of the second round. Put my fandom aside for just a second. We are now starting off the third round, which means the Carolina Panthers are on the clock here live in Cornelius, North Carolina, the H2 Public House. We're going to take a quick break, come back on the other side to kick off the third round of your That Sports Podcast NFL draft coverage. Make sure you follow us on YouTube and on social media and Operation Domination at OP Domination FF, wherever you can find us. We're available to you. We'll be back right after this.
Welcome to the Injured List Podcast, where sports meet science. Are you a sports fanatic or a fantasy sports enthusiast? If so, you're in the right place. At the Injured List Podcast, we dive deep into the world of sports injuries. From the latest news to in-depth breakdowns, we keep you informed about your favorite athlete's health and its impact on the game. But it's not just about injuries. We go beyond the sidelines with exclusive interviews. Hear directly from the pros, gain insights into their recovery journeys, and learn about the cutting-edge techniques from experts in sports medicine. Calling all fantasy sports enthusiasts. We know how crucial injury updates are for your fantasy team. Get the edge with our expert advice and stay ahead in your leagues. Don't miss out on the action. Subscribe now to the Injured List Podcast. Stay informed, stay ahead, follow us on social media, and join the conversation. Your journey into the intersection of sports and science starts here.
In North Carolina, we're here in Cornelius, North Carolina, at the H2 Public House with your That Sports Podcast Network. NFL draft coverage, complete coverage. We're giving your NFL analysis, fantasy football reaction, and earlier they closed the books on us, but earlier we were giving out some winning betting picks too. While you guys were gone, we had a trade. So we had the Jets trade with the Carolina Panthers. They moved up to take wide receiver Malachi Corley out of Western Kentucky, otherwise known as the Yak King. He was that. I will not take that away from him. But here's my thing. I get really, and as a 49ers fan, you guys probably know, watching this broadcast by now, I get really sick and tired of the Deebo Samuel comp to Malachi Corley because he is the poorest version of Deebo Samuel you could possibly come up with. He does not run routes. This is a pure bubble screen running back trying to play the wide receiver position you're ever going to see. Now, he is terrific with the ball in his hands after the catch if he's able to catch it in space on crossing patterns and drags in particular. But if he is not set up in a specific way, he's not that effective because he doesn't get separation. And when I look at Nathaniel Hackett being the offensive coordinator, I don't see a guy who gets all that creative when he tries to utilize his weapons on top of it. Now, look, you don't need him to perform right away. You have Mike Williams. You have Garrett Wilson. You might be thinking to yourself, like, oh, well, let's just give Aaron Rodgers a weapon he can throw a bubble screen out to or play the slot receiver, which slot receiver is where he's going to be better suited from anyway. This is an area which most people did have Malachi Corley going, so I don't know if I can call it a reach other than I just don't have a high grade on him. Where are you guys at?
Yeah, you're going to hear this a lot from all of us, I think, up here, that none of us are Corley fans. And I just don't see the fit. Now, what I will give him when you talked about the creativity of the offensive coordinator in Jet New York, I totally 100% agree. We're going to see a lot of the jet action speed, I think, with him. We saw Kel Harbin get to do. Yeah, this to me is going to be a spot where you just basically pick through the Jets and whatever picks you need to move up for this. I just don't think he's a good fit. I don't think he can run routes. I don't really see what he brings to this New York offense. I think you need somebody else to kind of help balance out for Garrett Wilson. Maybe construct the field for him, get some attention off him, maybe actually, run routes. You get neither of those things. You got a quote-unquote weapon, but I just don't see how he's going to return. I think particularly the pros, what he was seeing, I see limits should all be also how that can pan out perfectly.
Let's get your reaction real quick, Adam.
Yeah, I'm right in line with you guys. I think we're definitely lower on Corley than consensus, that's for sure. To really drive that point home, for me, Malachi Corley is a wide receiver 24 in this class. So not someone who's particularly close to highest on my board. Look, I think he's someone who, I have to state it positive, I think he's going to be really good with the new kick return rules. I think that's something pretty good. And I do think that, maybe there's something to be said about, some underneath stuff. You let him build up speed out of the slot. But look, at the end of the day, if you can't catch a contested pass and you can't separate, how exactly am I supposed to have you function in my offense?
How is Aaron Rodgers going to trust a guy who's not going to catch in the traffic? Because we know as soon as you drop the ball,
right,
he hates you.
And he was one of the lowest contested catch percentage guys that I looked at. I believe he was at 23.5%, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. He's not someone I had very high on my board, as I already mentioned. Yeah, I don't know.
All right. Well, we got to pick in for the Arizona Cardinals. I sneakily like this pick. It's Trey Benson, the running back. That's what the Cardinals go with here. It's a couple of things. One, it's a good replacement for James Conner. I think he has the exact same similar 3-down skill set with physicality, 6'2", 216. Ran the awesome 4.39 combine. I think caught everybody off guard. But I think what's underrated about his game is his ability to be a pass catcher and a 1.37 yards per route run, a pretty significant margin for a guy who's not talked about in that vein in the same way. Is he going to be the year one starter right off the bat that I was hoping he would be if he went to the Dallas Cowboys? No, probably not. But we also know James Conner. We had Brian Scott on here, huge injury history. So it's not like it's not unconceivable. He's going to crack pretty early on in this team, and a team that's proven that they will ride one guy. So overall, I guess my thing is this is making him ahead of Jonathan Brooks for me, despite it being a 3rd round versus 2nd round draft capital. Yeah, I'm going to take Trey Benson ahead of Jonathan Brooks in rookie draft league. So where do you guys fall on this pick?
He's someone that's in my next tier after Brooks as far as my pre-draft grades. But look, I think this is a great landing spot. Not only kind of to your point, has their current running back been hurt quite a bit, but Connor's at that age cliff as well.
Yeah, he is.
So even if, he plays healthy this year, like you're waiting any moment now that he's falling off a cliff. Look, kind of to your point, he's a great athlete. And he's someone that not only can catch the ball out of the backfield, he's actually one of the better pass blockers, in my opinion, in this running back group as well. So for me, I do think this is a really good pick. I'm not surprised that he's kind of this next back off the board.
Yeah, for me, Dan, I'll throw a comparison out to you. Their offensive coordinator came from Cleveland, Penn State. It reminds me a lot when Cleveland had Kareem Hunt, they brought in Nick Chubb. And I think as a player, he reminds me a lot of Nick Chubb. Will he get to play all 3 downs? I hope so. I didn't necessarily say like Nick Chubb, but to your point, Dan, I think he has the talent to do so. He's definitely going to be a banger for this team. And the guy who's going to probably get in the field sooner than later could be James Conner's injury history. So I think this is a really good pick for them.
I agree. So just to get back to the trade for the Panthers and the Jets, because we didn't get to cover that. The Panthers gave up their 65th pick. The Jets gave them their 72nd. It's in the 4th round. The Jets also gave up a 157. So it didn't pay up too much to move up 7 spots there. But ultimately it was for Malachi Carley, which we know how we feel about that. But that's neither here nor there. The Commanders are now the team on the clock. Let me ask you, Adam, this. We're going to be going on to our rookie mock drafts, or not even our mock drafts. People are going to be drafting their rookie drafts next week. Where does a Trey Benson, a Jonathan Brooks fall in comparison to these wide receivers, let's say, that have already come off the board?
Yeah, I think you're starting to look at the running back position at the turn, especially in a 12-team league. Maybe a little bit closer to the middle of the second. But if you're high on either of these guys, and I'm high on both of them, I think around the turn is when they become, into your consideration set.
Yes, we're just trying to get some confirmation here. It seems like everybody's rushing up to the podium. And we're about to find out what the Commanders pick just was. Oh, here we go. You might have heard in the background there, but yeah, Washington Commanders just took offensive tackle Brandon Coleman out of TCU. Not even sniffing my top 5 that I had left available. Go ahead, Chris.
Look, I definitely think Cooper Beebe. He's by far the best offensive lineman on my board still. But Adam and I talked about this off air. The athletic guys that we kind of like, we thought maybe later rounds, but we talked about some defensive ends and corners. You got to kind of get your guy now. This is a really good athlete, a guy who I think picks a good zone defense, and I think overall a Kingsbury type of offensive lineman. So he's a guy who can do screen actions, you can do a lot of draw actions with, you can do the quarterback draws with as well. I think this guy's got upside. Maybe he's not going to necessarily hit the ground running, he's a little stronger, but overall, I like the kind of blend of athleticism and ability.
Yeah, you mentioned BB. I graded him as an interior offensive lineman. I don't think there's any reason that you're playing him at tackle. Maybe an emergency right tackle, but I'd never want him to touch left. But he's a great athlete, one of the better testers in this interior O-line group, especially if you consider him an interior offensive lineman. Moves laterally really well. His overall feet, I thought, were pretty good. But again, it's another one of these guys who I like your feet. I like your hustle. I think you block till the end of the whistle. But the hand usage here for me just isn't there. And I think part of that was that he was out at tackle in college. And I think, that'll get mitigated a little bit when you move inside. But he's just not a people mover, not someone who I think can drive very well. I had him as the thing for me is I had him as a guy who top of the third round, I don't mind. But I have a lot better interior offensive linemen on my board still. I actually think that's the strongest position left for me personally.
Caden Wallace, offensive lineman, just came off the board for the New England Patriots. That's another utility guy, but another guy. I mean, look. The reason why I don't get much of a reaction out of me is that the last couple of offensive linemen to come off the board are squarely in my day 3 prognosis here. So I don't see a ton of you just talked about Brandon Coleman there. At best case scenario, this is a 7th lineman. Let's be real. This is not a starting offensive lineman caliber. Caden Wallace, I look at as a backup offensive lineman caliber. I don't see a starter in the mix here either. So you're drafting backup projections with limited upside due to their limited skill sets in the 3rd round. I'm not loving it.
Wallace, I 100% agree. I just think when you look at Coleman, you see a guy who fits what Kingsbury does and usually prefers a guy who can do the screen actions, can do the draws. It's like Adam Tote. He's not going to maul you. He's not going to move you. He's going to have a little bit of power from the bigger guy. So against the Eagles, he's going to struggle a little bit in those situations. But the guy with athleticism and a lot of zone, he's going to be a guy that you see of the athletes can get away with it in the interior. And I think that's where you see a lot of teams kind of moving with these guards. If you have a guard or something that can kind of get to the second level, that can be an advantage for you. That you can use your screen actions. You can do different things with them. But Wallace, Dan, I 100% agree with you. I have a guy as a 6th rounder on my board, so I think by far a huge reach.
Pick is in the Chargers, shouldn't waste any time. And finally, we get a value pick. Junior Colson going to the Chargers. Jim Harbaugh taking one of his boys from Michigan. I had him ranked right up there with Cooper and Wilson as my top 3 linebackers of this class. Fits this team really well. What they're going to want to do on the defensive side of the ball is a good value here, position of need, a 3rd round. Anytime you get a guy who's a starter in the 3rd round, you're doing something right, which is why it's a lot better pick than the last thing we just talked about. Brian, go ahead.
I've been dying to talk about this dude since he popped up on my list. You want to throw it back to old school, rough and tough football? This dude might be the toughest SOB in the entire draft. He played at one point. He had both of his hands in casts, okay, for various fractures of his hands, and didn't miss a freaking single snap. I mean, if that doesn't tell you what kind of toughness this guy has, then then I can't help you, okay? He also admitted to playing with a badly injured foot almost the entire season in 2022 and didn't miss a single play. Safe to say you're getting everything that you want in this dude and then some. I mean, this is a guy that most NFL players would envy when it comes to playing through injuries. I mean, that's impressive stuff. I'm not saying it's the best thing to do, okay, from a healthcare provider standpoint, yeah. But I mean, if you can power through that, then there's nothing that can stop this dude.
Yeah, and he can do it both. All right, he's a good active linebacker who can cover, and that's what you need in today's like. If you're gonna be an outside linebacker, you gotta be able to cover that seam, be able to match up with that tight end to be able to hold your own. He is that guy, Junior Colson. Adam, Chris, your reactions to Colson going to his head coach and Jim Harbaugh?
Yeah, I actually am surprised that we haven't seen more Michigan guys to the Chargers, but
they haven't had a chance. They all got taken off the board.
Right. This is definitely a really good pick to kind of start that trend. I expect more to follow, but yeah, kind of to your point, he's one of those the top tier of an admittedly weak linebacker group. We didn't talk about any of them yesterday.
Sure.
But nonetheless, he is one of the top guys at the position. I do think they got a really good value here.
Oh, we're getting weird. So the Giants just took Andrew Phillips, cornerback out of Kentucky, to go with that defense there.
He was my fault.
Lovely. The Giants fan doesn't even care. That's how much he's not even paying attention.
Sorry. My son's over here trying to dip into your guys' wings. I had to save him. I missed it. What happened?
Cornerback Andrew Phillips out of Kentucky goes to the New York Giants.
I mean, definitely an area of need. The Giants cornerbacks have been kind of iffy the last few years, to say the least. So if you can find somebody this time of day, in this round here, they got to go for it.
What's your guys' reaction here?
Yeah, I think he's a decent athlete, Dan. I'm not really impressed with what I saw on tape. I think this might be a little. I'm not gonna say I think it is. I think it is a reach for the value what you're getting right here. But to your point earlier, you've been kind of beating the drum with is that he is one of probably the last true outside corners left on the board. I don't love what I see on tape. I think there might be slight upside, but it isn't a guy who I think is going to run up being a starter. But I think would be a bad third corner, a guy who kind of rotate in there. But like I said, he's probably one of the few corners that can actually play on the outside system left on the board.
Yep, sounds good. Okay, so next, Cardinals are back on the clock. I swear, I'm just hitting the button for the Cardinals constantly on the clock, 24/7. They have so many picks here in day 2. They got another one coming up in about 7 more picks and another one in the back end of the 3rd round as well. So we're going to be seeing a lot of Arizona Cardinals if they don't, in fact, trade out of some of these. A team that needs it, though, with a lot of resources, just to kind of see if we can kind of recap here. 3rd draft as of this moment. We saw Marvin Harrison, of course, go in the 1st round. They also backed that up with Darius Robinson, the defensive end, and they went with Max Melton and Trey Benson. So it's been offense, defense, offense. So far with the Arizona Cardinals, keeping it pretty even here. What's another area we'd like to see them attack? Any thoughts?
I think receiver. I think you have 2 options in the sense. I think you can look at a receiver because is Wilson really the top option outside of Marvin Harrison you're going to have going into passing attack? And then maybe tight end. I look at Bride a lot, not a great blocker, so maybe if you want to get more 2 tight end sets, maybe consider the Johnson we talked about earlier, getting a guy who can be more physical and kind of balance out your pass catching tight end.
Adam, what do you think?
Yeah, for me, at this point, I think I like kind of, getting the best players. And to me, it's interior offensive line and receiver that we see our best talents at least on my board. So those are positions that I think the Cardinals have the ability to go ahead and grab and improve at.
I will add one more too. I think Wilson's a guy to consider. Like I talked about earlier, they need game changers in their defense, and I think Wilson can be a game changer.
And the linebacker group does fall off a cliff after Peyton Wilson's off the board.
Absolutely does. And if you want somebody who's just going to be able to fly the middle of the field and just make plays on the ball, that is Peyton Wilson. It would make a lot of sense. But I will say this, Jonathan Gannon coming from the Eagles, not used to having good linebackers, so maybe he doesn't care all that much.
That's why I keep thinking, the Eagles are going to trade up and get him and Cooper Beebe because I think that's inevitable to happen.
Why don't you talk to Cooper Beebe? Speak to that. Why? Because I'm shocked as much as you are. Why has he fallen to this point?
There seems to be a hate for Cooper Beebe. Everything you read about him talks about how well one of the top PFF guys for the last not 2 but 3 years, and I talked about earlier, it's been credit for 1 sack in the past 3 years. Does well in the passing and running. Not a great athlete, but played all 5 positions. So unless there's some kind of medical thing that I'm unaware of, I just think this seems to be a guy that they conveniently overlook, and they didn't come in the draft process. People keep talking about how good a player he is, but then they rank him like 75 on their boards. So I think this is a guy that's got forgotten about for some reason, and I think he's going to want to make the league pay for it.
We had a pick that was in, and it was Cardinals taking Illinois off of the tackle Isaiah Adams here. I'm just going to say this. I don't understand the reaches. Matt Guncabs, I have ahead. I have Kieran. I'm going to butcher his last name, but Kieran Ahmad Jaji Somebody who at least, he at least has a good pass protecting skill set here. There's some other tackles I have graded much higher than some of the guys that we've been seeing come off the board. But Brian, I know I had to cut you off there. What were you going to say?
No worries. I was just going to say, like, a lot of times the combine will catch a lot of medical issues that are underlying that may not be at the forefront, especially when you're talking about defensive players. A lot of that just doesn't get reported on or publicized, but it certainly can happen. And it happens more frequently than we would even realize. And I mean, that could be factoring in this why some of these guys are dropping quite a bit, or why you don't see them being picked and you get some of these surprise picks. You know, a lot of guys will play through injuries, not disclose it. A lot of times the teams will try to cover it up. And it's just kind of part of the game, man. You know, that's kind of how things go. So sometimes the combine can uncover a lot of these hidden secrets, and that can factor into why these executives are making their decisions. And it often doesn't hit the media or the press because it's just not of interest, or it's not a big story.
All right. Well, the Carolina Panthers are on the clock as we're live here in Cornelius, North Carolina, at the H2 Public House. Been hosting us the last couple of days, and the pick is in. I'll hit this. Kentucky linebacker Trevin Wallace. Womp womp womp. Talk about a team like of all the players, Luke Kuechly, who's supposed to be running this team now, doesn't take a guy like a Peyton Willis. That's just surprising to me.
No, I'm going to keep saying it. Peyton Wilson to me. Now this guy, stepping off, but that's a guy who had injury concerns. That's been kind of knocked on Peyton Wilson. Can he stay healthy? But I'm looking at a guy. Now Wallace is probably the best linebacker still on the board right now. I'll give him that. And there is talk about drop offs. I don't even know if I can say the next guy would be off by board with outside linebacker. So I can understand you're looking for this kind of player. We talked about defensive ends earlier. Set the edge. Sometimes it's valuable just coming from a guy that you actually have a player who play the position you're looking for.
Yeah, so now we got the Dallas Cowboys are back on the clock. Presumably top two running backs are off, but I would be tickled pink at the notion if the Cowboys would actually pull the trigger on Marshawn Lloyd. That's just my personal preference here. Again, I think he's the most explosive, elusive back of this class, not maybe the most powerful guy necessarily, but I am loving as we get served here by the wonderful doctor, Mr. Brian Scott. Absolutely fantastic.
No, I'm good.
But I'm looking at the Dallas Cowboys. They have no bigger need than running back. We're talking about how value is the name of the game in the third round. We've seen a lot of reaches from preference picks alone. So I would love to see Marshawn Lloyd here. Does anybody else have a preference for Dallas instead?
I think for me, I'd prefer like a Corum or a Wright, just in the sense that I have Lloyd graded pretty low as a pass blocker. He's not someone I would want, all three downs. And at this point,
Tony Pollard couldn't pass protect to save his life either.
Sure, but I don't think we're looking to replace one-for-one Tony Pollard. I think we're trying to improve. And, I don't know. The running back situation there wasn't particularly great last year. I wouldn't want to, replicate that. I do agree he's incredibly explosive. He does also have some fumbling problems.
Well, so to your point, maybe they want to do something different. Let's just maybe bring up a Braylon Allen instead. They don't want to go back to the Zeke days of physicality and then figuring out what they have. They did bring in Royce Freeman, who, he's a bum, but he's a pass blocker. So
sure.
they want to go in that direction, but they'd rather see a Braylon Allen maybe. Would that be a better fit in your mind?
I think you're talking different flavors, but they're similar in that I don't want either of these guys to pass block. They're kind of 1-2 down guys. At least with Lloyd, while I knocked that one, you can throw it to him. So that is a little bit more versatile. I would love to see a true 3-down guy, the closest you can get in this class. I know it's not a good running back group, but there's some guys that I think can run, can pass block. But yeah, definitely I would prefer Lloyd to Braylon Allen, at least in that particular sense.
Yeah, and if I'm a Cowboys fan, Dan, and that's what I'll take for this one, I would want Peyton Wilson. That's who I would want. I need a linebacker. I know we signed the guy from the 49ers, to beat the guy for 49ers, but I think he's got 1, maybe 2 years left in them at best. We saw, Vander Esch is gone. They need another linebacker, in my opinion, and especially that defense that they play. So if I'm a Cowboy fan, I want to see Peyton Wilson. I think the running back position's got a lot of depth. I don't think you're going to see Allen go that early per se. I don't mind the fit like you're talking about. I love Floyd as a fit. But I think they can still kind of sit pretty and not have to overdraft a running back and still have talent on the board at the linebacker position where I think they need to add more pieces.
My one thing that I want to mention there, going from, just medically retiring Leighton Vander Esch to a Peyton Wilson is probably something that front office is going to be a little hesitant to do, even though I agree he is one of the better talents on the board at a position of need.
Brian, with you back now, what is your perspective of Peyton Wilson? Is his injury history the reason he keeps falling down the board?
Give me a second here. Let me pull up my list because he did make it. He had a torn ACL. So here's the issue. Torn ACL in high school and then again in college. Season-ending shoulder injury that requires surgery as well. And all of this occurring within 5 years while at NC State. So definitely something that raises a lot of red flags, especially with longevity in this league, as we've talked about extensively. So, these are not minor injuries. These are not something to be overlooked. I don't care how good you test at the combine. That doesn't really translate to injuries. And so this is definitely going to kind of knock him down on some boards, draft boards. And it's definitely going to be looked at with a very fine microscope by a lot of executives and medical staff. So something that I'm sure factored into his draft selection.
It's the best pick of the third round. Cooper Beebe goes to the Dallas Cowboys here. So they have now pieced together, reconstructed what made them really good throughout the past decade, which the offensive line now addressed it twice in this draft with 2 high-quality players, Tyler Guyton and now Cooper Beebe. So this is heading in the right direction for Dallas, doing what they do best, which is draft offensive linemen in the trenches. So reactions, Chris, this has been your guy the whole time.
Yeah, as I talked about, the guy who played all 5 positions, and I wonder if he doesn't want to be their starting center at the beginning of the season and he replace that position. I think this is a fantastic fit. Now, I've been killing the Cowboys through offseason. But while I think give them their kudos, the last probably 5 to 10 years, they've been doing an outstanding job in the draft. And right now, they're not getting it out of the ballpark in the draft.
Yeah, good. Your reaction.
Yeah, I mean, look, he tested really well overall. He's not a particularly special athlete, but he's a pretty good one. Moves laterally pretty well. And the dude is a physical, incredibly physical. I had him ranked as a guard, and I had him as a fringe first rounder. He's definitely in my top 30. He's someone that, they definitely got really good value here. It's someone that is one of those guys that culturally, I think, helps just with that physicality. Kind of helps you build that physical identity. And when they do get a running back, later on, this is going to be a help for them wherever they play him. Because to your point, he is very versatile. I preferred him at guard, but he's incredibly versatile offensive lineman.
Yeah, absolutely. So now the Atlanta Falcons are up on the clock here. So what we've seen out of the Atlanta Falcons, we've seen 2 picks. They went Michael Penix, of course, the first round shocker for everybody around the world. Ruke Orohora, defensive tackle and maybe defensive end out of Clemson. So looking at the third round, I got to say this team's needs are still very much on the defensive side of the ball. I think a Peyton Wilson would actually make some sense here, although it doesn't seem like a Raheem Morris type pick. Usually his secondary, usually his defensive line is kind of how they're usually looking to play that thing. But if you're going by best player available, and I know my board is the same as an NFL team board, but I don't have anybody rated as grade as far as cornerbacks and defensive linemen go. It'd be Peyton Willis for me here. That would be my suggestion. But I think ultimately it's defense regardless. You guys think it's going to be offense?
Can I tell you something scary?
Sure.
I think Raheem Morris would really like Jilix Hunt.
Yeah.
I was actually going to say, I think this is where Adam talked about a guy he likes off the air is Kamara.
Yeah.
That's where I think this could be a place where you see him go.
I do really like Mo Kamara, and I actually do have him as someone who would be a value here. I mentioned Jalix Hunt because the one thing that a lot of people have mentioned about Raheem Morris that he really likes, his edge guys who can cover, and that's like the one good thing to me about a Jalix Hunt. But Mo Kamara is definitely a high motor edge who I really like. Not an incredibly overall good combine tester, but his overall explosion drills. You talk about the first portion of the 40. You talk about the jumps. He was really good there, and a pass rusher that I like as well.
Oh, Billy. So we're all the way into the third round now, guys. We are cruising right along, coming through all of this. So we talked about our winners earlier. Who's been the biggest loser so far in your guys' mind?
Don't say it here.
I was going to say,
Are we in their home turf?
really,
Yeah.
really
Gotta watch your mouths.
so thankful to be in
I
Charlotte.
live here, guys.
I love North Carolina,
I live here.
but I am really struggling, and I think Carolina should be struggling with it. We saw on social media this morning about David Tepper walking past a place where somebody had a sign out that said, please let the GM make the picks next year. These Carolina Panthers, I can't rationalize any of their picks right now. Sorry.
The fans here are great fans. They're not naive to what's going on. They are totally aware of what is being done and what is not being done to help this team and franchise. It's not the fans that we've established. Ownership is definitely responsible for the lack of success within this organization, unfortunately. You have to go back a long time to see any type of fruitful gain with regards to the Panthers organization.
To the last ownership.
That's right.
So the Atlanta Falcons stick with an edge rusher, and they go Braylon Trice. This is a good pick. This is a good value pick. It's exactly where I kind of had him valued at. Is a pure pass rusher, true pass set. Of course, you rated almost in the 92 percentile. That's what I look for. Are you a real pass rusher when we know you're coming for me? And can you still get the job done? That was Braylon Trice last year for University of Washington. So a good pick here for a team that desperately needs a pass rush, definitely needs to rebuild that defense. They've now addressed that twice. I think all of us weren't really as big on the Ruke Ohora pick. Thought that was a bit of a reach there. But going for Braylon Trice, you're good value and sticking with the defensive side of the ball. So your guys' reaction to this one?
Yeah, a guy who's a little bit undersized, a guy who did not test well. But the tape shows me a guy who has a high motor, can get to the rush. I think if you flip-flop the two guys that they drafted, I think there'd be better value in a sense.
Yeah.
But I do think Trice is a guy that, despite his poor 40, I think is one of the best pass rushers left on the board that I would be taking a chance on.
Yeah, I think the athleticism does limit the ceiling here because it's not the 40. 40 isn't, again, something that I'm particularly concerned about, especially when it comes to edge. But the jumps weren't great. Overall, it was a poor combine. I don't think it, and I do think you see it on film to an extent, and that his first step is not particularly, something that jumps off the tape. But what I do think is he's a guy who is a better hands fighter than a lot of the guys, currently on the board. So you're getting someone who, can actually challenge some of these tackles on the outside immediately. Maybe the ceiling isn't as great as some of these other project pass rushers, but kind of to your point, a guy with a good motor and a guy who can use his hands well. There's a place for that in this league, even if you're not an incredibly gifted athlete.
Well, and I was going to say, 6'3", 245, he's a little bit undersized, but he's a better athlete than I think people give him credit for. 4'7", 240, he's nothing to sneeze at, 165, 10-yard split. It gives him enough that he's a really quick step there. And the other thing about him is that a 17% pass rush win rate. He's a football player. There is that term when it comes to this. You are a football player. You know how to get the job done with what it is you're supposed to do. Braylon Trice is just that guy.
It's a great way to describe it, man. There's just some guys that are just really good at what they do, and he's probably one of them.
Yeah. So it's a good pick of the draft, Chris.
Yeah, I was going to say, the one thing you can't say about him is he wasn't already shooting production. I think that everything was kind of knocked against him is the physical build, is the athleticism. I don't think there's much upside, but I think there's not much of a floor for this guy where you're worried about him not doing anything for you. He's going to be a guy who's going to probably get 4 to 7 sacks per season and be a pretty consistent guy, if not a starter, but at least a rotational guy that you're going to have as your edge rush.
And that's key, man. You know what you're going to get with these guys. You know what you're going to get with your draft picks. Consistency. You know, they're not going to make a lot of mistakes. Sometimes that's just as good as getting one of the top athletes out there. That could be, if wishy-washy from play to play. So there's something to be said about that.
I totally agree. I think having a guy who's on your team for 6 to 8 years versus a guy who maybe has a flash in the pan and it's gone in 2 years, that's a big help.
Yep.
So the Chicago Bears are back on the clock. We haven't sung their praises in a while, it feels like. At least not tonight, but they had all the glory yesterday getting Caleb Williams and Roma Dunze. So how do they build on this momentum right now? What's the position in need that they need to go in that direction?
I think this would be a good Peyton Wilson spot, or really just anything they can do to improve their defense. I think that's the direction that I'd like to see them kind of go into. I would have loved to see, them improved on their defensive line, but I don't have a whole lot of value here left as far as that's concerned. So I'm curious to see, but I do think defense is where they need to improve at this point.
How do you feel about offensive line? Kieran Amajaji, forgive
yes,
me. I know.
Nailed it.
Yeah, exactly.
First try, too.
Such a butch. I know. It's all good. We'll get it down at some point. But yeah, one of the better offensive tackles I had left here on my board, one of the better pass protecting offensive tackles. So he's not a starter right away. But this is a guy I think in another 2 to 3 years could very well want to be a starter, a good pick, and you're just more investing. The Chicago Bears we're talking about, right, guys? Just more investing into the offense of making sure their Caleb Williams pick works. Like, I've never seen this dedication from this organization to make that side of the ball be a thing. And I like the pick here. Just
to add to that, they're athletic, Dan. You're describing the Chicago Bears offensively as an athletic team. That's what I think is weird for myself. This is a guy that I talked about is definitely more of a project, but coming from Yale, it's going to be definitely a step up in competition. But it has a lot of things and traits that you like. Really good athlete, has pretty good hands. Adam talked about guys who kind of kick open pretty. He has a pretty good kick open. I think he has some versatility. Maybe he winds up being a guard. I think preferably I would keep him a tackle, but I think it's the guy that in Chicago, when you're going to be moving your quarterback around and having those bootleg actions, this is going to be a guy who can help you a lot down the road and be a guy who can maybe leading that charge at the right or left tackle.
Yeah, another one of these, really long-armed guys, as well as being a pretty good athlete. And overall, I agree. I do think there's a lot of upside for him at tackle. I don't think you're going to see it right away, but he can play tackle. Now, whether or not he reaches that potential or needs to kick in, I do think the physical skill set's there for a tackle, though. And look, I think that comes to the philosophy that we were talking about earlier. It's like, do you fully flesh out an offense, or do you start stacking on the defense? I was thinking on the defense, especially with a defensive head coach. But hey, let's just let's make sure we get this offense correct first, and then let's move on.
Does this not scream to you the second? Because I don't think the Bears are a playoff team yet. This is not screaming to you the second they don't make the playoffs. Eberflus is out on his butt.
Walter's the head coach. Yes.
Yeah, that's. I think they're just setting this up that it's not going to be Eberflus anymore. I think that's the direction we're headed. Because as much as this team, I think, will be better and more competitive than what we had seen, is really heading that direction, because they'll have every excuse in the book. Just don't make the playoffs and you're out of here.
Did Justin Fields not deserve this type of draft?
Oh, and it's a shame. It really is.
It really is.
You finally have a change of heart as an organization. I'm like, you know what? Let's actually build around the rookie quarterback. They did Justin Fields absolutely no favors. You're bringing DJ Moore in this last year, and it was just too late at that point. But on the flip side, you can say the Bears organization, maybe they learned their lesson. Hey, we did not do enough to invest around our quarterback. This time, we're not going to make the same mistake twice. That's what it seems like to me in that standpoint.
I was going to say the Eberflus thing, Dan. One thing that I have to give him some credit for is that Chicago defense did significantly improve when they got the Montez Sweat trade. I think it was the top 10 defense in the second half of the season. So maybe they don't think they have to add any more pieces. They spent a lot of draft capital the last few years for defense.
Yeah, look at Eberflus like, hey, it's time for you to earn your buck, buddy. Make this defense actually good, and we'll take care of the offensive side of the ball. I just come back to it. I'm not overly impressed with Shane Waldron. He's not the worst offensive coordinator out there, but this is not a very creative guy. We heard Jack Smith the Jigba kind of rip him a new one when he was interviewed. Wasn't too thrilled with him because it wasn't all that exciting. but he does play within a system that is designed to not be terrible, I guess, at the end of the day. And you put actual real talent around it. We also see the Seattle Seahawks were a productive offense.
You have 3 guys who can beat man-to-man coverage against the Houston enemy zone. So
that makes up for a lot of coaching. Denver Broncos are back on the clock, finally. I feel like I haven't called their name in a long time.
That's right.
And there you go.
I'm really dragging this out, huh? Gee.
Yeah. Well, they don't get too many picks, so we got.
They're actually caught up to us, though. We're not quite so far ahead anymore.
Well, I'll say this.
Well, yeah, here we go. Hold on. I got the pick. So the Denver Broncos took Jonah Ellis, a good pass rushing defensive end. And just to get you guys caught up here a little bit, we also had a trade right after that. The Texans traded up with the Eagles, so the Texans are currently on the clock. But let's get your guys' reaction to Jonah Ellis now going to the Denver Broncos, a third down pass rushing specialist.
I really like Jonah Ellis. He's one of my sleeper edge rushers, and going into this draft, a guy that had very high mid-work comparable to most people. I think he's a good pass rusher. I don't think he's a 3-down starter. I think he's an excellent pass rusher. Now, what you're going to knock on him is he's only 6'1", about 240. But what I like is the motor. I like the move. Latu earlier. To me, this guy has probably the second most moves other than Latu that actually has his arsenal. Most of the guys are just speed rushers or power rushers. He actually knows how to use his hands. He actually can do a crossover. He can do a good stunter. Not great first to run. That's why I think that's going to be a 3-down guy. But he's a guy that I think is a good value here and a guy I like. My only concern about him is Denver and Sean Payton. We saw Drew Sanders sit the bench last year. We saw Jay Center go to 4th round, not see like a playing time. He doesn't play young guys, so I don't know if it's going to be an opportunity for this guy to actually show what he can do.
Yeah, he's not someone who I admittedly had the chance to watch as much as I would have liked to. But I will say, in the little bit of time I spent with the Utah defense as a whole, that you do see that first step stand out. He is someone who bursts off the ball really well. So I can at least say that's something that I really value in edge rushers, and he definitely has, even if he is a bit undersized.
The Raiders went with Delamore Glaze, tackle out of Maryland. So that was their pick. And now the Houston Texans are up on the clock.
I mean, here's where I'm embarrassed, Dan. I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at you guys because I was hoping you guys would.
I'm pretty good with linemen, and I do a great pick of jobs trying to find those, diamonds in the rough kind of guys. I'm sorry, Operation Domination fans. I have no clue what this is.
Delamore Glaze. So part of that. Let's get to the Houston Eagles trade. So the Houston Texans are now currently on the clock. They traded up for the Philadelphia Eagles. They traded their number 86 and number 123 for the Eagles. For the Eagles number 78. So pretty much gave up a 5th round pick here to move up about 8 spots for this Philadelphia Eagles pick. So we'll see in probably just a few moments exactly what the Houston Texans had to go ahead and trade up for. And we're not the only ones who are trying to figure out who Delamore Glaze is, apparently, because even these guys are like, they don't know. We got nothing on Delamore Glaze. So we'll get back to you on that one. It's not important for fantasy. We'll put it to you that way. But yeah, so now we got the Houston Texans up here on the clock. So some good picks here in the 3rd round to start off the round. Got some value coming up here. Still a lot of value I have on the board. What about the wide receivers, gentlemen? I mean, Troy Franklin, Malik Washington comes to mind. A couple other guys here.
I like the receivers a lot, Dan. I thought that sexy fantasy-wise, but I like the turnover potential in fantasy-wise. I like Kalen Bullock a lot as a safety option for me.
Yeah.
As a guy who's a ball hawking, second type of safety who can turn the ball over. I think he'd be a great fit for this Texas defense.
Yeah, so just to give you a little background on Delamore Glaze, he was the 2023 3rd team, all Big Ten team, started every game at left tackle in 2023. And there you go. That's my big rundown on Delamore Glaze. So back to the wide receivers. Now, what about Brendan Rice, Luke McCaffrey? These are guys I liked a lot. We did 3rd round grades on. We're still waiting to see if they're going to be taken. They're going to be great value whenever they are, because we've reached down the point where a lot of these, there's a big tier of receivers, Troy Franklin, Luke McCaffrey, and like I just mentioned here, all of a sudden I'm drawing a blank in the tongue with Brendan Rice.
Well, a lot of the guys that we thought too high kind of pushing some of this value now you're talking about.
Instead, we're reaching on tackles we never heard of. But yeah, I mean, so what's better to get the guy who's actually a value or not? Of that group, let's say Brendan Rice, Jalen McMillan, Troy Franklin, Luke McCaffrey, Malik Washington. Who do you guys like the best out of that?
I think for myself, long term, I like McCaffrey the best of all those guys. As a kind of surprise, sneaky guy that I maybe for Dynasty that I think have impact, depending on where he gets drafted. I like Washington a lot. Usually, I'm not a big fan of the shorter guys or the slot guys only. But this guy, talk about, I don't want to compare him to Deebo Samuel, so don't get twisted. But a 5'9" guy who's basically a bowling ball, but he's not only a bowling ball with great after the catch, he can actually run patterns at him, and he can actually get open pretty consistently. Had over 1,200 yards, had double-digit touchdowns. It's pretty hard for shorter guys usually in the slot. Didn't have a great prolific offense he played in either. So this is a guy who I was really impressed with the tape. I like Washington a lot as a sleeper.
Who's your top guy, Adam?
Yeah, for me, I do like Malik Washington, and I think he's in a tier of receivers that I'm surprised more of aren't off the board. For me, my top 5 remaining receivers are Jermaine Burton, who I expected to fall just given the off-field issues, Roman Wilson, Troy Franklin, Javon Baker, and as you mentioned, Luke McCaffrey, I really like as a developmental receiver as well. And then again, Malik Washington's in that next tier of guys with Luke McCaffrey and Javon Baker, who I do really like.
Dan, thanks for asking. I'm going to have to go with McCaffrey just based on the lineage alone. If, in fact, he's even related, I don't even know.
He is. Brother, actually.
Well, then there you go. Enough said.
Yeah.
Your son, you played in the NFL, you're my man.
McCaffrey, though. I mean, we're talking McCaffrey. It's not just any name.
Well, we're still waiting for the Houston Texan pick, but we did have a treat. Once the Houston Texans are done their pick, the Indianapolis Colts have now moved up to the Arizona Cardinals spot, so the Colts will be on the clock right after the Texans have made their pick, and we're still waiting on that. The Colts gave up. They sent their 82nd pick and 191 to the Cardinals for their 79th pick. So somebody they're trying to get 3 spots up ahead from where they were going to draft and go ahead and target. Who do you want that to be, Adam?
I would love for it to be on the offensive line. There's a couple guys that I like as well. In the interior specifically. To me, I was actually going to say before that Maryland pick went off the board that we were, officially with, I forget who that last tackle was. I believe it was Amagaji. That was the end of my day 2 tackle board. But there's some guys in the interior that I still really like. I know I'm not as high on consensus as on a Christian Haynes, and I don't believe either of you are as well, but I think this is the range where I'm starting to be okay with it. Dominic Cooney is someone I really like. I wouldn't mind a Zinter because it's not an immediate need, but it's one that's coming up with Ryan Kelly's injury history, and guard in general outside of Quentin Nelson not being the strongest position. So I would like to see something in the interior. I also wouldn't mind a Kyrie Jackson to someone who I really like and I think is a really good fit for Gus Bradley defense.
Whoever gets Zinter is going to end up with an all-pro guard for many years. Mark my words.
I agree.
Adam, on the pronunciation of some of those names?
Yeah, well, he's better at it than I am.
Well, it's weird because I can't do some of the top guys, but some of these other guys I've heard talked about enough. I've heard Amagaji enough, but for whatever reason, my brain can't quite hit Odunze as much as I would like.
But it flowed so well off the tongue. It was just beautiful. Well done.
Well, if you're done patting Adam on the back over there. So the Houston Texans selected Kalen Bullock, safety out of USC. Very nice pick. Chris was just talking him up, a ball hawk type pick in the 3rd round, and a guy who could be a starter sooner rather than later. So a great value here in the 3rd round. And now the Indianapolis Colts are on the clock. But Chris, your reaction to that pick?
Yeah, like I said, I think that was a great move, but I was thinking they may look for it. Petrie didn't have a great year last year. I still think he's going to be in the future moving forward. But you're looking for turnovers. When you're a high-flying offense, you talked about earlier, this Texas offense aspires to be. Usually on defense, what you're looking for is guys who can turn the ball over. Adam, you're a Colts fan. You saw it for years there when you had a good safety, a guy who got the ball back in your hands, almost like paying off for you. Kalen Bullock's not going to tackle a lot of guys. He's not going to, argue he's going to be a great run stopper. He's not. But when it comes to tracking the ball, getting his hands on the ball, and turning the ball over, Kalen Bullock's a beast. I love it.
So the Colts traded up 3 picks to go up and get Matt Gunkavs, offensive tackle here, 6'6", 327. About an average guy. I think this is a good depth piece they're going to talk about here. I don't have him rated as somebody I think is definitively going to become a starter in his NFL career, but a decent 6 lineman. So, Adam, this is your team, your reaction.
Yeah, no, I definitely, like I said, offensive line is where I wanted to go. Not necessarily my preferred player, but a guy who has been getting quite a lot of day 2 love. Wasn't my favorite, but someone who I think could kind of be a swing tackle, could kind of kick in some of those interior positions potentially, not quite to center, but to guard. So I think a versatile piece. It's not my favorite pick in the world, but the way I've liked our other picks, so I'm not incredibly mad at it.
I think it's pronounced Goncalves. And, I was quite the run stopper back in the day as well. They would hand me the ball, and basically the running game would come to a stop.
Well, pick is in for the Cincinnati Bengals. And it is wide receiver speedster Jermaine Burton for the Cincinnati Bengals. So a nice compliment piece. Now, I think he's a one-trick pony. That was my analysis on the guy, but he complements T. Higgins, Jamar Chase very well as a vertical seam stretcher and another weapon for Joe Burrow. Was he the top receiver on my board at this point? Absolutely not, but not bad value at the end of the day either for a compliment piece and a kick returner in this selection for Cincinnati in the 3rd round. Your guys' reaction here?
Yeah, he was my top receiver on the board. I really like him. I think he's a similar player to what people project Troy Franklin as, but to me is actually that explosive guy, actually can go down the field, and I think does separate on some of these other routes a little bit better than people give him credit for. I think he's got quick feet, not necessarily the best route tree in the world. Again, he did go vertical quite a bit. Definitely is a thinner guy, but a really good athlete, and someone who is for a thinner guy, does pretty decent on the contested catch. Definitely not someone who does super well against the press, but you've already got your X, so I'm not necessarily concerned about that for Cincinnati. But again, I really love the feet. I think he's a hands catcher. I'm a big fan. He's not an explosive after the catch guy, though. I will say that as someone who does really like him and he is a good athlete, after the catch it goes away.
He just looks fast.
Well, Brian, you make a great point. I think that's what he stands out. No matter what you knew he was going to do, he is primarily a vertical threat. He's the one-trick pony. He's a bit more than the one-trick pony, but he got open and got the ball. It was primarily Alabama's only receiver they really featured. Jalen Monroe struggled this year, consistency, but when he looked for his big play, he needed a touchdown. He looked for Burton.
Reminds me of a Jalen Hylett.
It's not a bad comp.
Yeah, very similar, but he has to play a very specific type of role. And when I look at the Cincinnati Bengals, I see a team that might need to be replacing T. Higgins next year. This isn't that pick. Let's be real.
It's not, but I don't think that's what they're looking for necessarily. I think they're looking for a guy that, Jamar Chase gets hurt, he needs to stretch the field, but someone that can also line up in the slot to help kind of open up things as well. So I think that with Burton, I think the verticality is more set up to help make it easy for roster. Burrow moving forward, and then replace T. Higgins.
He doesn't do anything after the catch. It's a deep ball and drop type of player. Now, like I said, I think he fits for what they have and what they need. And he's a better contested catch player than you would expect for somebody of his size, too. And I'll give him that. So for the Cincinnati Bengals, this is more of a short-term boost. I think a long-term one. It's not a bad pick. I don't want to come off as being negative here, but I have probably 4 receivers that I have rated higher than him that I think I would have liked to see them go with, especially because I do think they are going to have to replace T. Higgins next year because it doesn't seem like they've made any headway in that contract conversation there with T. Higgins. I think that's been the biggest issue for me.
Let me ask you for this, Dan, though. Do you have any guys you think are better vertical threats left on your board?
Look, I know Adam doesn't agree with this, but I think Troy Franklin is a better vertical threat. He was a deep ball pass catcher with a check down quarterback. There's something like just because you're not necessarily a burner, there's something to be said about that when he gets separation at the top of the routes the way that he does. And I think he can explode off the ball and move the chains a lot better too when you need him to be. I think Troy Franklin is a T. Higgins type that could play off of that in the meantime. But again, not a bad move. And we always like to see Joe Burrow get more picks. I shouldn't say picks, more talent around him to make big plays for sure. Right now on the clock, we do have the Seattle Seahawks. We're waiting for them to make their selection.
Question, guys. So Jalen Polk went ahead of one of his teammates, Jalen McMillan.
Yes.
Where does Jalen McMillan fall on your list? Because I couldn't find any major injury history on him, even though he popped up on my list.
Well, he had the sprained ankle last year. It didn't miss too many games. Not a major
big deal,
injury
yeah.
or anything like that. But
Compared to Jalen Polk, it's not a big deal at all.
The thing with McMillan, and I think the reason why he's falling, he's primarily a slot receiver. And we're seeing there's still a lot of receivers out here on the board who have more potential than that, can play the perimeter and play the slot. I think he has to be primarily that type of guy. I like Jalen McMillan. This would not be bad value for him in this round. But I think at the way this is going, unless we see a huge run at wide receiver and maybe the starts of the Cincinnati Bengals, I think we're going to see probably him go as a day 3 type of guy, the way this is trending as of this moment. I don't know. What do you guys take on him?
Look, I don't think this is good value for him, but I haven't think there's been good value for the receivers for a while now. So this is where there's a lot of guys who I think should be 4th, 5th rounders that are going right now. So there's some guys that I think are still on the board. He's a guy that I think where you struggle with, you don't see too much upside with him. I think you get with Danny Powell, he's a slot receiver primarily. I don't really know what else he's going to bring to you. I don't really think he's going to be an explosive slot receiver per se. I don't think he's going to be a guy who's going to get ton of separation all the time. So I think this is a guy that's a nice piece, but winds up being a 4th receiver on some of his offense.
And kind of what you've seen, to me, the only guys who, day one I'm putting on the outside that were left was Jermaine Burton for me, obviously now off the board, and Troy Franklin. Outside of that, there's a bunch of slot guys. And slot guys, I think, who can develop into flanker options, but slot guys day one nonetheless in a lot of these cases, and it's deep at slot. I guess Devontae Walker, Brendan Rice are guys who could play some outside as well. But for the most part, there's a ton of slot guys kind of building up. And I think that's kind of part of the problem. You see, Malik Washington, who, as you mentioned, was incredibly prolific, incredibly successful. Luke McCaffrey, who has a higher ceiling. Taj Washington, who I personally prefer as far as a slot-only guy. So I think you take those preferences and then some of the higher upside guys, and I think that's how you end up with him a little bit further down the board.
So we might have just heard it over the thing, but the Seattle Seahawks just took offensive guard Christian Haynes out of UConn, getting back to that offensive line, which is one of their biggest needs. He was some people's top guard rated. Not necessarily I had him in the top 4, but I also had a much lower career in the guard class in general. So this is about right for Christian Haynes, though, to go to this team. Kind of an all-around skill set for the Seattle Seahawks, a position of need. Not a bad pick here for them. What's your guys' reaction to Christian Haynes here in Seattle?
Yeah, I agree, Dan. I don't think it's a bad pick. It's not a guy who's super high on the consensus had been, but I think it's a good value here. A guy who might also be able to get play center as well. What I think there is here is some upside. I like the physical ability, I like the skill set. I didn't love the tape at him, but I think the potential there for upside is definitely there.
Yeah, I mean, to echo exactly what you guys have been saying, he's someone who I saw in mocks, in the late first or, to start off day 2. And I wasn't quite there myself. But now that we're kind of getting into the 3rd and have been for a little bit, I do think he's become a value. I do think he's a pretty good player. He's a good athlete, not quite the lateral guy. He skipped those drills, and when guys skip those drills and run the entire rest of the combine, I typically presume there's a good reason for that. And I didn't see great lateral movement on the tape, but he can kind of hit you a little bit. A shorter guard, but built, condensed, I guess I would say. Someone who I do kind of like as far as a run blocker. I just didn't necessarily love what he did in pass pro. And again, the feet weren't really, to my standards particularly. But again, in the 3rd round here, to get a guy who I think can play NFL ball, can be a starter, not be a strength of your line, but can definitely help your run game with 2 explosive running backs you've invested in. I think it's a good pick for them.
All right, well, we got to get caught up. Hold on to your socks. Tip Ryman, tight end, just got drafted by the Arizona Cardinals out of Illinois here. Fairly productive tight end guy. I had him as a day 3. I'm not gonna lie, I did not have him as a day 2 type of pick here. Chris, your quick reaction because you got everybody caught up. There's another pick to go to.
Yeah, did really well in the combine. Really good athlete. And you talked about some of the guys who are bigger tight ends. I talked about Arizona earlier when you're on the board. I think he's somebody who actually can block. One of the better blocking, if not the best blocking tight end in this draft. But has athleticism that Adam and I usually lean over. So, Adam, what do you think?
Yeah, just quickly, the tight end position is the one, that and offensive line, where I think outright athleticism testing is the most important. And while I wasn't really expecting him to go today, I do think, he is such a high-end tester that I don't think it's the worst pick in the world, even if the film I didn't think was worth a day 2 pick.
Just Malone, pick 2 day.
Just leave him alone. So literally the second the Arizona Cardinals were done, the Los Angeles Rams went up to the draft board and they decided to take good old Blake Corum at running back. So now the Rams have Darrell Henderson and Blake Corum, 2 very similar running backs, smaller size guys coming out of Michigan.
Williams.
What did I say?
Darrell Henderson.
Oh, whatever. Same tomato, tomato. Tomato. Kyron Williams, yes, thank you. Not Darrell Henderson, although the same guy. But anyway, so 2 undersized guys in the running back position. Look, I think we all knew, and this is probably breaking some fantasy owners' hearts, especially dynasty leagues. Kyron Williams was like the ultimate jackpot. You drafted him late, you picked him up in the waiver wires and redraft leagues. He gave you more value you could have ever hoped for out of the running back position for fantasy football purposes. We kind of knew that it was going to be a stretch for him to be that kind of guy again this season. Although, how we got to this point now, there's starting to be a little bit more hope for it. But now they bring in Blake Corum, a guy who's very good on first and second down, questionable in pass protection, questionable as a pass catcher, very, very similar to Kyron Williams in all those facets. So are we looking at this situation where is Blake Corum going to come into this thing as the backup, or is Sean McVay saying, hey, you know what? These 2 running backs who pretty much do the same thing are just going to split the work?
To me, I'll say I think it's as a backup, but I'll say this: they've kind of shown they're willing to ride it back for a couple years and then just have another one in the wings ready to go. We also saw, while we talked about Cooper Kupp getting hurt and the offense falling off, when Kyron got hurt, this offense definitely, faltered quite a bit. So to have someone who with a very similar skill set, I think Kyron's a little bit better on third downs, but definitely the between the tackle small guy and getting into tiny holes, really good vision. I think they're very similar in those regards. So I do think it's a really good pick because, look, I think they're going to keep, probably riding Kyron. But if Kyron gets hurt, they've got their guy. And listen, the smaller back, you're not expecting him to, have the shelf life some of these backs are having where they're making it to 28. I think you're looking at, get him 1,000 NFL carries and get him out. I think you now have your replacement for Kyron, which, again, I don't see a high longevity for Kyron.
I mean, Brian, jumping on this conversation, because Kyron was a smaller guy. We talked about him last year, had a high ankle sprain. What do you think about him?
Listen, I like this pick. I mean, Blake Corum compared to some of the other running backs in this draft, his injuries, yes, it involved a meniscus, but it wasn't an ACL meniscus. It was an MCL meniscus. The MCL usually heals quite well. Doesn't require surgery all the time, not like the ACL. And there's something to be said about him winning Comeback Player of the Year for all of college football, scoring 25 touchdowns a year after that injury. So I like it. I think it's a good pick on the part of the team.
Let's get this pick. So the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to go with wide receiver Roman Wilson here. So this is Arthur Smith. Big compliment to George Pickens. Roman Wilson, number 1 receiver for Michigan last season, is a deep ball threat catcher. I think he's somebody I projected to be. I like him more in the slot, although he can play flanker. But kind of in the same vein as a Jermaine Burton, I looked as very much as a one-trick pony in my mind. This is not a guy who makes a lot of ins and out breaks. It's not a lot of guy who makes a lot of plays, yards after catch. He's a smaller guy. He doesn't make a lot of contested catches. He's definitely a competent receiver. You have to hope George Pickens develops into that, I think, that anchor number 1. But then you can also make the argument that because it's Arthur Smith, who cares? So what's your guys' reaction to Roman Wilson, the Pittsburgh Steelers?
I'll just comment real quick. I think this is a guy that Adam has been high on more than I have been going through the process. I'll give him some credit. I think he's got more than just a one-trick comedian. I think he can run some option routes. I think he can get open. He gets pretty good separation, pretty good with his feisty, willing to mix it up in the middle, wasn't worried about taking a hit. So a guy I think that brings some attributes that you like. I think he might be a guy that you do see targeted a little bit more often because we've seen some of those guys that you're surprised get targeted in Atlanta. A lot of times it wind up being that slot receiver, and they're like, "Where'd you come from? Why are you playing?" But that was the guy that kind of involved. So I do think there might be some upside, but I know Adam likes this guy a lot.
Yeah, no, I do like Roman Wilson. He was the next guy on my board. So this is just a case where we view a position differently and value different things, and that's perfectly fine. I actually think that's when we get into day two, potentially the most fun part of it is because it is pick your flavor, pick your different guys. We're all feel mostly the same way, I think, for most of those first-round picks. Then we get into day two, we can kind of have some different conversations. So he is someone I really like. Kind of to your point, I think he's someone who, can see a linebacker, see a safety coming down on him, and make the catch and not be worried about that hit afterwards. The actual catching in traffic percentages weren't great, but he did make some big catches in traffic in big moments. And I think that's another big piece of, and talk about JJ McCarthy, who was able to, on third down, kind of go past the ball after run. And a lot of the times it was to Roman Wilson, who was making those big receptions on third downs, keeping this team alive in a lot of vital situations, which, that's not the end all be all. It's certainly low on the list of priorities, but it is something that I like to see out of a receiver. But I do see quick feet. I do see someone who can sink their hips. I think you can project him to be a much better route runner than he was taught to be at Michigan, at least in my opinion, just because I see the physical capability to do so, as well as having some pretty good speed. And it's a tough guy. Look, for a wide receiver to play with a cast on their arm, and suit up for a Big Ten team, I think you like the toughness. And overall, I think now that we're into the third round, I'm willing to take a shot on him. And look, Steelers have done a pretty good job with their day two receivers overall.
Well, and I was going to say that he is a Steeler-type wide receiver because he brings that physicality mindset to it. So he fits what that team's philosophy is really throughout the entire organization, but especially at that position. He is a willing blocker as well, which is why I think he will be able to play the perimeter on that team as far as those formations go, two receiver sets as that type of player. But I need to see a lot in his route running before I'm ready to say this guy can be a complete wide receiver. Still a lot of quickness, lateral quickness in and out of his breaks. I see a lot of it vertical speed down the seam. That's why I have as a slot seam receiver going into this thing. But he does have, to your point, he did make big plays in big situations. And those are the type of guys we can see develop because they have the maturity coming into the league from the jump. The question will be, can he be a Tyler Lockett type for a Russell Wilson or something of that nature? Or, and again, fantasy-wise, though, it's going to be a loaded thing because it's the third-round capital, but it's also dealing with Arthur Smith, quarterback who might be cooked, and his backup that we don't know what he is on a professional level in and of his own right, too. So just Roman Wilson now, he's been drafted. Where is he at now in your rookie rankings?
That's definitely tough. This offense isn't one that I expect to be super high volume. I say all the great things about Roman Wilson and about Steelers drafting wide receivers. At the end of the day, your quarterback's Russell Wilson and your offensive coordinator is Arthur Smith. So I'm not going to – I like him a lot, but I'm not going to, jump over the moon for him in fantasy. Look, I think I'm a big believer, especially when it comes to dynasty. The talent wins out. I believe in the talent, and I'll probably be taking him in the mid rounds of some dynasty drafts. But I'm not expecting some early turnout just given the quarterback situation and given the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, yeah, that's kind of the catch-22. You have George Pickens. He's going to be the lead receiver. I still don't have him as high as a wide receiver 3 on my board. Let's be real. How much volume are you actually going to get? Oh, yeah, we got to get to this pick here. I got all excited because we finally had something fancy to talk about. But now we got Zach Zinter, the guard here, going to the Cleveland Browns. This is a great pick. This is somebody we've been talking about quite a bit. One of the top players on all of our boards. Now going to the Cleveland Browns, who with so few picks need to make valuable selections. This is one of those. So let me get your guys' reaction on Zach Zinter.
Yeah, I'm going to go to Brian from on this, but Brian, you kept talking about this earlier. This is a guy I absolutely love. I think he's going to be a 10-year to 12-year starter in the NFL. I like the fit in Cleveland. I thought it was on the clock before that they could use some extra linemen. They got really banged up last year with Sean Watson upright. Went through that running game being good. He helped with both of those things.
Yeah, it's kind of a fluke injury. It was a mid-shaft fibula fracture, which can happen, man, as a lineman. Just kind of a freak thing. Doesn't speak to his conditioning or his overall health. These things can happen from time to time. We've seen it with multiple players in the NFL, especially at the line position. Maybe some GMs and some front office people are scared by this injury because it sounds really scary and it looks really scary. But from an overall health and longevity standpoint, it's one of the better things that can happen to you if you're going to get hurt. It's a quick recovery. Surgery is very straightforward. Your rehab is accelerated. It doesn't pose any long-term issues. It did not involve his ankle or his knee joint. It was mid-lower leg. Great pick.
Yeah, 100%. Adam, your reaction here.
Yeah, no, look, you know how much I value great testers on the offensive line. For me to say I didn't expect him to test very well. He's not someone I think is a great combine guy, and I didn't care. So I think, as someone who really speaks to, I like my athletic lineman, he's not that, and I don't care because he is an incredibly technically sound lineman across the board. He moves his feet well, not necessarily from a shuttle standpoint. We'll get to that in a minute here with the pick that I'm just seeing, but
we had a trade. So the 49ers traded with the Indianapolis Colts, and their pick wound up being offensive tackle, and probably the top guy had left on my board at this point, Dominic Puny, coming in. I actually think I had him graded as a guard. Yeah, I did.
I do as well.
So that's why I have Dominic Puny coming in at. So this is probably the best value pick I've seen the 49ers make that actually addressed an area of need as well. I mean, technically speaking, wide receiver, cornerback, and offensive lineman. Those are the three big needs. Those are the three positions that they drafted. This is the first one I thought was actually of good value. The question is going to be, do they try to have him play tackle or do they play guard? Because you get two very different Dominic Puny's depending upon what position you have him play at. I don't think he has the anchor at the tackle position that you look for from a pass protection standpoint. But is he an athletic guard? Do I think he's a duplication of Aaron Banks, who's been a very serviceable guard within that zone scheme system? Yeah, I do think he's that guy. Then you have John Feliciano in there, who's already said this is probably his last year. So you're looking at this as your replacement for next year for John Feliciano in the future. Not a bad pick here. Your guys' reaction?
For me, Dominic Puny, one thing I'm curious about for the fit is he's not a great run blocker. Very, very good in pass blocker. I think that we talk about him playing outside tackle. I don't like him at tackle at all. I think he's a guard. I don't think he can play tackle for a lick. But as a guard and a pass protecting guard, this might be the kind of the introduction to the new 49ers in the sense where we see them add a receiver at the end of the draft. We didn't see them trade in the receivers. Are they going to be more a pass-first offense moving forward?
We're finally getting this interior offensive line run that I've been begging for most of day two because I really like this position group. And Puny is probably the guy who I'm highest above consensus. He was someone who I had kind of right there in line with BB. I agree with you. I graded him interior because I think he has some serious issues on the outside. I wouldn't mind him as an emergency right tackle, but definitely would never want him on the left side. He's got incredibly great feet, and he actually meets some really nice thresholds with that shuttle that project really well. I believe people with shuttles under 4.47 have started over 80% of their career games if you've been drafted at all, which is, just be drafted and have a certain time and hit 80% of the time. That's pretty dang good. Incredibly quick feet. I think he's a smart pass blocker. To your point, I think he can get in front of guys in the run game, but I've never seen him finish a block, and I say that as a massive fan of him. He just doesn't finish in the run game. He can kind of, like get in front of a guy, but he's not finishing. But again, really, really good feet, really sound pass blocker. And kind of to your point, I that same thought hit my head of like, all right, what if you're just kind of leaning more into the things that Purdy's good at?
Well, I
and
can
making
stop
that
you
your
right there.
offense?
This doesn't change anything. John Feliciano is more of a pass blocking right guard. That is usually what they have. Braylon Banks on the left side. They usually like to run from the left side, pass protect from the right side, especially to help out the right tackle, who's not a great pass protector in Colton McKivitz. This follows suit to what they typically do. So I don't see much of a change here in that sense, other than you're drafting a quality player to be in that position. So the Dallas Cowboys took Maurice Luafu, linebacker, position of need, decent fit here. Notre Dame linebacker for the Dallas Cowboys. They lost a lot of guys this past offseason at that position. So what's your guys' reaction here? I think this is a good value pick myself.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still kind of confused on the linebackers on the board, but I think this overall is one of the guys who I think is in the, I'm talking about his tiers, is like one of my next tier of linebackers where I think he's a starter. I think he's a guy that can be productive. I don't think he's a game changer, but I think he's a solid linebacker.
Yeah, I mean, just to echo that sentiment, and we don't have Brian right this moment, but it seems pretty clear that teams are afraid of Peyton Wilson's injuries. But it has to be, because I agree. I'd be cool with this pick if he wasn't on the board. I have him graded much higher, but otherwise, I think it's a fine pick. I do think he's like a round 3 guy. It's just with another much better, in my opinion, linebacker available, makes me question what teams are thinking in regards to him, and it's got to be the injury.
Yeah, clearly it has to be. Maurice Luafu, 4'6", 440, very good coverage linebacker, 12 coverage stops here. So somebody who's going to be able to be a nickel cornerback or nickel linebacker, excuse me, if you're not going to have to take off the field when you go in sub packages. But we got another pick in. This is a little bit surprising. The Green Bay Packers went with Marshawn Lloyd, running back out of USC. So they bring in Josh Jacobs. They kept A.J. Dillon, and now they take Marshawn Lloyd to be their backup running back to that standpoint. So, Chris, big reaction out of you.
It's like so Green Bay. They're trying to have like 3 or 4 of everything, it feels like. They did this with a receiver last year. They did it with corner and safety this year's draft. And now we have about 3 different running backs. I didn't understand them bringing A.J. Dillon back after signing Josh Jacobs. I knew he was still going to be a running back, but I didn't really understand that move. This is kind of puzzling. I love Marshawn Floyd. I think he's a great talent. But we were talking about some of the guys that we were looking for fantasy moving forward. He just dropped down my board considerably.
Well, not just dropped on the board. Let's count the fact the Cowboys still haven't taken a running back. They just watched the top 3 running backs just go off, the top 4 running backs just go off the board here. We still haven't seen them take one. Why wouldn't they go with the Marshawn Lloyd with that pick and with the linebacker instead? It's just a little puzzling.
Well, I think to your point earlier, Dan, maybe it's a preference thing. Maybe it's talent. Maybe it's somebody we have that they know that's going to go high, but it's a guy that they have rated high for that.
I mean, they do have to address the position at some point, right? It's Royce Freeman and Deuce Vaughn. And
to me, though, there wasn't a big gap. Like outside of, I know I like Brooks, so I had him kind of above. But the next 6 or 7 guys, I didn't really have a significant difference in. I think they all, did certain things well, then had holes. As far as Marshawn Lloyd, I think it's interesting as a fit if you assume that Dillon is specifically here for depth. Because if you were to put Jacobs into kind of what A.J. Dillon had been doing prior, and then had Lloyd kind of in a more Aaron Jones-esque role, then I actually do kind of like the fit. And it's definitely a very different skill set from what the other Packers running backs kind of bring to the table.
It is a compliment piece to a Josh Jacobs, 100%. Now, I don't know, what the hell is A.J. Dillon fall in all of this?
I think it's just a security blanket because they've stopped using him. For the most part, when Aaron Jones was healthy towards the end there, it stopped being a split and more so maybe we'll use you in the red zone, but otherwise you're just kind
Doesn't even make the roster at this point. He's not a special teams player. Josh Jacobs is a better early down grinder. Marshawn Lloyd's obviously going to be more of a pass catcher, more explosive role in that sense. I don't see where A.J. Dillon makes his team.
maybe the fact that you have Marshawn Lloyd Payne go the kick returner, some of those things that maybe he's doing special teams part, and you can still kind of squeeze A.J. Dillon on your roster as a result.
That would be the only way, in my opinion. But yeah, so, but yeah, Chris, to your point, you brought up the dynasty aspect of it. Yeah, Marshawn Lloyd was somebody who I was kind of like ranking as my number one guy pre-draft process because of what he could do. Yeah, he takes a stark contrast. Trey Benson right now would be locked in as my number one guy, I think, as of this moment. And you know what? Blake Corum might be my number two. I don't like Jonathan Brooks in Carolina. It really, really, really bugs me. But Blake Corum actually with the Rams, knowing that Kyron Williams is not the most durable of them all, and they will ride a hot hand, Blake Corum might be my number two right now.
Yeah. Now, I think just for redraft purposes, I had Kyron Williams as one of my top options to going into next season, and that definitely changes as well.
What do you have? Where do you have these guys at right now?
Yeah, no, it's tough. I'm going to have to really think through Brooks and Carolina because that one did really throw me off quite a bit because I do really like Brooks, and I just think he's such a great vision guy. But for a guy who I think relies heavily on his acceleration, coming off of an ACL, and then to go to a team that, I've talked before, if you're not a special running back, you need to be on an efficient offense. I certainly don't think that the Panthers are that. So it is going to be a process struggle for me in that regard. I don't mind the Marshawn Lloyd fit long term. I definitely think this year is going to be a little bit tough. He's just going to be a compliment piece, probably better NFL player than fantasy guy. So as much as it pains me to say, I struggle to disagree with you that Benson and Corum are kind of those two guys.
Yeah,
especially short term.
Yeah. Right now, we had a pick from the Tampa Bay Bucks. They took Tyke Smith, a safety out of Georgia. Nice value pick here. Got nothing wrong with it. Nothing too special. I don't think we're going to see a guy who's going to, suddenly change the game for them as an impact starter anytime soon. But a guy who come in, plug and play at the safety position, a good Todd Bowles type of fit, I think there. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think he's a good depth piece. I actually think he's a guy who might be pretty good to do play off the change in the kickoff rules. I think this guy going to be a really good special teamer. I think it's where his value to me is the highest.
How excited are you guys about the kickoff rules? We talk about them quite a bit. Does that change? It changes so many things, I think, for some of these players.
I love it. And kind of to that point, I think it's a new archetype of player that you're looking at for your kick returner than we've ever really seen. We talked about it. I threw out the name Darren McFadden is the type of player who would be awesome with the new kick return rules. And that's someone that we hadn't really seen on special teams, just the one hole and go type of guy. So I think you're going to see a lot of different body types, your safeties, your tight ends potentially get involved, especially the tweener tight ends. I do think the kick return rule is really interesting.
Is this going to be a team that plays three safeties potentially? They already had two good safeties. Whitehead.
They do that a lot, though. That's been their MO for a little while now. Bowles likes to play three safeties, use one of them kind of as a de facto linebacker a lot of the times. And we know Winfield can play all over the field. So I think this is, and play nickel. So I think they can play a lot more three safety.
Which has been more of a thing more and more, because if you don't have the linebackers, but you still can't be completely vulnerable to the running game on early downs, you have that extra safety in the box who could actually cover the nickel and slot corner. It kind of gives you a little bit of an advantage as a defense right now schematically with how offenses are playing as of this moment. So it's a good point to bring up. Any surprise here that Spencer Rattler is still on the board?
I gotta say, a little surprised. Not that I think he should be off the board, but it's because of how awful some of this drafting has been this last 2 rounds. I am kind of surprised.
We took our top 6 quarterbacks and we're done. I agree with you. I don't think Spencer Rattler should be off the board right now either, but it's a little bit surprising the way teams kind of have. There's been quite a few moments where these runs have gone on here that I think have made teams panic in certain situations and really reach at teardrops they had no business reaching at. I think it's one of the things we've been kind of looking at here. The Tampa Bay, not the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Baltimore Ravens are currently on the clock. Are we going to see the Baltimore Ravens ever make a smart pick?
Could this be Wilson? I mean, I just don't know what the Ravens have done the last couple of picks. It hasn't really been Raven football per se. So I think there's still a chance to see what's been going on. But I am a little concerned with what we saw so far.
Adam, so we talked about who would be the second biggest loser, because we said it would be the Panthers, but we don't want to say that too loud here in Cornelius, North Carolina. Who would be your second loser so far?
Oh, man. That's tough. I'd have to really look through the list. I'm not quite sure off the top of my head, and I'll be honest with you.
I'll give you San Francisco. I'll give them as the second loser. That's fine.
I like Pooney enough
Ravens-
that did help quite a bit.
The Ravens might be right there.
The Ravens are such a big hit because I held them in such high regard as drafters. They were like my favorite team in that draft at the end of the first round and keep getting the guy that fell for so long. And I agree that they've been very poor this year.
What about Atlanta?
Atlanta's been another one.
I think it's how you read the Penix situation of it all. But I don't love, Rico Hora as a second round pick either. Their third round pick, of course, is not bad, edge rusher. But I think that's one I think is going to be really controversial as far as how do you feel about the Penix pick? Does that make or break their draft?
Like, in my opinion, this is a team that the offense is kind of ready to go. The defense needed a lot of help. And look, I like Penix a lot as a talent. I like the edge rusher they got. But as far as a team that, you can compete if you add some win now pieces, we have a quarterback for the future. We have a tweener guy who's going to play a little here, a little there. And we've got a not third down only, but pass only situation edge rusher. I just don't think we've gotten like impact guys who can be on the field for, 60 snaps a game at all. That's a little concerning for Atlanta for me, as a team that, again, I think should be looking to take the next step when the best team in your division's Tampa Bay.
I think I missed one. Excuse me. The Cardinals had their pick in. They took Elijah Jones out of Boston College, cornerback. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, look, this is going higher than I thought he should go. But Elijah Jones is one of those corners who I think it didn't test so well. Doesn't look like he's a great athlete, but he can drive the ball, has good ball skills. His one of the longest arms and longest reaches in the corner class. I think these guys been really good the last couple of years, and he's able to kind of fight people. Now, I don't think he's going to have a career where he's going to be a shutdown corner, but I think he's going to be a pretty good, darn good second corner for your team and a very feisty one.
He's got some physical traits that I really like kind of to that point, but I don't want to get too into his tape because I am a little biased. I did some NIL work for him a couple years ago, and I just got to say, as a character perspective, this is a really good kid, really nice guy. I think he's going to fit in an NFL locker room. I think he's a high character individual. So, I just got to mention that. I think from that perspective, that's something that, we talked about how medical evaluations can really bring guys down boards. I think being a high character guy can definitely bring you up boards and can push you down boards if you're, struggling in that department. So I definitely got to give him props there.
All right, so the Packers are back up on the board. There must have been a trade somewhere in between here that I must have missed at some point, so forgive me for that if you're watching this still on the broadcast. That's what we had the Cardinals here. So now we get the Packers on the board. They go with linebacker Tyron Hopper out of Missouri. Still passing on Peyton Willis.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think you're prioritizing guys who are almost guaranteed to be special teamers, maybe part-time starters, or a guy who I understand the injury concerns possibly. Brian talked about that before, but has upside. I'm just not a big fan of this move at all.
Yeah, someone's going to get a real steal when he does eventually go, because at this point, like I made the argument for Latu that, okay, if you get 5 years of Latu, then that's better than a lot of teams are going to get in the first round. Like at this point, we're starting to talk about players who may not be in the NFL for 5 years just because of talent. I think Peyton Wilson, sure, he gets hurt in 5 years, medically retires. Leighton Vander Esch-esque. It would be worth it at this point. He's just that good that it'd be worth it if you got, for a third round pick 5 years of him.
Yeah, so the Tampa Bay Bucks are back on the clock as well, and then we'll get the Baltimore Ravens. So I was a little bit ahead of myself on that one. Forgive me again. We're getting down to the nitty gritty of it. Well, I guess we got the pickers coming in. All right, so the Buccaneers take Jalen McMillan, slot receiver out of Washington. We talked about him. So we're thinking about when was he going to be able to come off the board. Brian had asked us that question. So Jalen McMillan coming off the board now, slot receiver out of Washington. He's a quality wide receiver. Is he a Godwin replacement?
I certainly don't think he fits the bill. I think the other Washington receiver, it would be a better, Godwin replacement if we're being honest. I think he's a fine slot, but there's slot guys I prefer over him. Yeah, he's a fine player though. I don't want to hit him too hard. It's just there's better receivers on the board, even with similar skill sets to me.
And just for that point, yeah, Adam, what I concerned with him is I think that this guy just has no fantasy value, dynasty-wise, moving forward. You have a lot of receivers now. Maybe Godwin moves on, but still, you have a lot of similar receivers that are on the Smith Bay team that I just don't see now as he ever going to get a chance to kind of be, one of the top 3 guys in that offense. And I just don't see it happening.
Well, I think it might be one of the top 3 guys in that offense to eat, but at some point, it's more of a mixture of Baker Mayfield's the quarterback. If you think Baker Mayfield is what he was last year, that's just who he is, I think you're kidding yourself. Because you're not taking into consideration the move on from Dave Canales and Liam Cohen, who, yes, he's been tied to the Rams system, but he's been an underachiever within that system in his career as a play caller going back to the days of Will Levis.
Pointed out Chris Godwin didn't do anything really last year.
Right. Chris Godwin didn't do anything in that offense last year himself. So if it wasn't going to Mike Evans, who just got the contract extension anyway, he was hit or miss. Yeah, I'm not a big fan. I don't from a dynasty perspective, he's off my board. I'm going to find better value from receivers who are probably going to get drafted after Jalen McMillan tomorrow during day 3 than you are going to find with McMillan now. I think it's a simple fact. I mean, Adam, what do you say? How do you see it?
No, I don't disagree at all. Again, I just think there's more talented slot receivers on the board. I don't think it's a particularly great situation. So at this point, it's just I'm gonna let talent win out, and I think other talents are gonna beat him out. I don't think he's someone. Maybe in the 4th round, I'll take the draft capital into consideration. But prior to that, 2nd, 3rd round of a rookie-only dynasty draft, I'm not interested personally.
No, I'm not either. So we're waiting. Now the Baltimore Ravens are on the clock. We're waiting for their pick to come in here.
So we talked about McMillan earlier. I mean, he missed a few games because of a knee injury. Sounds like it was pretty innocent, maybe just a sprain, nothing serious. Surprised he didn't go a little sooner, but, not a bad pick.
No, I mean, this is a guy who he was highly productive in college. I'm not going to try to take anything away from him. Michael Penix, who knows what he would have been able to do if he had McMillan, Polk on the field at the same time with Rome Odunze, because that seemed to never happen. He always had, 2 of them. He never had all 3. So it's definitely a lot to take in consideration there. He was productive from a touchdown standpoint, being a slot small, well, not smaller, 6'1". He's not too small, but a slot receiver. So I think the question is going to be at 6'1", 197, can he develop into somebody who can play the perimeter at the next level? I guess that goes to the point of, do you think can he be a Chris Godwin replacement, which you guys said no. So that's kind of what we wind up with now. All right, so now we're getting towards the end of round 3. We're going to have a couple extra picks because we'll have some complimentary picks that we'll have to get to.
Do you think some of the compensatory picks you'll see some of the teams take some risk on some of those injury guys that we're talking about that are falling down the board, or some of the more riskier players with the upside?
I think here the running back position is really the only thing that really popped up on my list. And one team that surprises me the most is the Cowboys when it comes to running back need and drafting. But again, the running back position on the injuries front is not insignificant. These are some pretty major injuries that a lot of these top-tier running backs in this draft have sustained over the years. So it's not to be taken lightly, and it's not to be overlooked.
No, absolutely.
Talk about the Cowboys a little bit. Correct me if I'm wrong. Tony Pollard went in the 4th round for the Cowboys, correct?
Off the top of my head, I think it was either the 3rd or 4th round, yeah.
So I think what I'm getting at is, other than we see the Cowboys prioritize running back, but because, as Adam kind of alluded to, a lot of different running backs on this board that maybe have a preference, you can still get an Allen and a Wright. You can still pair a lot of different guys out there for the Cowboys, so they don't necessarily still have to be desperate if there's guys on their board, some of the Buffalo did earlier, that they still like.
I mean, even speaking of him specifically, from Memphis, Blake Watson was someone who rose up my board kind of late, is a similar profile to Pollard coming out. So I would just say that, you know, he's someone who I wouldn't be shocked if Dallas grew to like, just considering the similarities.
Yeah, we have the Baltimore Ravens pick about to come in. So we're going to do the Philadelphia Eagles, Buffalo Bills, and then we're going to close out there before we get the compensatory picks here, because as great as Cornelius, North Carolina has been, the H2 Public House, they are closing things down. So we're going to have to get out of here, I think, as soon as this end of the actual third round here, these next three picks are over. So
Baltimore's finally done it.
Yeah, Adisa Isaac here, linebacker out of Penn State. Go ahead, Adam, take it away.
I was just going to say they finally made a pick that, I mean, he's not my favorite edge rusher or highest on the board, but this is a pick that makes sense. And for Baltimore, that's a step kind of going back in the right direction. He's someone who I do have a third round grade on. Again, there's edge rushers I prefer, but he does make sense as a Baltimore Raven. He's a good athlete. I think he's someone whose speed to power is pretty good, comes from Penn State, so everyone there is a great athlete. That's kind of what we associate with Penn State at this point. He's pretty explosive off the ball, had a pretty successful pressure rate. I didn't think his, overall toolkit was particularly deep. He had a couple moves and not much else, but Bendiers and some of the other guys in this draft, again, good first step. Is a pretty solid motor. I think I'd like to see him read the backfield a little bit better. But hey, for a project guy in a Ravens defense, again, I think it's a better pick than they've had the rest of this draft so far.
Good.
No, I just have some concerns, Dan. I look at a guy. I do have other guys. I like Booker more, for example, as an edge rusher. I feel like the Ravens keep doing this, where they keep getting just the athletic guys that they hope they can coach up, become good edge rushers, and I haven't seen that materialize for the last 4, 5, 6, 7 years now. So I have some concerns. I think the Ravens need an edge rusher really badly, but I don't know if they can keep going to the same well. But we're going to get some athletic guy and hopefully coach him up, because they rotate these guys a lot and everyone gets kind of a rhythm. And I don't know if he's ever going to be a guy that becomes a full-time starter.
Yeah, what's crazy about Adisa Isaac is that even at 6'4", 247, he actually graded out better as a run stopper than he did a pass rusher, which is not really great when you're 247 heading into the NFL. I don't know how well that projects at that size. So it's going to be interesting to see kind of at the third round pick as we get the Philadelphia Eagles selection in. And they go with, there's your boy.
Well, wouldn't say that.
But Jalix Hunt, he's in.
All athlete. I would refer to Adam on this one a little bit, but he's a guy who's a really good athlete. I think he's more an athlete than a football player, and that's where I think there's a huge reach right here.
Yeah, I tend to agree. He's someone who I've been conditioned to expect to go actually a little bit earlier than this, so I'm actually kind of happy that we at least made it to the third. But I definitely have a day 3 grade on him personally. He's someone who as an edge rusher, I was more impressed with his coverage skills than his actual, pass rushing ability. He played at a lower level of college at Houston Christian. His pass rushing grades didn't necessarily jump out. PFF graded him pretty decent. But his pressure rate was not particularly good, and he was abysmal in run stopping at Houston Christian. So I don't expect that to improve too much. I think his lateral movement is really good. So if that's something that you're really, really valuing, then I guess I can kind of see it. Or if maybe you wanted to move him to an off-ball kind of guy, I really struggle with him because I don't see much power. I don't see a pass rush move toolkit. Other than lateral movement and a pretty good first step, I don't have much positive to say about him.
Well, and do you think the Eagles think defense was their Achilles heel? Because they haven't even bothered addressing the offensive side of the ball at all in this draft class. But to wrap this up, Dwayne Carter, defensive tackle out of Duke, is a Buffalo Bill, and this will be the last pick for our stream.
Yeah, good player. I mean, this guy I think is actually going to be a starter in the NFL for long term. Isn't going to be a guy like Aaron Donald. He's going to be a guy who's super disruptive, but he's pretty disruptive. Has some good hands. I like that. I think he can play a little bit outside, inside, but predominantly inside. I think this guy is a good pick by Buffalo. They need to add more weapons in the defensive side of the ball. They need more defensive playmakers. So I think this guy is a solid player who's going to wind up being a starter for them.
All right. Well, that's going to do it for our stream, guys. Hope you all enjoyed it. Thank you. Big shout out to H2 Public House in Cornelius, North Carolina for hosting us the past 2 days. Hope you guys enjoyed that sports podcast, NFL draft coverage. Make sure you follow us on YouTube and on social media. You can follow Chris, Adam, and myself at Operation Domination on social media at OP Domination FF or on the FF Advice Network YouTube channel starting May 1st. Also, your favorite podcast app. We're widely available to everywhere we go. Big shout out to Brian. He's responsible for putting all this together. Brian, you're the man.
Dude, first of all, thank you guys for taking the schlep down here to south of the border here, across the Mason-Dixon line to North Carolina to share your experience here with the 2024 draft. It's been a lot of fun. Shout out to H2 Public House for taking care of us, feeding us, giving us drinks to quench our stench. What did I say?
Our sense?
Quench our thirst. That's what I meant to say. And big shout out to our sponsors, Conchetto's Italian Ice, Massage Heights, Purify IV, Vin over at Sincast Productions for helping us last night. If you noticed the difference in lighting and camera, it's a very stark difference, and there's a reason for that. It's because Vin hooked us up last night and did an amazing job making us look pretty, sound good. Chris Fox for popping in last night and celebrating the first round with us and giving us his insight. And, thank you guys, man, really for helping us out, putting this on. Big shout out to that Sports Podcast Network for all the support as well. It's been a lot of fun. Maybe we can do it bigger and better next year. And I look forward to it.
Absolutely.
5 cone.
5 cone. You're making a 4 cone or 5 cone.
You got to build your way up, guys.
It's 7 cone.
You guys are still working on the 3 cone drill. That's okay. And that's okay.
One day we'll be on your level. One
That's
day
right.
we'll be on your level.
You'll get there. You just got to work your way up.
Everybody take care. Have a good draft and good luck tomorrow.